Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Welcome back to the 2024 Netrunner World Championships right here in scenic San Francisco. My name is Cranked, pronouns he, him.
I'm Juniper, she, her.
And we're about to get underway with the top 16 double elimination bracket. Really exciting stuff. We finally narrowed down the field of competitors to the top 16. A lot of Netrunners, 203 of them, I believe, showed up here in San Francisco, competed their hearts out, and we're now down to the top 16. June, who are you excited to see first?
I'm really excited to see Tuno as a team member of QTM. I got a little badge right here. I'm really excited to hopefully see what they can do. But I think we're ready to go to announcements right now. So
take it over to Sengren. Yeah.
All right. Hello, everyone. I want to do a little bit of a thank you speech to so many people who've made this happen. I want to start actually by thanking all of you for coming out once again. This has been such an amazing event to be part of. So thank you, everyone, for making it out here. I hope you've had a great time. This list of thank yous is necessarily going to be somewhat incomplete and partial, but I just want to make sure that people here who have done so much work that's less visible than me being up on a stage get their due. So with that in mind, I'm actually going to start first with thanking my wife, who has tolerated me spending an obscene amount of hours on making worlds happen. And I also hope that everyone is very thankful to their partners and significant others and all of their extended networks who are supporting them doing this amazing thing of giving up a whole weekend and more. I want to call out first Brian here, who did the venue scouting in SF, went way above and beyond my initial request, so thank you. I want to shout out Nick. Genuinely, I don't think there would be almost anything in this room if Nick was not on the team. Nick has been just killing it in organized play and Worlds this year. I want to shout out John over in the merch booth. John basically showed up when I asked him and just immediately started solving a million problems. So thank you. And the Artist Colony board has been, or shop has been going amazingly and through some pretty astounding technical difficulties. So, where is James? Is James back yet? Yes. Okay, fantastic. James has been the other right-hand man within OP, doing so much of the planning work, figuring out volunteer schedules. Again, this is true of so many people. Worlds would not be possible without him. So I also want to shout out Kelly, who did all of these visual banners, artwork, and coordinating design across a whole bunch of different people. So I want to make sure they get a shout out. I want to shout out Kato and Jason, who both have been doing a ton of work to make the stream sing from a production side. They've put in some extremely long hours and dealt with me more than anyone should have to. I also want to give Juniper Theory a shout out for being the stream lead and coordinating so much of the stuff this year. The HQ staff this year has been simply phenomenal. So thank you to Ariel, Grant, Suzanne, Ryan, Aaron, Spooky Dana, and Stweed. Genuinely, this whole event is they have solved so many invisible problems and are a huge part of why this has gone so smoothly. Judges have been killing it all weekend. Again, all these teams are fantastic, so I want to say thanks to Swan, Augustus, Cobra Bubbles, Neural Shock, Jonald, Solomir, Cephalopod Wizard, RPT, and Zansonic. I want to give out shouts to the Artist Colony. Genuinely, some of the busiest I think I've seen any people at various times throughout the weekend. Amanda, Atienne, Mean Lady, and Spencer have done a fantastic job there. I want to give out a shout out to the comms team, Eric Hayden, Andre, Cranked, Neuropanzer, and Orbital Tangent. I want to give thanks to Ams, who has been holding out the front door the basically entire weekend. Ams loves company and has Worlds 2024 pins if you haven't picked them up, so please don't hesitate to swing by and say hello. And I also want to shout out Drew, who has been doing logistics for us at the last second, almost unasked, just kind of showed up and said, start giving me things. And has been running the Learn to Play events in the background. I also want to say there are so many people in NSG I did not just call out, but have helped in this event in so many large and small ways. So a deep thank you to everyone in NSG who has supported. There are too many of you to list, but I sincerely say thank you for all of the effort you've put into this event as well. I called them out earlier, but I want to do one more read of the top 16 as a congratulations. So for Swiss, 16th in Swiss was Tuno on PE and ESSA. 15th was Ruben Peters on Ag Infusion and Lat. 14th was CTZ on RP and Lat. Reality Plus and Lat. 13 was The King on Ag Infusion and Hoshiko. 12 was Passive Molt on Reality Plus and Hoshiko. 11th, we thought he was gone, but Timmy Wong is back with Ag Infusion and Ayla. Saka is in 10th with Built to Last and Lat. In 9th, we have Tack on Asa and Lat. In 8th in Swiss, we have Seb K with Asa and Arasana. In 7th, we've got Santa on Ag Infusion and Freedom. In 6th, we've got Nykride on Asa and Sable. In 5th, we have Seachling with Asa and Lat. We have Deer in 4th on PE and Lat. We have Arzon on Reality Plus and Arasana in 3rd. We've got Rotom Appliance at number 2 on Precision Design and Lat. And then as King of Swiss, we have Jai on ASA Group and Lat. I'm going to ask the top 16 to make their way over to their assigned tables so that we can do side selection and start the top cut imminently. For people that placed in the top 32, please come by the front desk and we will prize you out for your additional prizes. Thank you so much, everyone. This has been truly a blast, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Welcome back to the Netrunner World's 2024 World Championship. It's been a long day. It's been a long weekend, and we're getting to the top 16 cut. My name is Andre from the Metropolitan Grid. I go by he, him.
I'm Juniper, she, her. I'm so excited for this.
It is really exciting. We had 203 players show up. We're down to just 16. 51 players returned to the start of today, playing 3 more rounds of single-sided Swiss, and we're starting in 16 players only left. This is double elimination.
Yep. So they get 2 chances. It looks like we're ready to go. Let's just get right to it.
Right in. These are players you probably know the names of. On the left, that is Jan Tuno. It's playing an ESSA deck. It's known to play a lot of ESSA, a lot of aggression. We have that Sabotage. We're going to see some pressure. On the right, this is the top of a Swiss. This Jai, undefeated going to this. So how it works in double-sided Swiss, or sorry, double elimination, is that the first seed plays the 16th seed, the second for the 15th, and so on and so forth. And specifically, only in this round, the higher seed gets to choose which side of the matchup. And Jai, looking at the deck list, this is now open deck list Netrunner, decided to want to play the ASA group into Tuno's ESSA.
Right. Well, previously it was all decided for you, and no one actually knew what was in your other opponent's deck list beforehand. Maybe you could get some hints or something, but it did mean if you went up against, say, as we were saying, we would see like a build to last, be like, what exactly is this trying to do? What's the strategy here? Today, you know exactly what your opponent's cards are, and if you're smart, you can figure out exactly what their strategy is.
And these are kind of known quantities. Both these players are known for playing these archetypes. Jai is playing ASA group as he's brought through the whole continental season. This list is only slightly different than what you might have expected. We're looking at 2 Biotic Labors, influence spent on powers that be, of course, the Spin Doctors, Tattoo Bolas, a Chrysium grid, but Holoman is the big way that we can score out aggressively agendas, whether it's never advancing a 5-3 and getting a tempo swing back on the table with the ASA group ability and powers that be. This can snowball if the board is not challenged and those assets don't come down.
It wants to put down a lot of cards. It wants to score them fast. It just wants to out-tempo the opponent as fast as possible. The ASA list, meanwhile, we've got, I'm trying to see if there's any fun stuff.
This is the chippy one. I've been talking to Tuno. Tuno's been speaking specifically about Palangi being this deck.
Palangi being in the deck, which is a really, really interesting include. There's also 2 simul chips. It's exactly the sort of thing I like to put in a deck like this. Just add simul chips and then add funny programs to do stuff with. Obviously some Nukas just for card draw. 2 Ashen Epilogues, which implies assuming that you're going to go through your deck, potentially.
Yeah, we have, in terms of recursion, labor, right? So if we lose some of the cards, we can do a reset. Now, Jai's starting with that ASA install on the remote server, protecting HQ. You have to watch out for the Chastushka. And Tuno starts up with the Simul chip into the Marrow. There's only a 2 of in this list, this Marrow. Getting that down, giving you the hand size, and to get that ongoing when-scored ability is definitely going to help. Banhar is going to be protected from damage, and Banhar is just so good in this matchup because you're going to see a lot of these 1-ice remote servers. Jai's going to present horizontal problems, and while Banhar can tackle one of those really well every turn, it's up to Tuno to figure out really cleverly where to put that pressure.
Getting that Banhar down, getting that Marrow down early is also really good because it's going to trigger on any potential agenda scores. Well, it's not a ton of stuff. That could be 4 or 5, 6 different sabotages per game.
Now, the Nico start in the remote server, you're expecting Rashida as the most explosive start, but Nico, no slash at all, already being credited positive on the turn it's res. If that stays on the table, we'll see if Tuno wants to pressure that with the Banhar, but otherwise that's 6 credits and a card draw coming on the next 2 turns.
It's definitely a relief to see it instead of the Rashida, because the Rashida is such a big tempo thing, and having the Banhar in your first hand, you know that you can't actually get into a server on that turn. You can do it next turn, but not immediately. So being able to see, okay, I don't have to immediately pressure it. I have a turn to potentially try and take it down if I want.
A lot of the ASA group players are playing something that is slightly akin to a shell game. The understanding is Banhar is really good at dealing with only 1 ice. We'll probably see Jai here build another remote server, even put an un-iced thing on the table, and just say it takes time, it takes effort to check all this sort of stuff. It's hard to get 2 ice res. Some of their ice is expensive. We're looking at, I think, 2 brawn. Ablative Barriers are not something you're excited to res pre-that threat 3, which is coming up relatively fast if one good Chestushka can hit through and get some cards thrown into archives. But just 2 on the table, no ASA this turn.
It should be noted the ice in Jai's deck, some of it is there's a few things that are 1 subroutine, a few things that are 2, and then there's a few things that are 3 subroutines. So making a run, you have to have at least 3 credits in hand with the Banhar. Otherwise, you could run into an MIC or something. All 3 of those subroutines turn into take 1 net damage that kills you instantly. So Tuno can't safely run unless it has at least 3 cards in hand.
Dr. Nuka starting with some card draw, emptying that really quickly, just getting that hand size. Again, we have on, I believe it's 7 hand size after taking the core damage from the Marrow. A Banhar token staying on the card, not putting that to work, saying that Nico campaign, that HQ pressure is not going to be converting this turn. One thing I'm always concerned when you're playing this sort of Sabotage deck is, are any of these uniced cards Spin Doctors? Because you often don't want to Sabotage into a Spin Doctor that gives Jai control to either fix a bad hand or just go off the top of the deck and understand that you can put those cards back. So we'll see if Tuno is able to pressure these, or if it just wants to set up for getting that Chestushka, which can be kind of guaranteed on HQ if Jai doesn't find the one of Crisium Grid or gets a second ice on HQ.
I was wondering, because there's, okay, so moshing 3 cards away to draw 3 more and gain 3 credits. A second Bankar makes sense. A Dirty Laundry and another Nuka. I mean, you're going to draw 4 cards off the Nuka. Is Nuka 4 or 6?
Nuka can be 6 over
Nuka
3
6,
clicks.
So yeah, 6 cards off of Nuka. Getting 3 cards, that's pretty good value.
Just Rashida on the table, Jai smiles. A cheeky play for sure.
Oh.
Going to feel good, and that might insinuate that he doesn't have any ice in hand, and Rashida's definitely going to likely going to fix that. These decks are generally around 14 to 15 ice. You need a good ratio of things that go in servers and in front of servers often to ensure that you're getting that ace installed the way you want to. Again, the big powerful card here is fully operational. 3 of course, in this deck that says draw cards or gain credits, and it repeats as a new choice for every server you have that's iced with something in it. So we're going to see that playmat. We're going to cover all those nice signatures. Those were all signed today, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to lose some of those pretty quickly with some ice and some installs.
The naked Rashida has to feel so bad, though, because you think, I could have run that, I could have taken care of that.
Now, Tuna's list, I don't believe, has any support for trashing assets, whether it's a Bones or a Scrubber or an Imp. It's just going to be credits.
It does have 2 Pinhole Threadings, which can potentially take out
a
Hollow Man.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely matters in this matchup. Tuno has to really carefully consider where to use the Pinhole Threadings. Like that server right there, putting a Pinhole Threading to get rid of that's a Hollow Man in there could be really useful. It could also be you Pinhole Threading, you see an agenda, you realize you can't get in and you're in trouble.
The double ice is the respect you need for Banhar here. And Jai might need to actually just protect a Spin Doctor on the table. That other card that wasn't res, there are a couple options here. Whether it is just a Powers That Be sitting on the table waiting for an agenda, but Tuno marking that HQ with the Banhar.
Are we going to see a Chestushka?
There should be no ice that's going to stop runs here. We're first checking that. See if it's a
check for a spin.
Spin Doctor respect. Jai looking at hand kind of tells you it might just be a spin here. Now you want to get that out of the way before you go for the Chestushka. The 3 Spin Doctors in the deck are incredibly important.
It is. It's rough to have that Spin Doctor so early because there's so few cards in archives right now. And Ace is just going to keep putting cards in archives. You really want to be able to shuffle stuff back in.
Now, a really big wrinkle with a lot of the modern HB decks is often they're okay with allowing the runner to trash the Spin Doctor on the basis that the deck has drafters and ablative barriers. And so having the ability at instant speed to pull it back, and there you say, Jai says, I know I can shuffle some cards back into R&D, but now for the rest of the game, especially once we get to threat 3, sometimes Essa sends at HQ, you res an ablative, the Spin Doctor comes back. Those are the big plays that Tuno needs to be dancing around.
That does also mean that, Ghost Tongue. Interesting. Okay.
Econ Engine, here we're going to get a Sabotage. Tuno doing its work, getting that Spin Doctor down to make sure that Jai has to make some hard decisions here. Again, Essa, the first time that you take core damage, you get to draw a card to replace that card you lose and cause Sabotage too. For those who are not too familiar with the Boreal Cycle, Buzzsaw, what's that going to get through in the deck? I'm not sure if we're actually on any magnets. It's probably just MICs.
And Gatekeeper, but Gatekeeper's miserable to break with the Buzzsaw. Well, the first time
you do it with your face for the first one. The second one will gladly pay 1. But now, speaking of pay one less with the Ghost Tongue, we're going to see a lot of these events be so much cheaper. We saw Dirty Laundry leave with unchecked remote servers, but the economy can come pretty quickly here.
It is interesting. Normally, I'd be really worried about seeing the Buzzsaw in archives as Asa, because so often if you lose the breakers to damage or something, you're not running that many breakers. You're running more things to go fast. But the simul-chips and the Pelongi mean it can just be gotten back really fast, really easily, potentially.
I think that was 2 off the top rope. Jai, just getting them off of R&D at Raindrops, a nice way to get cards back here.
With the Bankar, so that's going to deal a bunch of net damage, but gain credits and probably draw you a lot of cards from this.
I'd be surprised if Jai goes for a res here. Good. We're just going to get an access again. It's really tricky for Raindrops. We're just replacing that cards when it comes to Banhar, but we haven't seen Steel Skins or Strike Funds, so single access, finding a wage workers for trash costs. Looks like that's going to stay. We're going to have 3 back from what is the free Raindrops.
This does also mean you now could Chestushka.
Yep, for sure. Jai might
'Cause
look for the second ice.
You do still have the... Oh,
We're drawing 5 cards start a turn. Rashida into Nico into mandatory draw. Now, Jai doesn't have any sort of click compression. We've seen 1 Wage Worker, so if you do that quad install turn, you can actually install 5 cards, if I'm not mistaken, with Asa Group to really get the cards on the table. Understanding, too, you can get 2 ice in a single Asa Group install, or an upgrade into an ice. A Crisium on HQ for Jai would be fantastic here. Understanding there's actually no successful run triggers that you're really threatening on R&D. This is not a finality list, which is often a one of in these Asa decks, but Tuno's pressure is just the sabotage, running their remote servers, and of course, what can be in a game easily up to 7 to 8 Chestushkas if things get out of hand.
we've seen 1 Spin Doctor go down. Curious what we'll see. Obviously, Jai would love to see fully up. Oh, 3 cards in 1 server.
I think he might just be planning. I think he's trying to figure out what he needs. We see in hand a Holoman. You can do it. Like Asa does do that for sure, the double install. We're looking at Mana Garn's 2S for defensive upgrades. Otherwise, it's like Tranquilities. We do have a Mavirus. I'm not sure if that's going to really matter. It can just interact with the 1 Singleton Voluptuous. Palangi could be cool. That's a really cool thing. You can always simul-chip back in response if you understand the paid ability triggers, which both these players definitely do. Jai's trying to plan out this turn here. Again, you love a YDL, but that's definitely not the sort of decks we're looking at here. And Jai figuring out what cards that he wants to discard. Again, you need to start pushing forward. You want to get to threat 3. There's this clock in the game. Firstly, a Blade Ev, once that's online, the game is totally different with 3 recursion cards for the Spin Doctor, but also this is a Bigament list. And if your most taxing barriers are Brawn, it's only a matter of time before that giant cat is ripping through those Brawns for 1 credit.
Yep, and with a Palangi, it can potentially be ripping through anything else. You could rip through a Gatekeeper, you could go through anything with that.
So you have to push forward, and with Holoman, we have the credits, a very good credit total, I think around 19, if I'm not mistaken. You're spending about 8.
So 2 cards in the double-iced server. It's the first click, second click.
Holoman
playing and rezzing a Wage Workers.
We're going to go for that quad, or actually maybe even 5 installs. Wage Workers.
We'll see 1 more install.
Does see there's
another card on HQ. Obviously worried about that Chestushka. And then now you get a 4th action because of that. A 3rd card in there.
So we're assuming Managarm Tranquility is going to be unique. Agenda into Holoman is actually very likely. Jai has the funds. And it's up to Tuno to force these ice reses, because the money can go quickly. You have to res 2 ice on the remote server to keep Tuno out, unless the Managarm can hold. And on 3 credits Managarm, you only have 1 good way to interact with it, which is the double click. We're going to start there.
Mystic Mamie, a little bit of Econ.
Wizard She's here, going to get in credit a turn 4 events on Ghost Tongue. That's a lot of value. Running Hot to start.
Running Hot, ooh, that's a lot of clicks.
Such a fun card. We're talking about like clicking into Managarm. Now you have extra clicks if you do want to do that. This gives you more of a turn.
Another Mara, definitely what you want to see.
A perfect hit. Jai has to decide here. It is Sabotage 2 once per turn. Looks like that was 1 from hand, 1 from the top rope. Carefully, you don't see too many. Again, if you're not familiar with Sabotage, this was from the Borealis cycle. Really fun mechanic. And you have to decide where the cards come from. You do HQ first before you look at any of the cards from R&D. So Jai has to make the decisions before seeing the unknowns.
All right, let's see. In Archives, are we going to see any agendas?
Running Archives here,
gosh,
Tuno.
5 face-down cards. What do we get?
Nothing.
No. Oh, no, wait, there's one.
We have 1.
We have 1.
It's a black and white. Is it? It's an Aqua. Tuno has the clicks and the credits. That's 3 points up.
3 points.
Now, the deck only has 2 of these Iquas, if I'm not mistaken. That's very important because Jai wants to score 3 agendas. But this is a huge difference. We're now on threat 3, which means every single ablative, which there are 3 in these lists, can bring back Spin Doctors at instant speed installed into different servers.
Now running on that server.
Tuno had to ask for extra click counters, understanding that it's going to be playing some running hots. And I believe we have the extra click counters to sate those needs. Remote server on a healthy 16 credits. Understanding this first ice that subroutines are just going to say net damage. And there's the first ablative.
There's the ablative.
This allows you to install something from HQ or Archives into a different or in front of a different remote server. It cannot be an agenda.
How many actions does Tuno have left? How many actions does it have left at this point?
Probably 3. I think 3, because 1 came from the Aqua. I think we're going to see with the click trackers.
Okay, 2 clicks remaining.
Just 2.
So it can go trash the Rashida, although it will take... Oh, no, because you can put the ice in front.
Yeah, A-Sub installs once per turn. That includes the runner's turn. It's going to be only 1 net damage losing. Again, not a card you really need in this matchup.
Tuno has to consider very carefully, because it doesn't want to force the next res. Because depending on what that is... Ooh, a drafter. That does let you in, though.
Yes, you can overinstall with a Spin Doctor to save the agenda. So it gets trashed with an overinstall, and then you can save it. We have a Managarm, we're assuming their remote server, and Tuno exactly has 2 clicks left. So it can click through the Managarm. So Jai has a hard decision here.
No. if it clicks through the Managarm, it can't go run archives or try and get if there was an agenda over-installed in there.
Yeah.
Obviously, you could shuffle it back with Spin Doctor, but it does mean you lose all remaining clicks on your turn.
Yeah, Jai is thinking, I think if you see the overinstall with the Spin Doctor, Tuno probably just walks away, runs archives, and forces the spin. But
Absolutely.
on no credits, can't even get in to trash anything. We've seen 2 Rashidas so far. In fact, one of them's returned to the table. So Jai can spend a fair few credits here and be pretty comfortable getting that Rashida 3 cards, 3 credits back. And keeping cards in hand is so important. This deck is not on legwork. Like a lot of HQ pressure alongside. A lot of corporations throw out their worst cards in hand. So getting some HQ multi-X can be pretty important. Looks like it is a Spin Doctor.
A spin.
So 1 card's added to hand, 1 card's installed on the table, both from HQ or archives.
Is it being installed in the server, or is it just being installed in general?
It looks like Nico might go back to HQ.
Nico's going back to HQ.
And we'll see
And
the spin
is
on
going
top.
to over-install on something, so that must be an agenda. So does Tuno continue? I assume Tuno continues to see the Skunk Works, let it get res.
You force the res at a
you
minimum,
force the
I
res.
reckon. Now Drafter has fired.
Oh, what?
Wait,
Wait.
this
Hold
is a
on.
judge call. Jai just trashed the wrong card on the overinstall. That was
Oh,
meant to
shit.
get the Vitruvius into the bin. So we're going to call a judge here.
No.
Not something you're excited to run into. Again, of course, you can't have an agenda and an asset in the same server. Obviously, both players know this. The overinstall here was to get that Vitruvius into the bin because that topmost card is a Spin Doctor.
I think this is just something they can take back because the only information's been revealed to
Yeah.
Tuno, and that's not a disadvantage. But we'll see what the judge says.
A legal board state, a turn, a couple actions, some planning, that can be a problem, but of course this is up to the judges.
Yeah.
This is it's a world, it's a competitive
Yeah, it
tier
is a
event.
competitive. It could go. They could make a decision that way.
We'll see how this goes. So it looks like we might have to call this through. Oh, definitely not excited to see that here in our first round. Again, this is double elimination, so
Either way, they will get another chance.
yes,
but,
for sure.
That has to hurt.
These are 2 definitely favorites coming into the 2024 World Championship. Understanding that that is a Spin Doctor on top of an upgrade on top of an agenda here. I wonder what hit the bin. Oh, I'm definitely not feeling great about this, but the judges will sort this out. Oh man,
That's
that
not how
server.
you-
That's it is what it is. That server too. Like
So-
talk about the ice that doesn't end the run. That had to be exactly like the drafters. Everything else stops the run there. Having exactly the draft into the ablative is the one thing that Tuno can get into. Now there's repercussions. Obviously, cards move around, but that was the server that could be assailed here. Jai's not drawing the ice in the order that I think he wants.
Right, but Jai might have been thinking, well, I can put the
Yeah,
Spin
yeah,
Doctor
it's a
down.
great
I can
play.
do this. What are as someone who's more familiar with this, what are the options for a judge here? Like, what happens in this sort of scenario?
I don't know. Worlds obviously will be held to a different standard, competitive and casual events. I generally do more judging for casual events in which,
So-
making the game go on and making everyone, learn the rules together. This is obviously a bit different when it comes to rewinding board state. And you try not to do this, but
So
I don't know.
Obviously, in this scenario, there's 2 assets installed in that server.
an
because they're-
agenda and an asset,
An
right?
agenda and
Yeah,
an asset.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's an agenda and an asset which isn't legal, and that was there. In theory, if Tuno had jacked out, it would have stayed like that.
That's a
which
problem.
would be a serious
That's a
problem.
problem, yeah.
Now, because it went in and saw the server, it might be able to back it up as this was going to happen. You see we know what's going on, but I don't know. The judge could say, this is an illegal board state. This is not like a thing that can happen. This has to be a game loss.
Yeah.
Obviously, you don't want to win a game based on a game loss
No.
because of a mistake like that in Worlds, which would be so rough, but we'll see.
What's interesting is today, Jai, this is his first game of Netrunner.
Yeah.
There was 3 rounds. Tuno is battling it out, making sure it makes the bracket on 16th on strength of schedule. Obviously, Tuno is a fantastic player, but some really, really tough rounds today. Basically, you have to win all of them in a row. Jai, this is his first game of Netrunner today. So sometimes these things obviously happen. Of course they do, but we'll see exactly what the judges call out here. From this point forward, say that this does get resolved in a way that the game can continue. We're going to see that Vitruvius in the bin, and the Spin Doctor will be rezzed, and we'll force a shovel back in. And if that is the remote server, that's actually tricky for Tuno to deal with.
Yeah.
We're not looking at any killers in the list. It's simply a Buzzsaw and the Begamot, 1 Bontulus, and then the Plongi in other ways with the Simon chip to trick through that remote server. So Jai actually has something, as much as that ice is relatively cheap, that Tuno is going to have to put the pressure on central servers and maybe try and disrupt things, because if you can just chain, Holloman, which might actually still be in that server over and over again.
And the thing is, because there is the cheap ice there, Jai hasn't spent a ton of money. So
Not
Jai
yet.
has the money to res multiple ice on HQ.
Yes.
If Jai had pulled up, say, a Brawn or something, then Jai would be down 3 more credits, and Tuno could potentially say, okay, I want to push a little bit harder on this.
Yeah, we haven't seen any fully ops yet. That's going to be pretty explosive. We do know there's a Rashida on the table if that goes through, which is quite great. I think both players laughing. Definitely big here on cameras trying to sit through this. Yeah, we might just jump to the bracket
Let's
here
take
for a
look at the
while
bracket
for this
real
to be
quick
sorted out.
while we figure this out.
Oh, man, the top 16 cut was so wild. So to understand here how the bracket works, I'm going to say this confidently. The top player is the player in the higher seed.
Yes.
So what happens at the beginning of this round, it's like a really important decision. You sit down across from your opponent, you got to see both their deck lists, and you decide which side you want to play right now. And of course, as the bracket works, you basically continue to play Netrunner until you take 2 losses across the day. And once that happens, that's the end of the Worlds 2024 run.
That does mean that when we get to finals, if the lower tier bracket from losers comes back and wins, they then have to fight again and play a second time and win twice in a row.
And you always get those narratives where like, oh, you knocked me down, I'm coming back, I have to reset the bracket. It is a lot of fun.
It's so rough, but it's also very, very cool to see it happen.
Now, a really cool thing here, 4 of these names here are players from this local San Francisco type area, and specifically they're in a testing group that they've called the Unnamed West Coast Testing Group. And the goal they have today is which of these 4 players ends in the highest position, which, mind you, might just be that World Championship title, today gets to name the group.
Looks like the judge is making a decision here. All right, it looks like we are going to back it up. We are going to say...
This is a good rewind. It looks like we're able to
looks like we
play this
are
on.
doing a rewind.
I believe Jeff there, head of the organized play policy, definitely off camera, people are making a tough decision on how they want to resolve that. I have no doubt at a minimum, Jai is going to get some sort of warning to be careful about these sort of interactions. We're very fortunate, again, as you said, imagine you jack out there for some reason. That is a total mess to fix. But we are going to repair it. Game is going to continue. We're not resing the Manic-Arm, showing the 3 cards. Not resing the Manic-Arm there. Very interesting. Now, Tuno won't double-click, but Tuno also can't trash, so it's just information. All those cards are staying on the table. We know the Vitruvius in archives. I'm so glad this is not how round 1
I'm
ends.
so glad we actually get to see the rest of the game.
We're in for a game. Okay.
I hope, not to show favorites, but I do hope Tuno could win this. If Tuno wins this in on sheer strength, that would be fun to see. I wonder if Tuno runs archives now just to force the Spin Doctor shuffle.
Yeah. You have time to do it. You still have 1 click left here.
It feels like that way you just get it out of the way. There we go.
Great.
So that's going to force the Spin Doctor to be rezzed and removed from the game.
Jai being very careful against the right one this time. Draw 2. And I'm glad he's laughing again. After this sort of mistake, you might be shaken, you know, playing on camera, top of Swiss. So I'm glad, we got to get those nerves out here at the top. Looks like it's going back in. That was a Hagen, if I'm not mistaken, and almost definitely the face down Vitruvius is going back into the deck. So
that's rough to see. That's rough to see as Tuno. But you do know now that both Spin Doctors are removed. So at this point, honestly...
just one, right? The first one, because now it's actually removed.
Right, the first one got removed. But it is a Spin Doctor removed for the game, which is what you want to see as what do you want to see as Asa. Asa, you can just keep going for Sabotage and potentially win off that. That's one of the things I really love about the identity, is that one of my favorite things about Netrunner is that there's always a chance that you just touch Central and you see an agenda and you touch an agenda and you win. And there's really a lot of that. You do a Sabotage and sometimes you just win based off that.
This is going to be another explosive turn. This is Rashida into Spin Doctor to mandatory. It's another like +5 card turn that we're starting. Now, Jai with the Wage Workers can probably use that many cards. If the Operation show up, Biotic Labor, stuff like that. Biotic Labor into Wage Workers. You actually can do a lot of work. You can score a 4-2 from hand, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see how Jai wants to use that.
We do know that there's a Hollow Man still installed.
Yep.
So
you can even fast advance a Vitruvius. It's prohibitively expensive, but it is a possibility. But Jai needs to figure out how to get out of here. A fully op might come this turn just for credits. A very cool thing about a lot of these fully op decks is Asa Group, by the end of the game, it might still only be 10 turns. You might only have 11 cards left in R&D. And against Sabotage, that can be quite difficult potentially. So Jai has to make sure that he's been drawing a lot. Like R&D is probably only 20, 22 cards left at this point. We've seen 5-card draw, 5-card draw, and Tuno doesn't mind that. Again, it's the alternate win condition you barely see, but the corporation fails to ever draw a card. That's a game loss for the corporation. Planning the turn, again, cards on the table. Those are not installs on top of the Wage Workers. Jai just, of course, planning the turn like you'd expect.
Tuno, it's also on 0 credits right now, so it needs a way to get back up on credits. It can't install a Begemot. It can't install any sort of Icebreaker.
It doesn't have Sure Gamble, so our big burst back there with Mystic Miami and, of course, the Ghost Tongue. We've seen one Dirty Laundry hit the bin.
Dirty Laundry, Raindrops Cut Stone, both can give you a little bit of money out of nowhere.
Strike funds otherwise are the only burst economy.
Wow. This deck is very low to the ground. Well, Fermenter. There's Fermenter too, which can get you some money. It's not going to be good as fast as you need it to be here, but it can help you get that money.
Now, moshing, another great way to get into. I don't think we've seen a strike fund just yet, so it has the potential to jump up to credits quite
Strike
quickly.
fund also made a lot better by having that Ghost Tongue on the field.
Yep. Might just send it into that remote server. Interesting to find out how Tuno is going to deal with that remote server with just the drafter. Is relatively tricky. And there we have a card on top of what we know to be a Mana Garm and a Holloman. Two very important cards. One for scoring, one for protecting. And Jai is going to get some more cards on the table.
Ice there. Oh, that's so hard to get into.
This forces the Begamut install. Unless you want to Botulus the Blative, you need to get your Fractor down. Icing of R&D, and there's a fully op for last click after Wage Workers. We might just see full money here. So this is a plus, what is it? 8 credits for 1?
That's 8 credits for 1. That's so much money.
That's the first one, and we're expecting, of course, 2 more, but that is the power card. It came out a fair bit later after Asa Group, but was much enjoyed once the Ashes cycle hit. This card is actually seeing play even in Tuno's list in PE. It's doing some work tonight, that's for sure.
This is so rough to see right now because you have so little money, you have so little options, and the Corp has so much going on.
So now Banner on R&D, poking.
Running R&D, just poking it.
That's the Hagen. There's 2 in this list. That might have been the one that came back here. This is going to be 2 damage. That first
I wonder
subroutine.
if there's a Steel Skin or a Strike Fund in hand.
There's a Strike Fund. Going to gain 2.
Ooh, and there's an Ashen Epilogue. I don't think that matters in this game.
It probably won't.
Yeah, and Ashen Epilogue obviously shuffles your entire deck back in, your entire discard back.
That's an agenda. That's not only an agenda. That is the agenda.
Oh, gosh.
Tuno on 5 points here after single access on R&D. Not often do you see Essa win off the single accesses, but Tuno here understands, or Jai understands, just one simple sabotage with no Spin Doctor, you take a risk off the top of the deck. That can just be the first round.
Jai could have a Spin Doctor down right now, and Jai does get to see all of the sabotage, see what's in Archives. Right, Tuno running the remote server?
I think we're just making sure. I don't think Tuno has a way into the remote server. The Bladed Barrier and the Banhar is all on the Hagen. So I think Tuno's asking what came into that server potentially at turn. There's one new card with the Asa Group getting the ice on that third outermost spot unrezzed. But Tuno seeing 5
Looking
points.
at Archives, trying to see what's in there, trying to figure out what might be in that server by what's already in Archives.
Stealing 1 early Ikoa, stealing the Luminal. I don't think you can ask for better agendas this quickly. Jai still has 7 points, of course, to score out, and likely going to need the last Ikoa in the list.
That's the thing about Asa. You've got this huge machine up against you. You've got this giant bunch of cards, so many ice installs, so many else. And it doesn't matter if you just hit a couple of sabotages, hit RD, you can just win out of nowhere. It's one of the best identities that have been. I compare it sometimes when I'm explaining Netrunner to people. I'll say, like, this is the burn deck of Netrunner. This is the closest Netrunner's ever had to a literal burn deck. You're throwing cards, you're going as fast as you can. It doesn't matter.
We got a Fermenter down, QTM special. That's going to be getting virus counters. That is econ of this deck. There's one virus, but I'm not sure if Jai is going to be purging anytime soon. We're going to see a play here. Let's see if that bottommost remote server is the powers that be. Another anti-destruction cards. Gets cards back on the table. We'll see what's in the bin here. Holloman, you can spend 4 credits to put 3 advancements. Nothing's been installed this turn. One of the most powerful cards from the last set.
If this is a Ikoa project, that could be really good here.
Powers that be, res in that remote. We're going to score, gain 7 credits. 4 seems like a lot, but when you get your money back, now you can get an install. Whether it's a Rashida back in the hand, you can install something from HQ or from Archives.
That does sabotage 1 with the Marrow, though.
And Marrow, very notably, has to go after you do the recursion with powers that be because the active player goes first. So you can't just sabotage and then bring an agenda that got trashed. So Double Ice R&D saying, hey, I know there's still a fair few points in here. And while Tuno isn't on finality, just touching a single card any turn is a risk that Jai doesn't want to take.
And also that does mean that there isn't a Spin Doctor installed right now. We've seen everything that's installed, so we know there's no Spin Doctor installed. Putting
an upgrade? Yeah, whether it's a Managarm or a virus. Those are the ones that make the most sense. Crazy Great on R&D, I don't think does anything in the matchup. Again, this is open deck list. I don't believe that Tuno is on a copy of Finality, the one R&D run you might be expecting. But this gets really frightening. Jai needs to keep a full hand because a single sabotage, whether it's... Oh, that was a strike fund that came off the Mystic Miami last turn. That's really cool. Gaining credits. We have a lot of credits on this Mystic Miami for events. But Jai has to be careful. Even sometimes you can overinstall your Ghost Tongue, overinstall your Marrow just to get Sabotage, because this damage is really going to hurt Jai's hands. Now, getting something into remote server, Jai can be on game point next turn. If that is a 5-3 or a 4-2, that shouldn't be a problem. And Powers That Be is going to repair and, in fact, make the board state even stronger.
If Tuno can see a Begemot and a Palangi, if Tuno can see those Palangis, Tuno can potentially get into most servers at this point, is the thing.
Money might matter. I think we need a big burst, right? Like maybe you have to crack the Fermenter. But Begemot is somewhat expensive. I believe 4, if not maybe.
It is. I believe it's 5. It is
maybe
very
5?
expensive.
Yeah.
But once it's down, Tuno's on 3 core damage right now. So 1 more will make it 3 core damage. That's 5 strength.
Yep.
1 more means you can break through basically anything on the corpse side. And if you have a Palangi, then you can break through any 2 server. That is literally 2 credits to get in.
Yep. So see, we don't have that many options in hand. Just 2.
Oh,
We're charging
going
the
for the
powers.
install. Oh, and just a naked trash.
Yeah, not resing there. Jai understanding, or Tuno understanding, excuse me, that Powers That Be is exactly how Jai can snowball forward, scoring and putting the next agenda remote server.
I think Tuno might have been hoping that he would res something and hit the steel skin to save on stuff
If
and
it's
spend
not
some money.
worth resing that ice, you want to keep your money. Jai is going to need a fair few more credits to score out on the Hollow Man. It is relatively expensive. Now with Wage Workers, you can just score out 4 2s. It will end your turn, but Hollow Man gives you the ability to do
Drawing
anything.
here is not what you want to see. Tuno must be looking for money.
We have Moshings. We have Steelskin Scarrings. Drawing through our deck here. Now, Mystic Miami being a bit of a liability. It's actually hard to use those credits off of Mystic. I think the only thing that really pays for that is either the 1 Ashen, which is gone, or the Chestushka. We see a bit into its hand, Fermenters. And it looks like
Taking a single credit.
we're deciding whether the Wizard is going to, she's going to get the card, or whether we're just going to lose that 4 credit investment. It's gone.
Oh, that hurts.
Companions.
Let's see. Are we going to see another agenda scored?
Now, Jai, we'll see if there's a start to turn trigger again. We do know one of those cards underneath the Hollow Man is the Managarm Skunkworks.
We know one is a Skunkworks, but the other could be an agenda. If it's an agenda, it can be scored here very easily. And if it is, the thing Jai most wants to see here, having that server, is the Ikawa project. Because if Jai scores that out, Jai is on game point.
Yes. So Jai, considering it, if he does overextend, scoring an Ikawa does cost 8 credits. There's a lot of money. And understanding that Jai still has to be able to res both ice on HQ to prevent a Chestushka from coming through.
That's
now,
true.
if one of those cards is an Ablative Barrier, you have a bit more reach.
Install?
Because that can get a Spin Doctor back. In fact, if we haven't seen a Spin Doctor just yet, that's probably what that card down there is. Fully
operational for more money, I presume.
We might see a bit of draw at the start, just to keep a full hand. You want to keep a full hand, just so if Sabotage comes through, you can say, I'm going to give you these cards, not the unknown cards.
Or potentially even looking for another agenda if that's not an agenda.
I think it might not be, unless Jai's holding us. Tranquility, Mavirus, the other options here.
It's definitely something that you just want to see. You want to see, okay, this isn't on Tuno's side, you want to see, this is an agenda. I have another turn to keep sabotaging, to keep applying pressure. I'm not going to lose. Because this is such a clock deck, it's such a, I'm whittling you down, you want to, every single turn matters so much.
I think Jai might be well served if we have a Mavirus on the table. After the Fermenter hits 3, Jai might want to consider purging to put Tuna back down to just 1 credit and the Ghost Tongue. We'll see here, we've done 1 install so far, 1 operation, so Wage Workers isn't going to work today.
Somewhere in that deck is 1 Mavirus, which can
I think he's holding it. I think that was in his hand. I saw a bit of red. Oh, Jai keeping his cards close enough to his hand. We can't peep it on the camera. But we'll see where the upgrades go down. That's an HQ upgrade. I think that actually might be the Mavirus.
Absolutely. And
Christian Grid's the other option. To deal with Chestushka, you have to trash that first. Even if it's not, Tuno has to kind of respect that to be Chrysium.
Putting the Bankar on R&D, fascinating.
Might just go for a single if Tuno has here.
Now, are we going to see the... We're going to see the
yeah.
Mavirus resed before turn begins?
Tuno definitely wants it, that Fermenter. Not only does it enable the Simul chip,
okay,
but we're checking. Nothing.
We see the Fermenter go. Okay, so the Mavirus then is still there. Which does mean that all those Palangis, all those tricks can't be used here. Let's see. All right.
Tuno deciding, let's see that big old cat. Raindrops to start.
Raindrops right at the start.
Now, this forces a hard choice. We do know that Hagen will end the run as long as this can be rezzed, and it is a second Hagen rezzed for 4. Now, this is going to be 2 net damage, but that will be replaced by the card draw again. You do get power counters for every sub-team that resolves.
This means Tuno's going to draw 4 cards off of Raindrops.
Just 2? Because it will end. Oh, yeah. If you want to continue to go,
end the run. You go into the second one.
Very good.
The second subroutine doesn't do anything because you don't have any other programs installed.
Yeah.
You get 4 counters. You just you draw 4 cards off of this. That's a gain 3 credits, draw 4 cards.
Yeah,
that's
specifically
incredible.
With the fermenter gone, you can deal with those Hagen subroutines no problem. Yeah. So we'll see if the card draw goes off here. Fantastic play. Just looking again, we have the credits for the Begamot. That's a nice 4 cards here.
It's definitely. I think that's definitely the sort of thing you wanted to see. Especially, you really didn't want to see the Mavirus pop there. Oh.
I think off camera we might have a judge interaction. It looks like things are going okay here. Huge hand of cards there. It has a lot of options. I can't tell too much of what's available there. It looks like we have running hot here. Just to put some pressure on for Jai would be great. Yeah, Ghost Tongue on the outer right. See another Banhar. Not very necessary at this point, of course. But we'll see if Tuno's getting it. It's been a couple turns that the sabotage hasn't mattered. Essa's had a blank text box for a couple turns, and Jai is at the point where just losing cards from the top of R&D can be disastrous. I do think there's a chance there's a Spin Doctor there in the bottom left corner, but Moshing is going to start the party. Get rid of a Moshing and some redundant other cards. This is draw 3, gain 3. Tuno, it does not have what it needs.
It's still drawing.
It's drawn so much this turn. We're looking for that Begamot. It is a fine turn here for the Simulchip. If we want to get something in, I think we do have a running hot at hand if it just wants to extend that turn. First Jistushka's full arts that I think we've seen so far. Now that won't connect HQ. We have no breakers, and we're expecting at least a Chrism Grid, if not an equally powerful bluff. Now, I do want to say also the timer on the top of the round is probably inaccurate. I imagine that Judge Call did provide an extension. And there we go, running hot.
Let's see what we lose with a running hot.
So this will be 1 core damage. Hand size is getting a bit squeezed, but Jai will have to sabotage 2 here. A lot of options. I'm not sure Tuno has anything disastrous.
Losing
That's a labor rights.
You have 1 more, so you can shuffle the labor rights back in with the other labor rights. It's not the worst thing ever.
Yeah, it's likely this game might just even conclude before you get to the recursion loop. But we'll see what Jai decides here. It looks like it has to just be 2 from hand. Maybe suggesting there's no Spin Doctor on the table, but wanting to keep it safe here. Now, some great ESA players like Tuno will send it HQ if it makes sense. This board state's not the case, but when you see 2 cards leaving HQ, sometimes that does attract attention because those cards that are not hitting the bin are probably agendas. Tuno thinking, enough clicks there. That's a pinhole threading. The Hollow Man is probably what you want, but the cool bluff here is touching what might be a Spin Doctor, and it is just a Rashida. Tuno making the call. Sometimes you get that 2-for-1 where the Spin Doctor gets resin popped, but getting down to Rashida there is not, it definitely feels good, but not the most important thing when the Hollow Man there still can score out, but I imagine it's betting that there might be a Spin Doctor to make the hard call on. Wage Workers, Hollow Man, we can score just about anything in our remote server. That card's been there for a turn.
Looks like there's a Dirty Laundry in hand. There is a Palangi in hand, although that isn't that useful with the...
We still need the 1 Begamot. There's only 1 Begamot. I don't think we've seen it yet, the big cat.
We have not seen it.
If it's just in the bottom 5 cards, that's really unfortunate when that's the only breaker besides Buzzsaw. Besides the Buzzsaw, and there's 1 Botulus.
And Buzzsaw, I mean, the current ice on the board, Buzzsaw can't
it's not
really
do
do
that
much with anything.
Now. Second
Another
pinhole
threading. That can take care of the...
That's going for the Hollow Man there. Jai losing a very strong win condition. Now, you can still score out on their remote server if it's a 4-2. The 3-2s, if we're looking at it, do we have the Vitruviuses? We do. So you can still get a counter. And throwing out Jistushka saying HQ 2 ice and maybe Chrism Grid is a bit too much for that poetic punching.
It does mean that you can't install well, if it's a 3-2, you could install a Powers That Be and then advance it. But if it's a 4-2, you can't install a Powers That Be and do that, which does mean you can't recur stuff from the bin. You can't get the Hollow Man back.
Now, Jai's on 2 Biotic. Obviously very expensive, but there's some points in time where getting that Powers That Be to push you forward, returning Rashida kind of refunds the investment of the Biotic labor. R&D can actually be that many more cards to Tuno if it just does sabotage turn after turn. And Jai just drawing as a start here. Is that 2 draws?
That's 2 draws.
Trying to get a full hand. 3 draws for Wage Workers. You don't often see that. We're definitely going to see an ace installed at a minimum. 2 Spin Doctors still unaccounted for. And that card in their remote server on top of what we know to be a Managarm has been there for 2 turns. Whether it's the second Hollow Man or whether it's just a Tranquility hanging out.
Installing with an upgrade. And that server can be gotten into with the
the Banhar.
Yeah, the Banhar.
It was pressured a couple turns ago, but Jai didn't opt to res. It looks like we might see that same interaction now.
I think I saw I believe earlier I saw a Raindrops cuts. Oh, going for the labor rights.
So this will rip 3 off the top of the deck. We still hit a Steel Skin or Strike Fund. They'll fire. It looks like 1 Strike Fund's not too bad. And now you can pick 3 cards and shuffle them back into your deck. And you finish that off by drawing 1. This is a champ design card from a while ago.
Going for the labor rights just to make sure that you don't lose everything. And the Ashen
we're going for the
Epilogue.
loop. Playing the long
wow.
game here. So not going for the pressure, but going for all these options. To get a bit of Sabotage, a bit of Recursion. It's 4 cards for the Ashen Epilogue if you want to put all that deck back, but we need to find the Begamot. Removing 3 non-Begamot cards, adding 3 Begamot cards, at least you're drawing 1.
Yep.
We need to find that cat.
Technically, for the cat, this draws 4 cards because you have the Simul Chip down and there is the Palangi in hand. If you needed to,
You can
if you,
use
if you
shuffle,
saw it in the archives, you could just throw it there and then Simul Chip it back as fast as possible. So this looks at 4 cards to try and do that with.
Tuno,
See?
finding out the top,
There's
Palangi's
the
coming
Palangi.
down.
There it is.
This does allow you to make things into different subtypes. So if you find a code gate, it's a barrier, and the cat can waltz through here. We're going to be at 5 core damage after the Begamot comes
But
down.
we do know that's probably a Mavirus on HQ, so that can at any moment be turned into nothing.
Yeah, I think there has to be a Mavirus somewhere. Like the read is maybe Mana Garm and R&D, but the Mavirus, the Crisium, those are very good options both for HQ. And still 2 upgrades in each of these servers. We haven't seen a single Tranquility. We know 1's a Mana Garm. Jai taking a peek here again. You can always ask your opponent to look through the discard, count their cards, see what you're playing around. Obviously, the Begamot's the big thing that hasn't made its entrance just yet. But Tuno might still pressure the remote.
One of the things about Simul Chip is you can't use Simul Chip unless you have a program in your bin to begin with. Correct?
Yeah, N6.
So
N6 can get you. The
so-
no change of game state.
So if Tuno puts down the Begemot and the Palangi gets Mavirus,
A Spin Doctor came from the remote server. It looks like it was a run on the remote. Spin Doctor just being res, draw 2. And now shuffling back. That's the second Spin Doctor removing from game.
oh wow.
Jai might have something to put back, putting in there the Holoman and the fully operational. Now, this list is on 2 Holomans. Sometimes you want to keep one in the bin to give some teeth to the Ablative, but there's only 1 more Spin Doctor, and that deck is looking relatively
Deck is
thin.
so small. There has to be agendas in hand. At this point.
Tranquility home grade from this year's, I believe, one of the kits. So now we have few cards in R&D offering the cut, of course, but there's only 1 more Spin Doctor.
I
2
believe
face-up
there
cards
is a
going
running
back.
hot in hand.
Yeah,
If
it does
that's
look like a running hot.
This is a great spot to potentially, well, you don't know what you want to lose. If you are in danger of losing something, it's a dangerous thing. But if you can play the running hot, not going to play it. Playing the running hot potentially allows you to even just use it as a diesel. Just a bad diesel.
Tuno drawing
See?
up there. I think it only has 2 or 3 options in hand. 4 core damage in. Jai top decking here after the shuffle. Doing a card count here. This is really important to understand how many turns Jai has left. And at this point in the game, there's only maybe a dozen cards left in R&D. We've only seen 3 agendas.
So there has to be
HQ has
to
3
be
cards,
flooded.
3
It has
agendas in
to
it
be
for
flooded
sure.
at this point. There might be an agenda. We still haven't seen what's in the server with the remote.
No, it might just be an agenda cooking for a while, and then Jai doesn't feel like he has a moment. Tranquility home grid. I reckon we're going to see credits here, but Jai can build a 2-ice remote server. It's only a matter of time before Tuno does find the Begamot to eventually get in.
We could see a fast advance here with a biotic potentially,
Yes.
just to get it out.
Yeah.
There's the biotic.
A Biotic into Wage Workers gives you some good options. Luminal is the good
Triple
score
advance.
here, but it may either be
Getting a 4th advance
counter
with the wage worker.
or an off-roll. Gain
There's
7.
an off-roll. All right, that puts you at 4. Now, there isn't a way. Now, presumably, there isn't a way it would win here.
This turn?
This next turn for Jai.
Jai could, at most, if there is a Holoman on the table,
Yeah, if there's
potentially win.
If there's a Hollow Man on the table, and if there's a
Credits willing, and the Wage Worker survives.
yeah, there is potentially a way, but it is very, very unlikely.
It's expensive, but if that can line up, you need the Ikoa, you need the Biotic, you need enough credits, and the Wage Workers must stand. Tuno finally putting Banhar on HQ. This might mean that the cat is here, but understanding again, we've only seen 4 agendas. There must be something in hand. Now, Tuno's pressure here this turn. Checking. It's a remote server. We know one of the cards in there is a Mana Garm. Is the other Holoman or just an agenda? Even if that's a 5-3, if the last Ikoa has been in the remote server, Jai can just Biotic and quad advance with Wage Workers? No, that doesn't work.
I'm not sure. There is also the possibility. There is also a possibility that one of those upgrades on HQ or R&D could just be a Hollow Man just sitting there waiting.
Yeah.
Sometimes you bluff out a Hollow Man somewhere, and then on your turn you res it, move it to the right server. Because Hollow Man moves at the beginning of your turn, you can move it to anywhere you want. Putting it on the Wage Workers, looking to say,
Yes.
okay, you might have a way to do this, and I'm going to make sure you can. Which makes also
There's the Begamot.
Begemot. Okay, so now this does mean that potentially you can get into any server. However, losing labor rights, probably fine. You still have the Ashen Epilogue.
Yeah, Begamot's going to break everything now for 1 credit. Now, all the
Unless
barriers,
you
of
lose
course,
everything with a virus,
yes.
you can't use the Simul chip right now because I don't think there's another program.
There's a buzzsaw. I think we saw buzzsaw
we did
early.
see the buzzsaw. Okay, so Tuno can just flicker the buzzsaw to get around that. So Tuno can get into any server with 2 ice right now.
At least once, yes. So the Wage Workers is being the target here again. I do think, yeah, Jai has Bionic Labor, and there is an Iqua just in that mostly defended remote server. Can actually score next turn with Biotic, and then Wage Workers to do 5 advancements, if I'm not mistaken. So Tuno is respecting it. It is just taking down the Wage Workers here. It is expensive at 4, but Jai not opting to res into what's going to be broken for maybe only 1 credit. We've only seen 1 ablative so far.
Now, if that's like the Chrysium grid on HQ, that is 5 the trash.
It's a lot of money. And there's no cards in this deck, I think, that make trashing cheaper. But whether it's the Chestushkas, at this point, I don't even think Tuno wants a Chestushka. Tuno just needs to make a run HQ. There's definitely agendas in hand.
Tuno just wants to see what's in HQ. Tuno wants to see anywhere could potentially win you the game. Looking at R&D could win you the game. Anywhere you check at this point could be the instant game.
Jai just removed his archives from the game? Where did it go? It's passed off camera. I think someone's looking through it.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly why, but we did have a Sabotage off the Begamot, a pile of cards there, passing it back to Jai. Now, without the Wage Workers here, Jai has 1 more Biotic Labor in the deck. We haven't mentioned Vitruvius. Vitruvius with a counter is a really strong thing against Essa, and it just has not come up. We haven't seen a single Project Vitruvius just yet.
Well, we've seen... No, we haven't seen it. It was a liminal.
Yeah, we haven't.
So we've seen 9 points right now out of a total of 20.
Yeah.
So
not even half. And
Yeah.
there's not a lot of cards in
not
R&D
even
left.
half of them.
Jai's considering. You see how he's touching, he's manipulating his remote servers, trying to figure out what's the next thing he's going to push here. Needs to understand he can close out the game. Maybe he has a small window, but you're probably going to need something like 4 ice, and none of them can be barriers. In terms of the hard end of runs in this deck, they're not barriers. It is just the awkwardness that Drafter can cause some problems, but Gatekeeper's the one thing left. At 6 strength, you still get through with Begamot Palangi, and you can do Palangi twice a turn as long as the Simul chip, but of course, the virus might interrupt that, so it's hard to build a server.
In order to actually completely keep Tuno out, there has to be a server with 3 ice and none of them can be barriers.
Yes.
That is the only thing that can actually keep it out right now.
A virus, Managarm too at this point, a running hot might still be in Tuno's hands, so getting clicks extra can be a nice surprise sometimes. But Jai here needs to figure out how to get a 5-3. Scoring at 2-4-2s can be difficult. Install on top of that Tranquility Gain 2. It's a last Spin Doctor, just getting more cards in hand. R&D must only be about 9 or so cards. Again, we've been drawing a lot this game, as you often want to do an Ace group. With Tuno putting on the pressure here again.
With no Wage Workers on the board, and that action taken.
There's only 1 Wage Workers on this list as well. Oh no, sorry, I'm looking at Tuno's list. There's multiple Wage Workers. There's usually 2, right? Yeah, there's 2. So there's 1 more somewhere, 1 more Nico as well, representing things that go on remote servers. Jai thinking here, it's really hard. We get that ice outermost on that tall server here. Asking, I think, for a take back. I don't think anything changes here. You can definitely do that. Now, it comes down to the ablative. Tuno has to be careful. If Tuno runs too far into a turn, you can ablative to get back that Holloman onto a table if there's a Holloman in Archives or at HQ, and that can set you up for some sort of fast advance, or specifically the Wage Workers coming back if you run last click. That is maybe a problem.
Jai is puzzling over all possible options here.
Yes. So his fast advance from hand options are, it's difficult for me to do the math quickly, but there are convoluted options that involve both Biotic Labor, Holloman, and having a lot of money. Yes. You can actually, in some ways, thread into fast advance of 5-3.
Using the Spin Doctor. That's the 3rd Spin Doctor. Getting a Biotic.
Jai's going for the double Biotic land. I think you have a line to fast events out with double Biotic, Holloman, 5-3. It's very expensive, but if you win the game, it doesn't matter. So Jai needs to just assemble this sort of Exodia, because I do not think the table is safe. So Jai has to do a good job keeping Tuno busy, checking their remote server, keeping some things getting trashed, while having all these cards dodge Sabotage and be able to do that fast advance combo.
Right, and this puts you in a terrible place, because if you get Sabotage, if there's a running hot in hand, that's 2 Sabotage, and Tuno gets so many action things. Okay, this could be game right here. This
I'm not
all
sure
could be a
face
bluff.
downs. I think Tuno's just checking. I don't think this is a run just yet.
Okay.
Tuno checking here again. Our timer has hit 0. There's probably a bit more time in the round. Excuse me, there was obviously a very important judge call, so this time extension is going to be given to this table, as it usually is for things like this. So we're not exactly sure. Again, if time is called, the active player finishes their turn. Their opponent gets 1 more turn as well.
Right now, Tuno would win because it has 5 points
Yes.
opposed to Jai's 4.
And very notably, when it comes to double elimination brackets, if it does get to a tie on points and time is called and the extra turn resolves, the higher Swiss or the highest seed from the bracket at the start of the double elimination will take it.
I
which
don't
will be
think
Jai.
there's no way for that to happen though at this point.
No.
Because because we're at 5 and 4 points, Jai doesn't have a 1-point agenda.
Fully operational. I think this is the middle of Jai's turn. Just checking, making sure everything is good. Something happened there, but that was not passed back to Tuno's turn. Fully operational with 2 servers means we can do something 3 times. Starting there with draw 2. After we put the biotic labors back in, Jai's trying to, again, build this sort of fast advance combo. Might not be confident about the table. Looks like we're not sure if we paid 1 for that operation. Jai
So
interacting with the credits, getting a mid-full more of dollars. We're at about 18, give or take.
Okay,
Biotic. Is this tempo biotic? What's going on?
Is there going to be maybe a Vitruvius scored out of hand? Biotic.
Second biotic? Do we have it here? Do we have everything we need? Again, if we want to score out of 5-3 here, we have 2 biotics. If they can get a wage workers on the table, we have to do the full combo here. We have still 8 credits left. That's enough for Holloman into a 5-3. I think Jai might have exactly what he needs. That's 6 points, Jai.
That's only 6 points. Jai, that's only 6 points.
I don't have all of them anymore.
Oh, Ikoa. Biotic, 3 advance. He can 5 advance. It was Ikoa the whole time.
Oh, that's so rough.
It was on the Ikoa on the table.
Oh,
he
he
got
had the
back
Iqua the
in.
entire time.
He got the biotic back in. He needed the double biotic. Ikoa's on the table on top of the Managarm. Tuno there saying not getting the Begamud until it came down. A bit too late. Only 1 turn to
That
get
was
the pressure
such
off.
a close game. Oh,
Well played to both
well
players.
played to both. Amazing game. Yeah.
Jai, after almost getting the loss, unfortunately, for the Spin Doctor interaction, after a hard judge call there, is able to claw that back. Things were not looking great, but that cat just not showing up to the party in time.
Yep.
I think if that showed up just 5 turns earlier, what a different game.
Yep.
Well played to both players. Again, this is double elimination, so Tuno, it's only its first loss in the bracket, so it'll be going down to the lower bracket. Still going to be playing some fantastic Netrunner, while Jai will be still in the upper bracket. Hasn't lost a game today. This is the first game that he's played today, but he's obviously had a killer weekend so far. But he's that's some great Netrunner we have in front of us. What a round 1.
Yeah, God, that was intense.
That was wild. Yeah, fantastic. Well played to both players. Just, it's so nice to see like world-class play on these top tables to make some exciting games. Respecting the open, I like open deckless play so much.
It's so much fun. It's so much fun to be able to look at things and try and figure out what tools they have, especially because you don't always know what they could do. We were sitting here going, well, I think you can do it with the biotics.
Yes.
I think you can figure it out.
Yeah, they know the lines a bit more. They're definitely tracking it on doing the math of how many clicks and how many credits and what it costs, but there's some wild lines there. Not a fast advance of 5-3 and never advance 5-3. Definitely caught us by surprise, but Jai has been working on that one for a long time.
It's beautiful to see.
Now that's only round 1. Oh, I'm not sure how many rounds exactly it is, but we're going to have a full
It's
day.
going to be 8 rounds, possibly a 9th round if we run it back.
So we have a lot more great Netrunner in front of you. My name is Andre for the Metropolitan Greta. Go by he, him.
I'm Juniper, she, her. I'll be back in a bit to talk about the winners of the previous round, show off the bracket, and then we'll go right into round 2.
Thanks so much for watching. This is World Championship 2024 in San Francisco.
Hello and welcome back to the Netrunner 2024 World Championship. We have some breaking news. I'm back with Juniper here.
Yep. The previous round, we thought that Jai had won because Jai showed the score of the double biotic into the score. But from what it looks like happened, Tuno had already won on time, and we didn't get the time called because of the long judge delay. So it looks like Tuno actually won the game, and that was just Jai showing off what Jai could have done, what he could have done to win. So I think Tuno won that game.
Yeah, it is certainly looking like that. It's looking like that in the tournament standings. We are going to come back and verify that with the next round, just to make sure everybody is well aware. But it does look like the initial call on the table on stream may have been incorrect. We'll get that information for you coming up, and we'll let you know along with coverage of the next game. Anything else to say there, Juniper?
Oh, congrats to Tuno. Congratulations. Yeah, it was a beautiful game.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be right back with you. Hello and welcome back to the 2024 World Championship of Netrunner here in San Francisco. I am back, Orbital Tangent, aka Josh, he, him, joined by
Juniper Theory, she, her.
And it looks like we're going to go over the standings from last
Just
round.
going to talk about them real quick. So obviously we saw Tuno beat Jai, as we discovered. We've also seen Tak beat Seb K, so Tak is in the winner's bracket. Zinchling beat Passive Molt. D beating the King. CTZ lost to Aruzan. Nykride beat Timmy Wong. Santa beat Saka, and Ruben Pieters beat Rotom. So our next game is going to be
It's going to be Santa
versus Ruben Pieters, who are both in winners.
Yes.
So we can go right into that.
All right, excellent.
Yeah. Let's go ahead.
We'll get there momentarily. All right, and it looks like we're at the tables. We got Ruben Pieters there on the left, and we've got Santa there on the right. We are looking at an Asa versus a...
Nope, this is we are looking at a Freedom versus a Ag Infusion
I'm
deck.
incorrect. Freedom versus Ag Infusion.
Okay. That was the previous round's deck lists. Yeah, so we'll get the new deck list in just a second and be able to tell you what's in these. I'm excited to see an Ag Infusion. Have we seen an Ag Infusion today?
I don't think we've seen an Ag Infusion today, no. So it looks like we've seen kind of the standard. We've seen the HB kind of doing its thing as it's done this world.
And we've seen a couple of PEs yesterday. We've seen some of that, but I don't know if we've seen an Ag Infusion.
We have seen an Ag Infusion on stream across the weekend. So we have seen what
do you remember
these decks
what it was doing?
These decks are, in a lot of cases, they're using the Ag Infusion for protection to avoid things like a deep dive, or they're avoiding things like a trick shot, a very popular card.
Starting off with a Spin Doctor, so immediately trying to draw up. Interesting to see. Putting down one piece of ice, we're going to see a second piece of ice, and a hedge fund. All right, leaving R&D open. Dangerous against Freedom, especially, because you can trash whatever's on top. Let's see, all right, we have a deck list now. Ag Infusion running Brawn, MIC, Treeline, one Hollow Man, probably for some sort of just getting stuff out there.
So Hollow Man is going to combo with your Lacosta and your Niseis. You're going to be able to get a lot of Niseis off unadvanced, so you're going to be able to play that never advance game where the runner's not going to be sure if you have an advanced card or advanceable card in the remote. And there's a lot of things that you can shove in the remote. This is coming back to me from across the weekend here.
Using Spin Doctor to shuffle back in the hedge fund and just that's a dangerous thing, especially against Freedom, because you're going to get so many cards trashed over the course of the game.
Absolutely.
You really want to be able to shuffle some of them back in with Spin Doctor. Losing a Spin Doctor so early has to feel bad.
Right? Yeah, it does, but the thing is, if you let Freedom trash it, it's not going to really cost them that much, and you're using up a Spin Doctor shuffle back on another Spin Doctor in the future. So if you can get one card at least, maybe it's worth it.
Right, let's see. So we've got a Mystic, we've got a Paladin Poemu and a Nuka down on the ground. That's some income, there's some drip income and some card draw. Santa's in a pretty okay spot here, especially with still no ice on top of R&D. Wonder if we're going to see one right here. This does seem like a Glacier list, at least to a fair extent. Only running one Anansi. Interesting.
Yeah, Anansi is very, very expensive to res, but you generally do see at least more than one on these lists. Because of the Tattoo Bola econ, you can generally burst up a little bit more readily to res it. However, Vampira Nasa has been taking some of those Anansi slots. The extra subroutines, I think, are just very valuable.
Let's see, we got an upgrade in HQ, and then anything else? Upgrade in HQ. Looks like we're considering what to do for Click 2 or Click 3. Looking at the deck lists, so what does the Freedom have that can break ice? Since this is such an ice-heavy deck, what can the Freedom deck do to break ice? You've got 2 Double Charms and 3 Crews. You're going to be trashing a lot of ice, which is dangerous. All right, so yeah, still no. Looks like it is Santa's turn now. Still no ice on R&D. It's rough to see, but looking at this,
so
what else do you have?
Boomerangs, you have Audrey, you have Botulus, and then you have the classic Banhar. You're not technically breaking the ice there, but if it doesn't stop you, might as well be, right?
you've got a lot of tools, and it's difficult to deal with some of those things as Ag Infusion, it feels, because you have to constantly be, if you're trashing the ice, to send them to a different server. You then, if the deck is already trashing ice, you're going to lose so much ice.
Yeah, we have seen a matchup similar to this across the weekend as well. It can also be devastating if you res something like an Anansi, or you res something like a Vampire Nasa, to have the crew come down and trash that. It can ruin your whole tempo.
And this deck also running multiple 3 bronze, any of those getting trashed by a Devil Charm with a crew, that's 6 credits lost.
Yeah, anything that's above that 5 credit mark is really something that you don't want to see trashed, and this Freedom List can really do it. It can bring those crews down, it can recur those crews.
Seeing a daily cast and a Devil Charm, so that Devil Charm is now out there, which indicates to me that that is signaling I can get through anything now. You have one piece of ice, that's the going through it. Something I think about a lot with Netrunner, especially when you're playing things like what we saw with the previous with Tuno playing, when the Bonkar comes down, that says I can get into any server with 1 ice. When the Begemot comes down with the Palangi, that's saying I can get into any server with 2 ice now. You keep going through things like that. You have to consider how much ice do you need on any given server to keep the runner out.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. That
making a new server, protecting it, and taking a credit. There's still no ice on R&D. It's worrying to see to me. Maybe he knows something I don't.
Well, one of the things is it's running 3 bacterial programming. So if that is hit, and that's the one that hurts the most, you can control the flow of the game for the next several turns. So leaving that open might be just a calculated risk. I don't have enough ice yet. If you hit a bacterial, I'm going to at least kind of get to control the game for a little while.
Yeah. Let's see. All right, running R&D, seeing what's on the top. Will it be a random agenda? Nope. Just, I believe that was a hedge fund, which obviously is not the sort of thing you want to see as Freedom. If you're playing Freedom, you want to be able to hit R&D because you can look, you can go, you can see, if you see like a Spin Doctor, you can just instantly trash it for free and then see it again. Same with Rashida. Anything that costs 0 is a free trash for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Or you'd at least hope to have something that was ticking out virus counters online. If you had 2 leeches, maybe you're okay to see a hedge fund if you can trash it. It's a lot of virus counters.
Ooh, installing a twinning already. That's good. That you really need to put down something on R&D now.
I would agree with you. Yeah. You're with that twinning down, now that risk is a lot more risky.
But getting 4 cards, so presumably there's an ice in those 4 cards, and a lot of credits now at almost 20 credits, I believe 19. You can definitely stop anything you can put down some stuff, and you can definitely res it. It's still worrying though, because if you say, let's say you put an ice down on R&D, and then next turn click 1 crew using the Paladin Poemu, click 2 make a run, you could just Devil Charm crew to kill that, and then just keep hitting R&D and getting twinning counters.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that is something that Ruben Peters probably has on his mind, probably looking for additional ice, trying to secure the servers a little deeper. We're seeing it on HQ, but not R&D. And we're seeing it on the remote, but not R&D.
Could he just be super flooded?
Either super flooded or just not respecting the twinning at this point.
He could just be saying, I'm so flooded that you're not going to see any agendas in my deck because they're all in my hands.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it might be the ones you don't want the runner to see are in the hand, and then what's in the deck is the bacterials.
See, this does mean that Santa does get a chance. Santa can see 2 cards off of R&D right now just by playing literally any card that uses the Paladin counter.
So we see Santa taking a little bit of a think here. We'll see what happens. I don't believe Santa's even taken the daily cast credits yet.
No, he's at 3 credits. I believe he took them.
Okay.
Let's see.
I did miss that.
Looking at what he can do, we're going to see obviously, he'd love to see anything that lets him start getting even more value off of that open R&D. Like a leech counter would be great. Getting a something to break. The main thing I would consider is right now, I don't think you're getting in either of those other servers.
Absolutely
unless you can put down, if you can put down like an Audrey right now, but even then on 3 credits, you probably aren't getting in. But you can start taking advantage of that open R&D immediately if you can put down something that can trigger twinning. And any card being installed that you can use Paladin for gets you in twinning.
We're seeing a pinhole threading.
Pinhole threading running on archives. Now,
Could look
What
at
is he going to go
HQ.
Oh, a Hollow Man. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
hiding on that
worrying.
HQ
Yep.
is a great move because you could just move it over and then score what you need to score.
Yep. It is a safe place. It means you can just protect HQ. You don't have to protect some other server, and protecting HQ means you have that safe. That might be part of why he was protecting HQ so much, because he didn't want to lose that Hollow Man. Seeing the pinhole threading there is so rough.
Yep.
It's also just a smart play to be keeping your opponent off pat, although obviously now you really don't want to see, like still you don't want to see that ice on R&D. Although right now, honestly, any piece of ice on R&D could potentially just be, you have to put 2 ice. So Santa might just not be worried about the ice on R&D, saying, if you put something down there, I'll just get rid of it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're seeing both players take a couple of risks here. I didn't see the rest of Santa's turn. It was the pinhole and then some crediting. Was that it?
No, I believe the pinhole was the last action. Let's see. Okay, second card in that server, and taking a credit.
Yeah, leaving R&D open still.
Dangerous play. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay, so if he has 4 credits, then he probably took 2 credits. Let's see. All right, 2 credits on Paladin, 4 credits in the bank. This is actually a pretty good place to be. You can install a lot of cards and still have money. This is somewhere where you're threatening to actually be able to get into one of the big servers.
So now we're
There's
seeing
an
the
Audrey. No, Audrey is a good breaker here because it can technically break everything, but you have to trash something first in order to break stuff. However, if you can get into R&D and you see anything that you can trash, you can immediately start triggering that. The big issue is that Freedom wants those virus counters to then be able to trash things, and there's no viruses except for Audrey on Santa's side of the board.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you see high value cards
Oh, wait,
in
nope,
R&D,
taking it back. Hold on. We're drawing instead. Okay. So draw and then play. Audrey.
Can't be playing so often.
I wonder if there was something that he was thinking, if I draw this from my deck, I'd much rather have that than Audrey. All right. Third click, making the run on R&D. Obviously, hoping to see something that he can trash.
Yep, and he does.
There it is. Paying 0 to trash that. That's so good to see that Spin Doctor because you don't even have to spend the money.
Absolutely.
Freedom says you can take virus counters off a card to trash something, but that means if you encounter something that is 0 cost, you can trash it for free. Oh, and the Rashida, that's another counter on Audrey. Oh, this is such a threat now because now you can keep getting into servers with the Audrey. Seeing the Lacosta.
Yep.
Now the Lacosta does mean you could potentially score out an off-world, score out
Or an Nisei Mark II, yeah.
Score out a Nisei Mark II.
So we have Ruben Peters taking a think here as well.
It could also just be a Charlotte Cacador. But
Could be.
with all of the clicking for credits and all of the barely drawing you've seen here, it does feel a bit like you want to score. If he's flooded, which is my feeling that he might be flooded, that's my prediction. Although obviously these are top level players, and I'm someone who is not. If he's flooded, then you really want to score something out just to get it out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And if it can be
Here we go.
Nisei.
That's 3 advance. Yep, there's the Nisei Mark II.
Yeah, that counter is huge. Because you can wait for them to break all of that ice with the counters on the Audrey, and then you can crack that Nisei to end the run, and now they don't have any more counters left to get in where they need to go.
The one thing is this doesn't protect your R&D, though. It's still completely open. Santa could just win off of checking R&D if that doesn't get covered up soon.
Yeah, it is a huge liability long term. So the one saving grace for Ruben here is that Santa is on 0 points. So again, if a bacterial does get hit, that flow of the game could be the protection that Ruben needs to stabilize.
It should also be noted there's no traps in the Ag Infusion deck.
Yep.
Not that it usually does, but you don't have to be worried about snare. You don't have to be running and thinking, am I going to hit something that's going to hurt me?
Yeah, the closest thing you could call a trap are the agendas, and that's the bacterial programming and the single copy of Send a Message.
Yep. We'll see. Really curious to see what Santa does here, because he's done such a great job of just gaining such a fast start. He has so many cards down right now that help him. Okay, good. Trashing the daily cast. I just noticed that. I saw the daily cast.
Yep.
Oh, he needs to trash that, and then he immediately did it. All right, let's see. So starting with a run on R&D, are we going to see the counter? Oh, that's a subliminal. That's another counter. This is exactly what you want to see as Freedom. Just keep seeing zero-cost cards.
Yep, zero-cost cards, one-cost cards. Because even if it's a one-cost card and you spend it off of Audrey, it's neutral and you maybe get something out of there.
The subliminal is rough here too because subliminal triggers when you make a run. Now he gets to run again. He gets to see a card. So that finally something he can't just trash.
Yeah.
Finally he stopped.
So that's a Vampira Nasa. We might actually
Putting down a
finally
crew.
see R&D.
There's the crew. So now we're finally, even with that Vampira Nasa down,
Yeah.
you have to see it and immediately go, well, if I play that, that's just immediately going to get crewed to death.
Yeah. Any ice in Ruben Peters' list can now be trashed. Nothing is high strength enough to survive both the crew and the Devil Charm.
Yep. It does cost 2 credits, and I believe Santa has only 2 credits right now. So it does mean, he's playing very close to the ground right now. Right, starting with a hedge fund, even more money. And then are we going to see an ice finally go down on R&D? Or yep, there's the ice on R&D. And another card in there. So Santa has to be thinking right now about, do I want to try and maybe contest what's in that server instead? And the thing is, if it's an agenda, that's great. If it's not an agenda, if it's a Charlotte, or if it's worse, if it's just like a spin doctor or something, then you really feel bad about spending all your Audrey counters to go in there.
Yeah, absolutely you do. And also notable, even though any ice can be destroyed right now by Santa, well, he will need to credit up first. But even though any ice can be destroyed, that threat is going to go offline as soon as he does that to, say, get into R&D just to take a peek. So he may save those resources for later, trying to contest remotes for later or trying to contest HQ if he smells agendas in there.
Click 1, putting down the Nuka. Click 2, taking 3 cards by using the Nuka. I think he's thinking right now, do I get into that server? How do I get into that server? And if I do, how do I have the money to do something with it? Because you need that money. What is he running that can get you up? He's running Strike Fund. He's running... Potentially, one thing you can do here is with Strike Fund, you make a run, you see an ice, you immediately trash Strike Fund to increase the strength of the Audrey and get money that you can then use for things.
Yeah. That is part of the engine. You can do those tricks that Mulch classically did with the Audrey and use any window to really trash cards. We are seeing a contest on the remote.
All right, here we go. So there's a Brawn. Now this, it feels like you really want to blow up. You don't want to break this. It's really, really rough to break. You almost certainly want to do it. However, this does mean you have to have the 2 credits to do it. So we're probably going to see a Strike Fund get trashed here, is my prediction.
This would be all the counters
on the Audrey, and that's rough, especially given that there's another piece of ice coming. So then you have to do it for the next one.
Yep. Yeah, so you're going to need the money regardless if you want to get in. And notably, Lacosta will not be able to be trashed at the end of this if the Audrey counters are used.
Now, you could just let it fire and presume that there's no ice in HQ that can be installed. It's a dangerous presumption, but you could presume that given that only now has an ice gone on R&D, you could just say you're not going to get the ability off of the Brawn. We'll see.
Second fire. Yeah.
Curious what he's going to do here.
Yeah, so we're seeing a little bit of thinking going in the tank here.
Oh, is he letting it fire? Hold on. Let's see what's going. Did he let it fire? Getting a single credit. What's the? Why did he credit? Okay, so trashing. Okay, so trashing 2 cards. No, I think he just took a credit. So he did let it fire. He let it fire, bounced off, presumed there wasn't any ice in hand, and then just took a credit.
Okay.
Oh, that's a bold move. Just saying, you just res this. I don't think that's an agenda. I think I'm safe. Or saying, I don't care if you score the agenda. Also, potentially looking at that Nisei and knowing you're going to pop me out if I get in.
Oh, it is
Oh,
a
it's a
second
second
Nisei.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's devastating for Santa right there.
So rough.
Because this means that that remote is secure for the next score, which will most certainly be the first 5-3 that Ruben Peters finds.
It does give you an opportunity. You are going to have probably 2 turns to get in, but it's very dangerous. All right, seeing a price. It's a leech, finally another virus, potentially a buffer drive, and a Keiko. Now, one thing you have to be considering here is that you probably want to install something to get the twinning counter off of the paladin. You have to be considering, do I want that? Because the leech obviously gives you the virus counters, but the other things give you stuff that you can actually use to start seeing more cards in R&D and HQ.
Now, I do believe the top table here that is on stream has a judge sitting close by, because we saw Santa speaking to somebody just off camera, and I believe that was a confirmation on how the timing of the buffer drive works, because that is supposed to allow you to bottom cards that would otherwise be trashed, and I think Santa was asking, if I install this, does that count all of the price cards?
Yeah, I don't know, actually. I don't
I
know
don't
that
know
interaction. Well, I'm presuming we'll find out based on the judge call. And then, okay, all of them going to trash. So presumably it doesn't, or about that. But let's see. Getting the buffer drive down. Curious why you get the buffer drive down there. Maybe just to, well, you get it discounted, so you don't get the Paladin Poemu there.
Oh, because they're not trash from grip or stack. They are, I think, or they're...
Well, they are trashed from stack, so I guess it
they're
doesn't
already
trigger.
trashed.
Yeah, they're already
though.
trashed.
Yep. You're installing them, the buffer drive from the bin. Yeah. That would be why.
Let's see.
Yep.
Using the buffer drive, what is he going to get back? Okay, so using the buffer drive to
I
the Kiko.
think instead doing the Kiko.
Okay, so taking the Kiko instead. All right, then moshing.
Yeah.
All right.
So that is one of
I'm
the things that
curious
you will
why-
see even at the World Championship of Netrunner is you'll see takebacks as long as the game hasn't progressed.
That's the thing. So long as the game hasn't hit a point where, so long as no one's like made an illegal move and there isn't any hit information revealed. Like if you run R&D and you see cards, you obviously can't then go back because you know what those cards are. But if you say install something and then you go, can I take that back? That's generally all right. All right. Putting down a daily cast, getting that second twinning counter.
We're seeing a card go on the board off screen. Not seeing
not
what
entirely
exactly
sure what
that
that
is.
Going to see it. All right. Getting the subliminal back because no run was made this turn. Now,
I think we see an
that was a
agenda come in
bacterial
hand.
programming. Oh, that's so worrying. Because if that's I think that was a bacterial programming, and if that's a bacterial, all you have to do is score it. You score that, you win instantly, and Santa has to make 3 runs on that server to stop it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Now, you can definitely trash the first one. So the first run, wait, is it not possible to get in? No, you do technically have an opportunity because you can, with the second crew, that definitely helps. But you can get in you can go the first time, get the thing trashed. Go the first time, get the trash the first ice, and then you're going to have to make 2 more runs. On both runs, you're going to get Nisei deck. Right?
So we're seeing a Hansai crediting up there. Ruben may be making the calculation that I do need to secure this remote, and...
Are we going to see a third piece of ice? A third piece of ice here would... Oh, no, that's the end of the turn. Okay, so 2 pieces of... So, in theory, Santa might be able to get into the server, but it's going to be really hard to do.
Yep.
We'll see if he decides to contest it. Another thing he could do, is he running pinhole threading? He is running 1 pinhole threading. Did we already see it? We already saw it on the Hollow Man, so he can't use that to get in. He can't use the pinhole threading to trash the Lacosta. So he has to get in here. Let's see. All right. He's going to trash the first. He's going to trash the Brawn with the crew. Let's see what this ice is. What this ice is going to decide possibly the end of this match.
Did we see if that was an
what
agenda
is
jam?
that? That's a tree
That's
line.
a tree line. Yeah.
So that's 4 strength. So Audrey breaks this. What does it take for Audrey to break this? With 3 counters, Audrey can break this, but what strength does it take? So plus 3 strength. Tree line is 4 strength. You have to trash 2 cards. And you can't reduce the strength because crew can only get it down to 2 strength. So it's going to take 6 cards to get through that. I think you can do it with Nuka, but it's going to take your entire turn just to get through this if you keep triggering the things.
It's a bacterial.
Oh, he's just going to give it. He's just going to give it to him because now he can arrange the top 7. That's a smart move there.
Yep. You turn off any liability of any agenda flood on R&D. Turn the twinning completely off, and then go to secure the remote and go for the win.
And now you can figure out what you're going to draw. You can set it up exactly how you need, and on your next turn, you can install more ice, you can get things set up, and you can make sure that you win this game.
In my estimation, that does telegraph that there is another agenda in HQ.
Well, yeah, because you can't... Does bacterial... Can we see bacterial programming again? Bacterial programming does let you add cards to HQ.
It
though,
does
so you
do
could get
that
an
as
agenda
well.
from there into your hand. It lets you basically customize what's in your hand. This could also be really good just if you have a bunch of things in HQ and you want to just put some agendas like way down in R&D. If you think you're going to win this turn, you can take some agendas out of hand.
So maybe the calculation there was, if I jam bacterial and you don't run, I just win.
Yeah, and if you do run, I give you the bacterial and I set up for next turn to make you unable to get in with these Niseis.
Absolutely.
Let's see. All right, so 2 clicks left. Drawing up here. Now, Santa would really like to see some more agendas, but has to assume right now that going in on R&D or HQ might just be a waste of time because the top card of R&D has been carefully selected. You know that that's not something of a thing. Santa would love to see another Devil Charm to get that second thing, or even just a Leech potentially. But anything to make that other crew online and let you trash that tree line or whatever comes down next.
Absolutely.
How many Devil Charms? He's running 2 or 3? 2 Devil Charms. So seeing that second Devil Charm would be incredible. Also seeing a second crew could potentially help a lot because just being able to use both of them.
Yeah, I believe it is the full complement of crews.
It's 3 crews, but only 2 Devil Charms. So getting that strength down is so important.
Yeah, another way that strength could come down is if leeches come down, the counters could be... Yep,
there's
so
the
we're
leech,
seeing
there's
one.
the leech.
Yep. So those counters may be farmed off of...
making a run on, I believe, HQ. So let's see what we get here. Obviously, we can get into most servers with the Audrey, with 2 things, and you know that, Ruben, he's going to have to put some more ice on that remote server if he wants to score out of it.
So I like this run here because even if you're not sensing a telegraphed agenda, this run is worth it because you're going to get Ruben down on credits.
Exactly, yeah.
So even if you don't touch that agenda, even if there isn't one in there...
bouncing him to
but
the
it's a
remote
bounce
server.
to the tree line.
That's a smart play because it keeps him from getting the leech. I assume he's just going to let that fire. Although, if he did go in, no, because I think he's presuming that the Nisei would take him out there. Let's see. Now, right now, with 2 Niseis, Ruben can technically make one server take 4 runs to get into. Because you can Nisei, you can bounce once with an extra ice using the Agon Fusion ability. You can Nisei, you can Nisei.
Yep.
But you can't make a server impenetrable. Yet. See what we get here. I'm curious what he has in hand after that bacterial, because he has customized basically everything.
Absolutely.
And he has to push for, using a tree line to make that 7 strength. That's so powerful now. At this point, you can still get it with a Devil Charm, but nothing else is going to get it. And it's going to take so much from the Audrey to get through that.
Yep. I would not be surprised that, we're seeing
There's
a
a
nice
second one. This
and probably
is this,
a jam.
That, if you don't have a Devil Charm right now, I think you lose the game. And even then with a Devil Charm, it's going to be so close because you can only get, you can Devil Charm and then you can use the crew to get it down. But if you don't have the Devil Charm, you have to presume that's a bacterial. You have to presume it's going to be scored next turn. And you have to presume that there's no other way for you to get through.
Now, if Ruben's deck was unkind, however...
Oh, Potulous! That gives him 1 counter. So he can now get through it one more time. That might be enough. I don't know how many cards he has in hand. Let's see. Okay, so going through the tree line for the first time here. But wait, no, because he can't get through it 3 times. Because the first time he gets Nisade, the second time he gets Nisade, and the third time he gets bounced with Ag Infusion, and he took a click to install the Botulus. He can't get through.
No.
I guess he's counting on that not being an agenda, and that this not being where Ruben wants to spend all the Nisei counters. Because if it's not an agenda, then you don't spend all of that because it would end the game.
Yeah, you don't spend the counters, and you likely let the Lacosta get trashed.
Okay, are we gonna see the counter? This could be, if it's an agenda, and I'm in Ruben's spot right now. I take my time with this choice just to make it look like it might be a bluff. Just to make it look like I'm making a decision, because if it's an agenda, you technically have the win so long as nothing strange happens. But if it's an agenda, you don't want to see a bunch of cards from your HQ, you don't want to see a bunch of cards for thing, and there are those 4 twinning counters. So you want to make that. Oh, yeah. Let's see.
It looks like.
Does he have a way? He doesn't have a. Yeah, that's true. He doesn't have a way to score a 5-3 just with the Lacosta. That's true. I didn't realize that.
Oh, if there was a Hollow Man installed.
Yeah, there's no Hollow
yep,
Man, so he
yep.
can't just win here. But he could score out another Nisei. He could do a lot.
Yeah, if his deck was unkind, or maybe kind, it could be an off-world or the 3rd Nisei.
All right, seeing a Sisenton from hand. Can't do anything about that. So he ran HQ here. He's going to use the twinning counters to see everything. Oh!
Another bacterial.
There's a bacterial. Oh. Okay, so Ruben was absolutely flooded. That's my assumption here, seeing all these agendas.
Gotta be.
Wow. That's gotta hurt. Let's see. This could be the game right here. Although, do you get to customize what's in your hand after the bacterial? That does change what's in your hand for the next access, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
you do get to. You can say, I'm going to take all the agendas out of my hand. Or put more cards in your hand or something. You can't? Okay, you can't take things out of your hand. Let's see. He could also flood his hand with a bunch of cards that aren't agendas just to try and make sure this doesn't happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which it looks like that might be what's happening. Or he might be about to put it back on top of R&D. Let's see. I'm so curious what's going to happen here. All right, putting them all back on R&D. So that's indicating that there probably is an agenda in these 3. See? All right, there's a Lacosta. You don't want to trash this. You don't have the counters to do so, even though it would be nice. Oh, and then running that server again. At this point, I assume you're running it because you think if you get in, you just win the game, if that's an agenda, if
Absolutely.
that's a 4-2 of some sort. Let's see.
That absolutely seems like the calculus.
Ruben considering very carefully here. Santa does have the power to get in here, and Ruben does have 2 ways to keep him out with both the Ag Infusion trigger and the Nisei counter. Okay, so we are seeing Santa go in. So he is going to spend 2 cards and 1 leech counter to get through with the Audrey, and then. Oh, we're gonna. It's a Rashida. Oh,
Was a bluff.
It was a bluff. So I think Ruben was really hoping that Santa would just spend a bunch of time trying to get into that server and potentially waste all of his tempo here. Going on HQ instead and seeing another bacterial really has to hurt, I presume. Let's see. Right. So Ruben still has 2 possible keepouts here. Still has the single, still has the Ag Infusion bounce, still has the single Nisei counter. That means it's 3 actions to get into that server. We also still have the Botulus on the tree line, which makes the tree line much worse because you're going to get through it once for free.
Yep.
So we can get through it for 3 times with the Botulus and the Audrey here. Nykride advancing.
Install credit advance.
Install credit advance. Oh, wow.
Now, this could be another bluff. This could be a Charlotte.
It could be a Charlotte. Charlotte would be pretty good here because it would make you want to spend even more time trying to get in there. And then you could just trash the Charlotte for 3 credits.
Yeah, it also could be, an agenda. This could be the battle of wits. I clearly cannot choose the wine in front of you.
I'm so curious where this is going to go. Santa's in a good spot here. He's in a really good spot with all these tools. He has so many ways to get in. He has so many options. And Ruben's really on the back foot with only 2 points and really struggling. However, Santa has to be perfect. He can't make a mistake, because if he does make a mistake, he could just lose instantly if that's a send a message.
Yeah, once he runs out of tools, he is out of gas and will not be able to stop a game-winning score.
Yeah.
So he's got to be very conservative with those tools and where he tries to poke. But he has a lot of opportunities to win. This is his game to lose at this point after that second bacterial score.
This is the turn where you sit and you think and you plan and you figure out exactly how much every single thing on the board costs.
Absolutely.
How much it's going to cost you to do anything. This is also the turn where you sit and look at every card that your opponent might be playing.
Absolutely.
And consider, okay, what options are there that could kill me here? It's not an Anoetic Void. The Anoetic Void isn't in that server. What ice is there? Could this be a Vampire Vanessa? Is it going to be something I'm going to have to go through in a difficult way? All right, let's see what happens. So first ice. It looks like no res, so we're then seeing the Botulos. Oh, and it is a Charlotte. All right, so there we go. So was a bluff, only wasted 1 click, but did do that. Now, Santa can trash the Lacosta here, which would cost 3 credits, but does get you another Audrey counter and stuff. No trash.
No trash, yeah.
Interesting.
Just leaving it.
Presumably really wants that money, really wants to make sure that he has enough money to do whatever else he wants to do. Let's see. So that was click 1. He still has 3 clicks to do anything he wants. He has 2 twinning counters. He can see 3 cards from HQ or R&D. He has Audrey and tons of cards in hand. He can get into basically any server.
So we're seeing a run on R&D.
Now, also, Ruben knows exactly which cards are on top of R&D. So he knows exactly what Santa's going to see here. All right, there's a Tatu Bola. So that's could be trash potentially. There's, I assume, a hedge fund. Oh, there's the game.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
So Ruben leaving the game on the top.
Oh, that seemed like such a rough game for Ruben. It seemed like he was trying. I really think he was flooded there, and he really played to his outs and kept bluffing.
Yeah.
I have to commend Santa there on really seeing all of the options and constantly going, how can I make sure I don't lose this? How can I make sure I press every advantage I have?
Yeah, absolutely. We were seeing some precise play, running when he needed to. The only thing that really was a bluff that Santa may have fallen for was the couple of jams in the remote that were some fake agendas.
But even though
so
there he was so careful to make sure that he didn't overextend, and then he was still able to hit HQ, get another bacterial, hit that. He always made sure he had enough time to do that. In my scenario, in those, I so easily usually fall for like, oh, there's something in there. I have to go for it. I have to push for it. And that's what the top level players do. They can look at a situation like that and go, wait, hold on. What's the best way to approach the situation? What maximizes all my odds?
Yeah. So I would liken it to poker, where there's this concept of limping in on the pot. So you don't have a strong hand, you don't have a lot of tools, but you might as well if nobody's making it expensive. And some of those runs on the remote were like that. You know, if this is a bluff, you're not going to spend both of your counters on this. So I'm going to go ahead and just see if I can limp in there and see if there is something in that remote. If it's the agenda, I win. If it's not, then I'll go somewhere else.
All right, let's see what if you're down. Let's take a look at the standings now that we've done this.
Absolutely.
So after this last game, we have seen. So first off, we had the first game, table 1, Seb K. And let me double check. So Seb K versus Jai, and both of them were in losers. So Jai won that game. So Jai continues through losers, is not eliminated yet. Seb K is unfortunately eliminated. Passive Mold versus the King, also a group from the losers bracket. The King wins, continues to go through with Hoshiko against NBN.
Nice.
Tuno has won against TAC, so Tuno continues going through from starting at the 16th seed, going through at the top. D versus Zining. D also winning again, going through at the top. D, I believe, won the first game last round.
Yes.
Yeah, D won first game, so that's another top table. And then Arzen versus Nykride. Arzen was a... let me double check this. Checking for Nykride.
Yep.
Yeah, that's another winners game. So Arzen continues through the winners.
Yeah.
So it looks like 3 of our 4 winners are going to be Tuno, Deer, and Arzen. We might get... I'd have to look at the exact bracket, but we might get a QTM match of the 2 QTM players in the top table against each other, which would be wild to see.
Yeah, that'll be really interesting. The only match report I think we're waiting on, and we can recap this later, would be Timmy Wong versus CTZ.
Let's see. Timmy
Timmy
has
won. We just got the
against
report
CTZ
in.
from the top table. Yeah, and that is from losers. So Timmy Wong is still in the competition.
Yeah,
both of them are still in that. Yeah. Let's see. The only 2 matches remaining. We just saw Ruben Peters Santa beat Ruben Peters. So that looks like Santa, Arzen, D, and Tuno are the winners brackets. We'll have to look at exactly what the bracket is. I believe I have it pulled up over here, so I can double check that real quick. So it looks like the next game will be. So we had if D beats Zining, okay, then the bracket I have is needs to be edited. But we're going to see one of them in the top 4, and then we'll also see if from between Saka and Rotom Appliance. We don't have that game in yet, but hopefully we'll get it soon. We'll be back really soon though for the results of the next match. Going to round 3. Excited to see what happens. I'm so excited to see where this tournament ends up. We've had some great games already.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And some unexpected players rising to the top. So that is going to be a really interesting thing to see. And it's going to be interesting to see the conclusion of 2024 Worlds.
Yeah, great to see.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome back to the 2024 Netrunner World Championship. It's me, it's your boy, it's Orbital Tangent, aka Josh, he, him, and I'm joined with one of my good buddies here.
Yeah, we're on a thing together. What's it called again?
I don't know, I don't listen to it.
Yeah, no one seems to listen to it. Maybe the Slums guest? Anyway, I'm Neuropantser, he, him. Good to be here, good to be back on the mic for the top 16. Josh, this is round 3 of the top 16. People have already exited the top 16. We have had a few people lose 2 games and now be out of the cut, no longer able to be the world champion this year.
Yeah, that's got to be devastating for them. And even though we have taken over the stream here as the Slums cast, we will not cut the feed because at least we have some of that bad beat energy.
Absolutely. So we do have a matchup here. Speaking of a bad beat, so Nykride, Neil on the left here on your screen, was actively lamenting the fact that he drew the Sable into Ag Infusion matchup when we chatted briefly before the game. So we know at least how one of these players feels about the matchup, but I don't think it's certainly not open and shut. We've seen players who are definitely not favored in the game come back and win time and time again. And honestly, I think it's just because of that world champ difference we talked about earlier this weekend. I won't say who, but one of our day 2 competitors last night, we were talking after the event had finished up, said, you know, what I'm really sad about the fact that I'm going to win the world championships is I won't have time to draft. Ha! And that's exactly the energy that our competitors bring to this top 16, to this day 2. I'm looking forward to this match. What do you think about this matchup, Josh?
I think that this matchup is great. It's been one of the most interesting ones on the weekend. Jinteki not entirely unexpected. We did give out a shout out to Jinteki on day 1, but not really the dominant pick over the field, and not actually the dominant pick over the cut. We were seeing a lot of other competitors on HB.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. So Neil showing the stream the hand. So we see multiple Bravados in there. We see a Nuka. I think that's a simul. No, it's not a simul chip. Hard to see from here. Sorry, but definitely saw a Nuka. Definitely saw 2 Bravados. So a pretty strong opening hand there from Sable.
Absolutely. And we haven't started yet.
Haven't started yet. Players are still
bit.
deciding moles right now, I'm pretty sure. We do see, I love this Mark token tech, the arrow. This is my server, I'm getting in.
That's quite good. Another great thing from Nykride's side is that there are some additional stakes on this particular match. We learned just moments ago that Nykride is on a team with Zinchling, Tak, and Timmy, who are all also in the cut.
Yes.
And their team is currently unnamed.
It is an unnamed testing group.
It's an unnamed testing group, and the person who gets to name it is the person who finishes the highest in Worlds.
So there is a lot more than just finishing here on the line. There is a lot more than just a trophy on the line. There is the eternal bragging rights of getting to name your testing group on the line.
Absolutely. Disrespecting your best friends is better than being the world champion of Netrunner.
Let's talk a little bit about the decks. How about that?
Yeah, we should probably do that.
So this is a Sable list. This is the only Crim in the cut. On a lot of what you would expect from a Sable, you have the Bravados, you have the Carpe Diems. One spicy include that I'm already seeing 3 cards in the list. 1 Forged Activation Orders.
Forge activation orders. Wow. Classically, a Ranji Doge card played as a meme. I love the energy here. I love the energy.
Absolutely. Plenty of other normal criminal tricks like mutual favors. 2 pinhole threadings, probably notable in this matchup because you often have the Charlottes or the defensive upgrades out of Ag Infusion. And we do see this is the first turn from this Sable. It was just an ice hedge fund start from Ag Infusion, kind of the canonical corpse start.
Absolutely.
But we do see Mark get rolled. It is HQ. Let's see where Sable goes from here.
Absolutely. Are you going to see any early runs and face checks from Sable is the question.
That is a sure gamble. That is an alt-art sure gamble. Got the 2 dice bouncing on something. A great little alt-art. We do see the Nuka come down. That Nuka is that's an alt from this weekend, correct? Exclusive. You can only get it at the World Championships.
Yep. It is indeed. We are seeing Nykride actually build up, and probably a smart move, as opposed to the Ag Infusion that we saw on stream recently. This one has a lot more threatening ice. This one is packing the full complement of Anansi, so it's got that Spider online.
Second gamble.
It's got Cloud Eater. It's got Saisentan.
Cloud Eater.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's rocking the
that's
Cloud Eater.
about the worst thing you can hit, right? Because it says, I'm not going to trash a program. I'm not going to trash a hardware. I'm going to trash anything.
Absolutely. Unless you take 2 tags and some damage.
So we do see, you will see a second person on the King's side. So the King is visually impaired and does have an Oracle here, who is here to basically explain what is happening in the board state, tell the King what cards are being drawn, what cards have been revealed. So that is why you're seeing a third person. And the Oracle is Peter H. Has graciously volunteered a lot of time this weekend. Obviously, the King has made the top cut. So just a fantastic donation of time. Another example of this community being fantastic.
Yeah, shout outs to Peter H. He is truly doing Jackson Howard's work.
Absolutely. So we do see Mark get rolled again. It is R&D this time. Now, all 3 centrals are iced up for the King. That's really how you want to start as Ag Infusion against a deck like Sable, who gets so much incidental value from those spare runs on the marked server. Now, if you're the King, what sort of ice, and you do have access to the deck list, so you can probably make a pretty informed decision here. What sort of ice do you think are going on the centrals in this matchup?
So I would say that you definitely want the spiky ice, especially because on the remote you can trash one of your unresed to direct the runner back into that spiky ice.
I think the technical term is boop.
Yeah, you can boop them back into the spiky ice, but you are not unhappy early game to just have tattoo bolas on the centrals as well. So this,
right, because those become the spiky ice when you swap
absolutely
them.
They do, and they are also, as we've seen across the entire weekend, they are a key economic piece in these Jinteki lists, and why Jinteki is roaring back to life when everybody thought, it might be done.
So speaking of that Cloud Eater, speaking of that full complement of Anansi's, we do see a Carmen hit the board for the full 5, unfortunately, because it is so important to be able to break Anansi from word go before you run any of these servers.
Absolutely. Although, as we could see from the deck list, again, it's not the only threatening ice that Jinteki has now.
Oh, not even close, no. We do see a Spin Doctor hit the board, so that will draw 2 cards here. The King thinking it over. Plenty of cards in hand, a lot of options here. Looks like not satisfied with just those 2 cards, drawing an additional one. Thinking over the play again.
Are we sensing a flood here?
It easily could be a flood, because this will allow a few agendas to be shuffled back. And also it would explain why there's only 9 credits sitting here. So that is a subliminal messaging, so that will be 10 credits. And discarding 1 card easily could be an agenda, right? You shuffle back a hedge fund, shuffle back an agenda, and suddenly you're in better economic shape if you draw that hedge fund and you've gotten rid of one of the agendas. You probably want to keep an agenda here, honestly, if you're the King, right? Because Ag Infusion does really thrive on getting an early score to set up later plays if it's something like an Issei. What is the agenda suite in this Ag Infusion deck?
So this one is also spicy compared to the last Ag Infusion that we saw. So we have Bacterial Programmings, which has been a classic agenda. Well, it's been a classic agenda in these lists. We have the full complement of Send a Message.
Send a Message, all 3 of them.
Not normally all 3 on those 5/3s, but we do have that in this list. And the final topper is Sisyphus Protocol.
Sisyphus Protocol. Oh, wow. Okay, we got to talk about Sisyphus Protocol, because that is a spicy include. The first time each turn the runner passes a Rezzed Code Gator Sentry, so it doesn't have to be breaks, doesn't have to be fully goes
can
through.
Be bypass.
Can be bypass as well, but it can also be has to tank all the subs of.
Yes. Yes.
Getting to force that re-encounter, it is such a powerful.
Coming back to the game, we have
effect.
seen a Hermes come down on the table.
Hermes, a very impactful card in this matchup because naturally, Ag Infusion with that ID ability wants to leave face down ice, has a strong incentive to have face down ice in these servers to be able to use the ID ability and boop into something nasty. And obviously, that is a natural target for Hermes. Hermes is kind of that Leela bounce ability is the natural predator of situational face down ice. And the situation really does matter here, right? Because you want those face downs on the inside so that you drag them through an ice, force them to spend resources, and then you use your ID ability.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you want to make those centrals as spiky as possible. The one thing that is a saving grace against the Hermes, again, is Tattoo Bola. Classically,
yes.
Again, doing work in Jinteki. It has proven to be a incredible card across the weekend.
Absolutely. So we are seeing another ice install on HQ. Oftentimes against Criminal, HQ is the server you want to defend the most. And into this list, that is certainly a good idea. We do see a number of cards that care about HQ accesses. We do see, for instance, Wake Implant, and obviously just the Mark as well. And one of the big multi-access pieces in this deck is the Twinning, which can go onto any central, but obviously HQ is one of the most important ones there for a Criminal.
Absolutely.
Notably, though, we do not see, for instance, a diversion of funds in this list. So that is one of the premier pieces of HQ pressure that the King knows is not going to be a factor in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Just as a reminder to those of you at home, the top cut does feature open deck lists, so the players are allowed to study the deck lists of their opponents before they go into the match.
That's correct. So not only do we know this, the players know it as well, pretty importantly.
So we're seeing a Bravado.
A Bravado. This is one of 3 in the deck, going into R&D. Let's see if there's a res on this ice. There is a res. That is a Cloud Eater, right?
That is a Cloud Eater.
That is 10 credits for Cloud Eater. Once again, those subs, trash an installed runner card, give the runner 2 tags, do 3 net damage, and whenever an encounter with the ice ends, if it was resed this turn, you can trash an installed runner card unless the runner takes 2 tags or suffers 3 net damage. So that is an incredibly punishing face check, especially with impactful runner cards here like Hermes. However, Carmen can break Cloud Eater.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
And at the moment, taking 2 tags would not be the worst thing in the world. It looks like that is the option here. Sable is on 4 tags, it looks like. Chose to not break the tag sub and chose to take the tags on the encounter ability. So this should be seeing a card in R&D unless there's a Jack out.
So the card was already seen.
It was already seen.
An
What
ice.
was it?
It went back.
It was an ice. It went back. Okay.
I believe it was another Cloud Eater. I wasn't quite sure.
Ooh, another Cloud Eater. So installing ice on the outside of I think that was just setting down a card.
No, it looks like there was maybe a run on HQ.
Oh, a run on
then
HQ, and that was a boop into the Cloud
boop
Eater.
into the Cloud Eater.
Well,
So
that's going to
using
be
that
more
spiky
tags.
ice.
That's 8 tags. What a! It only has to be 6, I believe, because. Oh no, it was res this turn.
Yeah.
So the re-encounter does happen.
Oh, yeah, it was residential. I'm on 8 tags.
So sure enough, that is 8 tags. It's not quite 53, but it is effectively 53. These are never going away.
These tags are never going away.
There's no reason to clear them except for your resources, which the resources that this Crim list is running are, let's see, we've got Class Act. That's one you'd like to keep on the board if you can, but it's also not the worst thing in the world if it goes down. We see Miss Bones, which is probably not the most impactful card in this matchup. We see Daily Casts. I guess that's now a blank card.
The twinning is probably the most impactful thing. And I think as Brandon, you're happy to keep that off the table.
Oh, absolutely. That's an instant trash if it comes down, I have to think. Even with the King only being on 1 credit currently. So we do see the Tattoo Bola res. The Tattoo Bola will bounce. And then we see install So we see an install in a remote server, install ice over that remote server, and advance. That's where that credit went. Are there NGOs in this list?
It does not look like it.
Interesting. So what could this advanced card
So
be?
it could be a Charlotte.
Yeah, Charlotte seems like the most likely answer.
It could be a spicy push.
That would be pretty spicy. Yeah. Just install advance. This is to send a message. Come get it. I want to res some ice.
You never know. It would turn that Hermes offline to be able to res some ice.
It would. So we do have a Nuka come down. That's a. I would imagine the king probably has no interest in trashing Nuka just because the king is currently on 0 credits. Make that 4.
It is a Charlotte.
That is a Charlotte. But still, on only 4 credits, 2 credits is a lot to trash just a Nuka. Now, Charlotte is, again, one of the premier economic threats that this archetype has available to it, this Ag Infusion. It threatens, if it continues to stay in this remote and tick turn after turn, to just be the entire economy for the deck. Allow so many ice reses, so many ice installs. Do we see a Lacosta grid in this deck to kind of clicklessly and moneylessly charge up the Charlotte?
Yeah, we do indeed have 3 Lacosta grids.
That might be the card that just got installed.
I would bet a large sum of money that is indeed the case.
And I would guess potentially a Tatu Bola on the outside of the server. Currently, it keeps Sable out, and even if Sable finds a way to get through, at least you make some money back on that Charlotte. Though it does look like there's a manual advance on the Charlotte this turn. Going down to 2 credits. That is still enough to res a Tatu Bola.
Yep. Brandon basically just saying you won't.
I think also saying even if you come in here and even if you come in here and you trash the Lacosta grid, I will still get my Charlotte bucks from popping Charlotte as you run into the server.
Yeah, and Nykride would actually have to spend all turn doing so because he would have to at least first click for credits to get to the Lacosta trash cost, which is 4.
It is 4. Yeah, that is a lot of money
And
to
then
trash.
Once he's on 4, after taking 2 clicks for that, he would also have to risk a boop back into the Cloud Eater.
Yeah, that's really the big threat right now is running into any face-down ice just means you are running into Cloud Eater, and Cloud Eater does not mess around, let's say.
Yeah, no one wants to eat a Cloud Eater.
Oh, that's a forged activation orders, isn't it? On this remote ice. That's one way to get around face-down ice is put it in the trash.
Yeah.
The king clearly either not on enough credits to res that ice or not willing to res it. So now this is an open server. We're going to see Charlotte go down for gaining 3 credits as the runner comes in. We do see the Lacosta that looked like.
Yep.
So not enough money to trash the Lacosta on Nykride's side, but the job is basically done. The Charlotte is there. The Lacosta isn't gaining value anymore.
Yeah, just forcing Charlotte to get gone, not allowing Brandon to have that economic engine. We
do see another install advance.
So possibly another Charlotte.
Yeah, this is one of the benefits of
and then a piece of ice.
This is one of those benefits of having open decklist is the king knows there's only 1 forged activation orders.
Yep.
That trick isn't going to come back this turn because if you see this in Swiss, you see 1 forged activation orders. You have no idea what's going on. You have no idea how many are there. There might be 5 in the deck for all you know. So you might be a little gun shy to make a play like this, but the king knows this is safe. I've defused the forge activation orders. A lot of value came out of it, but now I can go back to my plan A of force you to encounter the snake time and time and time again.
Yeah, absolutely. He took that turn right on the nose. As you said, knows that there's only 1 of those left and said, wait, hold up, let me rebuild this server.
Oh, here does come a Mystic Mamie. That is one of those, again, there are 8 tags right now, very easily trashed by the king. But it's not clear that right now just dripping 1 credit a turn conditionally is worth it. I don't know if the King's going to take the time or the money to actually trash this Mystic Mamie. Especially knowing that the twinning, which is kind of one of the things Mystic Mamie is here to do, charge up that twinning, very unlikely that that's ever going to stick on the field for any real amount of time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So we are seeing the res of Charlotte. We're seeing a counter removed res of Lacosta.
There we go. This is the I spend 3 money up front, and now forever, until you're able to get into this server, I make 4 plus an extra card every single turn.
Clicklessly.
Clicklessly. Your go. What does your deck do?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a rough spot for Nykride to be in.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we do not see inside job, anything along. Oh no, I'm 100% wrong.
Yeah,
I'm literally
inside
looking
job
at the
in
list. There are 2 inside jobs in this list, so that could be. Now, Nykride only on 1 credit.
We are
so
seeing the Mamie trash, though.
the Mamie is trashed. Interesting. Okay, so the Mamie goes down. That would be a way to help pay for inside job this turn. So that might be part of the logic here. Oh, but we do also see another ice on the outside. So that is representing I boop you into Cloud Eater, and I still have an ice to potentially res.
So just to recap the turn, it was a manual advance on Charlotte, another piece of ice, and a trash of the Mystic.
That's such a cool turn. That is such a cool turn. Okay, so we see a
Mark on
draw to
Archives.
start off with.
Now, seeing as Archives is the only Central's ice that is not rezzed, if Nykride is going to risk coming into Archives, are you going to res? Are you going to snap res that? If you can.
Or do you snap boop?
You do have options. Plenty of options.
The King thinking through options as well at the moment.
So
Plenty of cards in hand right now.
The turn did come back around to the King, and the King is back on 8 credits.
Back on 8 credits, back on 1 advancement on Charlotte. So Lacosta does basically just keeping up the ability to pop this Charlotte for 3 credits clicklessly at any time.
Absolutely.
Definitely valuable if Nykride finds a way to get into the server. Also just valuable if you find yourself short on a res cost for some reason. We do see a Hansei review. So Hansei review, throwing another card face down into the bin, going up to 13 credits. So 13 credits is enough to threaten anything in the deck in terms of ice. It could even could technically threaten another Cloud Eater, but I would imagine less of that because that is a unique card. But certainly threatening an Anansi, threatening an Anansi with a Hansei to bounce back from credits afterwards. There's a lot that this honestly represents. 13 credits.
So it looks like Brandon is icing R&D, getting that second ice there, turning off the boop into the Cloud Eater, but also turning down the likelihood of one of Nykride's outs, which is sniping some agendas off the top. Because there are some bacterials in this list, the King is going to be able to control the flow of agendas very readily. Protecting R&D is definitely one of the things that is going to benefit him long term.
Yeah, and bacterial programming and send a message are defensive, kinda. They defend themselves, sort of, right? You get a strong effect when they get stolen, but there's nothing up front to make it harder for the runner to steal them. So touching points is pretty easy in this deck. It's just about things might happen to you afterwards. So we do see a Carpe Diem here, gaining some credits. Has the option to run the marked server. At the moment, not likely to. I would. So hold on. What happened there?
We saw a boomerang,
correct? That's a boomerang.
on Tattoo Bola.
Yeah, so boomerang was on Tattoo Bola.
And there is going to be an access here. It's a Tattoo Bola.
That's the Tattoo Bola.
Yep. Might not be the same one.
One of the classic plays in this meta, go through a Tattoo Bola bounces to hand, access Tattoo Bola. Wonder if they're on 2 Tattoo Bola and there was a second in hand, or you just got very lucky. Always blessed to see a Tattoo Bola. Amen.
Yeah, just doing so much work on the day. Just so much work on the day.
And this also potentially turns on if you run HQ again, I now am able to res another nasty ice to boop you into while still having R&D protected with this extra ice.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the king is going to look for a second threat to have online on the centrals.
Absolutely.
Something big, nasty, and expensive.
Yeah, I'm imagining this is just representing I want to have at least one ice that actually ends the run on R&D. But I also want to have something nasty on another server. Because as we've talked about, that's very important. Hasn't had a chance to run or to res Archives Ice. As we've talked about, it is likely that Archives Ice is something pretty gross, and an Odyssey would certainly fit the bill.
Absolutely, and the king is on 21 credits now, so not only can res anything in the deck, can res almost 2 of anything in the deck.
Definitely 2 of anything in the deck, absolutely. And Sable sitting on 8, so getting credits back in the pool, but a third ice going on to R&D, just making it even less likely. Oh, and here comes a hedge fund. And another ice on HQ.
So double icing everything but Archives here.
Making it very difficult to get into these servers. This is what we talked about. This is why this is a tricky matchup for Sable. Sable wants to be getting successful runs.
You want 5
Ideally
clicks?
every turn.
Yeah.
Because you get 5 clicks if you make successful runs. It is just so hard to make a successful run when you have to break through a 6 strength snake god.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, we're seeing a third ice on R&D as well. I missed that one.
Yeah, third ice on R&D came down last turn along with the second on HQ.
Yeah, they cleaned up the board a little bit, so it's a little easier to see that now. So
Continuing to click up here from Nykride, that is a class act. So possible that the class act will not stick around very long because it does have that filtering effect for the remainder of the game, but will at least come down and draw 4 cards here at the end of turn. So lots of, I see 3 dirty laundries in hand. Very tough to play right now. Very tough to play because you are spending 2 up front, and there is a pretty strong chance you're not actually going to get those 5 on the back end.
yeah, I think as Nykride, you just have to assume that those are probably going to be dead cards unless you take a risk.
It's just like being a writer or an actor in Hollywood. The points on the back end are not real. We do see the Charlotte popped, though. So that is signaling to me probably an install advance in the remote.
Or just an
install advance, right. You don't need to install twice because you have the Lacosta.
Yeah, absolutely.
Install advance in what defensive
Void.
upgrades? Anoetic Void. Okay. So Anoetic Void, obviously, again, one of the premier defensive threats in this meta. Whenever the runner approaches the server, you can pay 2 credits and trash 2 cards from HQ to just say, get out.
Yeah, absolutely you can. And one of the things with Anoetic Void and the Ag Infusion ability is it takes at least 2 clicks to get into that server. Or 3,
At
actually.
least 3, right?
At
Yeah.
least 3 clicks. So you're getting false leaded and possibly booped into something terrible.
Though at the moment, not being booped into anything terrible, it's just, you know, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad that you have to spend so many clicks, especially if some outermost ice gets rezzed. You have to run through it once, get booped, run through it another time, get voided, run through it another time, cards and credits willing, potentially get voided again.
Oh, no, yeah.
Yeah.
So potentially taking your whole turn.
And certainly the credits are there on the King's side. We see this looks like 26 credits for the King, only 8 here for Nykride. So a bit of a tough position for Nykride, but then again, has the class act to start filtering draws, really getting the cards that are going to help the most in this matchup.
Yeah, I think Brandon, knowing the list, is going to know, you know, when trashing this class act might be a good idea
So
or helpful, or even if it's not
We
helpful
see
at
a
all.
boomerang here, right? Is that the boomerang art or is that the pinhole art? Couldn't quite see it from here. Also couldn't quite see if that was the card that was taken.
Yeah, I think Brandon may be thinking, if you pinhole me, whatever,
Yeah.
you know.
All right. Cool. You got the void. Enjoy enjoy running into border control on archives is what this looks like, correct?
Yep. Looks like it is.
Yeah, border control and archives.
Border control, another way to eat clicks.
Absolutely.
So,
And it is it's another way to eat clicks, and it is certainly another way to deny successful runs just in any context.
So notably, the king is only on one border control, not on the full complement. However, there is an MIC, a military industrial complex, in the deck as well. Also, only a 1x.
Yeah, the border control on archives makes a lot of sense. So one of the key breakers in this Sable list that has not come down yet, and I imagine has not come down because it is difficult to make it work in this sort of board state, is Amakua. So throwing a 1 strength ice on the remote that'll passively make a little money when you throw someone into it, keeping the really, really spiky ice on the other centrals. So basically, this is just saying Amakua can't get there by itself. You're never going to invalidate my ice board state just with your Amakua. It is going to take something like a boomerang. It's going to take something like a Hermes bounce.
Mm-hmm.
But it's pretty tough, honestly, in this board state for Sable, I would say. The king seems pretty in control of this game. We see 4 advancements on this card in the remote. That is threatening a creditless score out plus an install advance, do something else in the next turn. The king seems poised, if cards allow, to start chaining scores here.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't remember if Bacterial does anything on score.
It's scored or stolen, so you do get to still look at the top 7 cards of R&D, draw as many of them as you want, trash as many of them as you want, and stack your deck with the rest.
Yeah. So, chaining Bacterials is definitely something that could be done, or a free, really big piece of ice with Send a Message. Although Brandon is less concerned about that now, I would assume.
Yeah. Oh, whoops! This Anansi showed up. That's weird. We do see Amakua hit the bin, just an acknowledgement that it is so difficult to get through in this board state. Lacosta does throw a 5th advancement on the installed card in this remote. Subliminal comes back. Subliminal, such a strong card in this matchup because it is already so difficult for the runner to make successful runs. You get it back so many turns in a row.
Just so much
And
passive
that is
econ here.
a send a message. So it is 3-0.
Yep.
Points are officially on the board. The king will be the winner of this game if nothing changes and it goes to time. And we do see an MIC get flipped up by Send a Message for free. The message is sent. The message is the military industrial complex is strong.
Yeah, and the message is I can basically res anything that you're going to try to come
We do see
through.
a Hermes bounce. So a Hermes bounce makes HQ significantly weaker here. Only 1 ice, the ice goes back.
Yeah.
That's why you wait with the Lacosta, right?
Yep.
That's why you score before click 1, so you're able to counteract the Hermes bounce, install advance.
Install advance in the remote. So, as Nykride, what are your outs here? What are you doing?
Honestly, hope that the king stops playing this tight and this well. I think realistically the answer is you need to start, you need to get set up, you need to get your breakers installed, and you need to get a little bit more money so you can start trying to snipe it in centrals. I could definitely see there being another, I could see there being another agenda in HQ right now, honestly, because just the scoring server took so long to set up. I could see there being one more there. I think you try to get it there. You try to bounce this agenda.
We're getting another.
So we see a bravado.
We're getting another breaker down.
Hermes is always an out, right? You bounce a thing that you're almost certain is an agenda here, get it back to hand, maybe you snipe it on another HQ run. I think that's the out here. You play for Hermes to do a lot of work for you.
So we're seeing a bravado on, it looks like archives.
On the Mark server, yeah. And we do see Kurapira come down, so that is the barrier breaker. Going to break 1, gain a counter. Kurapira does get a bypass ability at a certain number of counters. I believe it's 3. And the numbers stack up very well against border control because it is already at the 1 strength naturally.
We're going to see an access here, and there's
There's some Sysentons in there. I didn't really see... so Sysenton, notably, not super good against Carmen. Carmen's naturally at strength to break Sysenton, so not the best option here.
Not that the king really needs Saisaton in this particular matchup.
Not especially. No, not especially. The MIC rezzed on the outermost. That is a pretty nasty face check to run into, though. That is going to drain your clicks.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that was a run. That was a bravado. That's another bravado onto the marked server. It looks like. So that was kind of click 0. Let's say was that first bravado.
So Nykride moneying up, at least trying to get those credits up. Maybe can turbo draw towards some additional
I wouldn't
breakers and tools.
I wouldn't be shocked if we see an HQ run here.
Over to me. Okay, counter.
Okay, no, I was wrong. That was click 4.
Yeah,
that was
it looks
click
like
4. Okay, so we do see the Lacosta tick in. Now, so the king has to decide. Am I going to score this out of the remote and allow a Hermes bounce? Or am I going to let it stick around for another turn and potentially allow a Hermes bounce on a good access? Those are really the two options right now. Neither of them's that appealing. Nykride did a great job that turn of using these strong one-shot events to really get money back up and start threatening the ability to actually make something happen on the board. That is one of the problems with these decks that have such strong run triggers is if you have one weak server, and it doesn't even have to be that weak, a single border control is honestly a good ice. But if you have one server that's weak enough that the runner can run it, they can gain enough value to suddenly put you in a tricky position. Now, the answer that the king has gone with is, I'm not scoring out this turn. I'm going to put another ice on R&D. I'm going to put another advancement counter on that. And one more thing. Let's find out what it is.
Yeah, so I believe this is telegraphing that there aren't really anything.
Another advancement.
There
So
isn't really anything in
threatening.
HQ.
It's at least telegraphing, I don't want you to think there's anything in HQ.
Yeah, absolutely. But the game, Brandon, I believe, is telegraphing. The king is telegraphing that the game is on R&D, and with those 4 ice and 22 credits that you're staring down, I just don't think there's any way that Nykride can get into R&D to force that Hermes bounce.
I don't think so. So I think Nykride needs to ponder a little bit here and make a soul read. Is the king rusing me? Am I getting rused?
It's possible.
It certainly is. Sometimes high-level play is mind games like this. So Unity is going to be the decoder for this Sable list. Has not come down. Does match up decently into the... actually, yeah, what are the code gates in this list for the king? How does Unity match up into that? So MIC is obviously a big one.
MIC
Is MIC the only one? MIC's the only, MIC's the only one.
Yeah.
But obviously, it's an important one because it is on this remote server. Is there a Vampira Nasa?
Vampira
There is
Nasa,
Vampira
yep.
Nasa on this
Okay,
list.
there's 2 of those.
And Unity actually does match up pretty well into Vampira Nasa at this point in the game, where there are, when Unity comes down, there will be 3 breakers installed, so you naturally get to strength with just 1 boost. And here is the Unity. So the Unity was in hand. Breakers are set up. 12 credits here for Nykride.
You still do have to spend 4 credits to break all those subroutines, though.
You do. It is, well, you spend as many as you need to break, right? You don't have to break all of them in a lot of cases. But here we do see turn is passed back over to Brandon. That is another send a message. A second message has been sent. What is the message going to be?
I think the message is, I'm about to win this game.
I mean, the message is I'm on game point. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But what is the rezzed ice going to be? On HQ would make a lot of sense because that's your weakest server, and it is a Brawn 1.0 rezzed on
Showing the
HQ.
Brawn.
Now, notably, Kurapira is on 3 counters. That is an instant bypass with Kurapira if you want to go into HQ. So I'd imagine that if the king has any agendas, if there was one sneakily hiding in there despite the telegraph, or if one just got drawn this turn,
the unrezzed
probably
ice
going into the remote.
also gets bounced to HQ.
The unres and that's so the king's triggers do go first because it is the king's turn. So the king gets the res with send a message. That particular ice is protected from Hermes because it's now rezzed.
Yeah. Okay, so we're
And it goes
seeing a
back down on
reinstall.
the outside.
Well, we don't know it's the same ice. Could be something different.
Right. We see a reinstall on the outside of HQ. We see an install in the remote. Do we see an advance? Because an advance threatens the game.
No advance.
Looks like we see a credit. We see a credit instead. So this is signaling to me, I think I need to res a fair amount of this ice. I'm not going for a scoring push this turn.
Or
The mark is
possibly-
HQ. The mark is HQ. That's interesting. HQ, I would imagine, is clean right now. It seems safer to put an agenda in the remote right now. There's almost certainly a void in there. We know there's the Lacosta, so one of these obviously has to be an upgrade, and it's most likely to be a void, I would think. I think it's probably likely that the other face down in the remote is a Charlotte to help draw to an agenda, because again, you get to do that quicklessly. It's just pure value. It's free real estate.
Yep. Yeah, I would guess that it's very possible that the king has not drawn into another agenda and just needs to find the final agenda to win the game. That is.
So it's simple. You just need to get into R&D, right? It should be easy.
Yeah, touch the agendas before the corp does. You only have to get through 4 large, nasty ice.
Just four. That's fine. That's not that bad. I am looking at the list. There are no sneak doors in here. Really, the multi-axis is the wake implant and the twinning, and we know the twinning is not relevant in this game because of those 8 tags.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And the wake implant takes a while to charge up.
So this is the problem, though, that can happen with these 7 agenda decks, is that you can get to 6 points sometimes, and neither you or the runner can find any agendas. And the agendas are just not coming into the game.
Here's a fun thing that can happen here. So you did mention that the 7th agenda was a Sisyphus protocol. How many points is Sisyphus protocol worth, Josh?
3?
It's a 5-2, isn't it?
A 5-2? I don't know off the top of my head, actually. Sisyphus protocol. Well, we'll have to check that out here soon.
Because the reason I bring it up is Nykride potentially needs to steal 3 agendas still. Stealing 2 agendas, I think, could still lead to being on 5 points. Unless I'm completely wrong about Sisyphus Protocol. I might be completely wrong about Sisyphus Protocol. Regardless, getting the 2 agendas in the first place is still going to be very hard. Right now, the king in a pretty commanding position, has an install advance in the remote, has 4 ice on R&D, one of which is an already rezzed Cloud Eater. This is going to be challenging. This is certainly going to be challenging.
It's certainly not looking good. You are correct. Sisyphus Protocol is a 5-2.
Yeah, so Nykride potentially needs to steal 3, but certainly needs to steal 2, and needs to do it quickly. Only 5 minutes remaining in the round.
Does Nykride have a Mad Dash?
I do not see a Mad Dash, no.
So it needs to steal 3 regardless.
Well, but I mean, could potentially... which of these is the higher seed? Because what happens in the double elimination cut here is whichever player is the higher seed, if there is a tie at the end of regulation, it does go, or if there's a tie after turns, then it does actually go to the higher seed.
Oh, yep, you are correct. That is some information that we do not currently have.
Unfortunately, the deck lists have the decks, but they don't have the seeds on them. So
yeah, so listeners at home, we will figure out the seeds if that becomes relevant.
We will. Honestly, I'm not sure it's going to be relevant. We have another install advance in the remote here.
I think this is the game. This has to be the game.
It's certainly, it is presenting lethal. It is presenting that the game is over here. Can Nykride get in is the big question. Or more accurately, can Nykride get in enough times?
Yeah, because we do have a boop and an MIC that will be online and potentially a void as well.
Yeah, so click 1, you run in, you break through the MIC, it's expensive, you get voided, let's say. Click 2, you run back through the MIC, it's expensive, you get through, you get booped. Click 3, you run back. You can no longer fully break the MIC. Or MIC is 3 subs or 4?
MIC is...
it's 3 subs.
3 subs.
It's loose click,
Yep.
loose click, and the run. Okay. So you can run through. You can still barely break. You can get all the way through. You can break. And at that point, I think you just get voided again.
Yeah,
There's enough
absolutely.
money, there's enough cards, you get voided again. Click 4, you run back. It doesn't matter if you can break MIC, you get MIC'd. So
Yeah.
I think this is just game, unless game is on the centrals, or more accurately, unless a Hermes bounce can be found in the centrals.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you can bounce whatever it is in the remote.
Okay, so click 1. So click 1 is the twinning. So the twinning coming down, hoping to find some multi-access this turn. So we do have a Chesva. Oh, click 1 was Chesva comes down. And I think we might be seeing a rollback here. Yeah, so click 1, the Chesva comes down.
Yeah, it looks like the twinning was thought better of.
Okay. Yeah, Chesva makes a lot more sense if you are running the twinning. Okay, so
Boomerang.
click 2, Boomerang comes down.
We're going for R&D.
That is such a cool Boomerang token.
Absolutely it is, but that is spicy. We're going after R&D here.
The king can res a lot of ice. So we do have an inside job on R&D. That will make it easier.
Inside job
So
and Boomerang.
barriers basically don't matter. Kurapura bypasses barriers. So this is barriers. You can res them. It doesn't matter that much. Saisentan, there are 4 cards in hand. It looks like there are 3 in hand, I think. Saisentan, are you bold enough to let it fire? I don't think so. Well, inside job, right? Inside job. You bypass it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So we do see a Tatu Bola here, I believe.
Yeah, Tatu Bola.
Inner behind that. So that is just 1 credit with Kurapura. That's not a difficult break. It doesn't matter how difficult the break is though, because that is a swap and then a boop, and then you have to run back through whatever it got swapped with. So let's see. So Kurapura does break. We do see another counter go onto Kurapura. We do see the swap. We do see the gain 4.
Okay.
Going to continue, it looks like. Do we see the boop here is the big question. I would imagine so.
What click is it?
It is click 2.
Click 2.
Or it should be click 3, I think.
On
Because
2
it
or
was
3,
it was Chesva and then Boomerang.
Yeah,
So we do see the boop. The boop is going into MIC, it looks like.
yeah, that's a good boop there.
Yeah, it works because there still aren't enough clicks to run the remote if there's void there.
Absolutely not. And you may also bait the runner into thinking that there's a chance and just void them at the end.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That's there aren't enough clicks because you just get to void them.
Oh wait, actually, sorry. I'll spend 3 to
So it is definitely, it feels unorthodox to throw someone into the server, the remote, where the winning agenda is, at least we believe, sitting, but it seems completely safe. Like this is, you have reached your final form in terms of click taxing here for Ag Infusion.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't look like we...
So the inside job is getting trashed. It looks like we're losing a click here. And it looks like this is time in the round.
Oh, wow.
So the king does have the 1 more turn to score out if this is an agenda. This is the last turn for Nykride. This is the last click for Nykride.
Oh, this has got to be devastating.
Yeah. And unfortunately, Nykride being at 0, even with a Hermes bounce to get this agenda off the table, can't get the win. Needs to get multi-access to get the win. And at the moment, there aren't any tools for multi-access that we can see. And based on the list, I think this one is over. I think the king has it.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if there's anything that we're not seeing.
I think Nykride is just thinking it over before officially
What's your vote, sorry? I have a Chesva with nothing on it, Unity
calling it.
with 4 counters, Boomerang that's installed on Cloud Eater, Hermes, and a class art. Res.
Okay, running through. That is a Brawn.
Spend 3 Kurapura to bypass it.
Kurapura does immediately bypass that. We do get a break of 2 subroutines on Cloud Eater. And we will see 1 card here. Going up to 10 tags.
That'll stay.
And that was an ice, right? No Hermes bounce.
Yeah.
So that is, I believe that's it by Nykride. Yeah, it goes up to 2 credits. GG, we see the handshake.
concede.
Congratulations to the king. The king gets to continue on in this top cut. This was a fight for your tournament life, and the king comes out victorious. Congratulations to Nykride for a fantastic run. Makes it into the top 16.
Absolutely.
Finishes in the top 12. What an incredible run by Nykride.
It is an incredible run. We'll have to see how the rest of his team did. I believe they're all in the chase bracket at this point.
I believe so.
And so the team naming rights are up for grabs. If one of them didn't make it through, then the team will still be unnamed. Brandon did fantastic, though. That was a clinic on how to secure that.
Very slow, very methodical, very cautious play, and it paid off. Scored once the window was finally open, and
Absolutely.
just kind of kept the foot on the throat the whole time. So a great win by the king. I believe we're going to. So we are seeing the bracket here. So it looks like Jan Tuno and Arizan are in the upper bracket finals next round. The winner of that game will automatically go through to the grand finals. We are also seeing, so that does mean that Santa is going down to the lower bracket. Jai and the King will play next round, and Tzinchling and Saka will play next round. So unfortunately, that does mean that Ruben Peters, Timmy Wong, and Tak, their ride ends here, their run ends here. They are out of the top 16. Again, incredible finishes. Sad to see the People's Champ go. Always sad to see Timmy Wong go. One of the great stories of this tournament, coming basically out of retirement.
Yeah, coming out of retirement and making it to the top cut. This notably means, though, that Zining is the winner for team naming rights.
You were right. Also, I was incorrect when I looked at the bracket. So Jan Tuno did actually lose to Deer here. So I believe Deer is going to be continuing on into the upper bracket finals.
It looks like we'll have to have a correction on that bracket between rounds. So we will get that done for stream. We'll verify that this is displayed correctly for everybody.
Absolutely. But it looks like most likely you will be seeing either Jai versus the King or Tzinchling versus Saka in the next round. It would be my guess, but that is we'll find out next round. That's a problem for next round. For now, we're going to go to a quick break between rounds, but please come back because we have more top cut action. We are getting closer. There are only a few rounds away before we find out who is playing for the World Championship of 2024.
Yeah, so excited. Thanks, everybody. Come back soon.
Trust the Whaling Consortium. Build to last. The Whaling Consortium. Builder of nations.
Hello and welcome back to the 2024 Netrunner World Championships. I am Neuropanzer He Him. I am joined by, once again...
My name is Andre from the Matchball Grid. I go by He Him.
Good to have you back, Andre.
Thank you.
How's your day been so far?
It's been wild. The level of play outside, it's 16 players, started a couple hours ago. We're down to, is it half that, if not even less at this point?
I think it's half now. I think 4 and 4 have dropped.
There's been some wild games, obviously strong emotions. Lots of hugs. You know how it is out there. And we got a great game for you today. This is the lower... Oh, I'm never good at this.
I couldn't tell you
round 4.
I couldn't tell you which round it is in the lower bracket exactly, but the important thing is this is a lower bracket game. Saka and Zining are fighting for their tournament life.
Exactly.
A win and you go home.
This is double elimination. So both of these players have already taken one loss in an earlier round. So this could be their final game for the World Championship 2024. Of course, on the left, if you don't know, that's Saka, our two-time, currently 2023, 2022 world champion, trying to go for the three-peat. He's actually played this matchup before. This on the right, this is Zining. Zining, a local player, is playing this Asa group deck. This is such a cool deck. It's called the Jukebox Asa, and it is a deck that can get a lot of clicks. It's playing MC Austerity. It has a lot of ways to score 5-3s on a fast advance plan, and Austerity policy, taking clicks away, is a really nice thing into what's expected here, Saka's 2 deep dives.
Yeah. And you're bringing up the deck names. I love looking at the deck names that people submit. Once they actually get to the top 16, we start being able to see them. Saka submitted this as flexible deck.
It is a
this
flexible
lot,
deck.
It is very flexible. It can do a lot of things. We're seeing one of those things right here, which is just turn 1, install an SMC, install a trick shot. I'm going to get value no matter what you do.
Yes, so you can be reactive to this. This both pressures the remote server and R&D, and understanding the corporation, Changeling can only res one of these cards. Audacity on the top, a bit of fast advance into a Tattoo Bola. Two big full arts. Saka going to take some notes there, and we're going to see swing on the remote server. For 6 credits here, just about any ice can get through. This deck is slightly different than what you might have seen Saka winning multiple nationals this season. The code gate slot is now on a Buzzsaw, which is pretty fascinating. And we also have a bit of a K2CP turbine, which could show up in a later time. Probably not so much this deck, but for some of the bigger ice that we're seeing across the Ag Confusion decks this weekend.
So it looks like Changeling is considering a res here.
Trying to see again. If you do not res, it forces the self-modifying code sometimes to be popped. You're not going to spend 6 credits trashing a card on the ASA Group remote server. I think the best case would be a Tranquility Home Grade. There's only 1 in this deck. So you have a limited options how to spend those credits. Sometimes you'll just send that into what you think is the best breaker, whether you want to set up really quickly with a Parisha, just pull that anyways to be ready to trash some stuff, or a Cupulation. So we're seeing
I could definitely see an argument for pull out the Buzzsaw right now, get the full value, spend all 6.
Yeah.
I think that's also a solid option here.
We might see a Revolver, but it looks like actually just an early turbine. That is a 6 credit install. Just getting that down as soon as possible. Going to save you some good credits. Now Revolver, you don't have to boost into a drafter, and Rashida.
Oh, and that's a Rashida. The Rashida goes down.
Saka specifically said he played into this matchup in round 13, and his opponent, I believe it was Nykride, drew 3 Rashidas in 3 turns. And so that's not going to be the start here that Changeling is going to have on the right side. I want to shout out, Changeling has just been, this is his 8th World Championship in a row. And now here to be across from a Saka, just had a fantastic weekend, is an absolute treat. 2 fantastic players.
Changeling's had a fantastic weekend, too. Was able to ID into the top cut in the last round, I believe.
I think that sounds right.
Just a great weekend from Chris here. That is a Tattoo Bola drawn into the hand. We already knew about the Audacity as well. So the Audacity, obviously one of the marquee cards in this deck, one of the reasons that it is able to steal wins out of nowhere, it feels.
There's a bit of reach in this deck. We've seen a bit of Biotic Labor, ASA Group. Mind you, there's much more ASA Group in the top cut than Precision Design. Might have been a surprise to some, but the flexible play lines you have here to build these remote servers to cause these additional problems. And speaking of a problem
the
here,
MCA.
Austerity Policy, this is a wild older FFG card. When this came out, I remember this being such a strong thing. Not only does it give you a win condition later down the line if you invest those clicks into it, it's going to be taking clicks away from Saka. Now, clicks matter, obviously. Lets you time that lat draw, do all the sort of stuff you want to do in Netrunner. But specifically, when it comes to Deep Dive and the Ikawa project, a 5/3 that you need to spend a click and 2 credits to steal from central servers, let alone the table, you're going to have fewer clicks to do those dives.
Yeah, and obviously Saka is on Hannah Wheels as some tech to gain clicks, but you really don't want to use that to... You don't want to have to use that to fire off a deep dive in the first place. You want to use it to fire off a big deep dive with the click left.
Saka, likely, you generally want to steal your first points, from central servers and then close the game in with a deep dive. You talked about Hannah showing up here again. A way to check the remote servers is quite nice. We also have DJ Fenris. Sometimes you'll go for that Sable. Again, it's the HB matchup that you really need those extra clicks when you're diving deep. And here, a bit of a simple turn. We're going to try and match that lat hand size. Again, lat. Saka's been playing lat all summer largely, trying to match hand size to get an extra card at the end of the turn. Changeling going to use that ASA install in the remote server. Now we have 2 problems on the table, and Saka has, I believe, 2 pinhole threadings at some point in the deck to maybe deal that austerity.
Yeah, exactly 2 pinhole threadings. Now, notably, going for the Turban install early does make Hagen more of a threat than it normally would be because it does have a trash target now.
Now, there is a hog in this list. We'll see Saka again checking. This is an open deck list, so every player knows every card in their opponent's deck. You can always check that during the match. We see that on camera there. So the question is, how do you contest this? We've used 1 self-modifying code. We have something like a Simo chip, of course, that's the full playset in this list. We might be able to check the remote server. Another common play pattern with Austerity Policy, you sometimes want to put pressure on HQ because you're assuming that an agenda will be scored either this turn or the following turn, a 5/3 or a 4/2. So we're going to charge.
Okay, this is going into the remote with 2 face downs in it.
Now, this ice wasn't rezzed earlier. Changeling is struggling to get economy, only on 5 credits. We haven't seen fully ops yet, but a Pulse.
That is a Pulse.
Not a card you see too commonly. Harmonics, and the only Harmonic we're going to see in this list. You're not going to have to worry about any of those bloops doing core damage and trashing programs.
So the runner loses click, so down to 1 click this turn.
And now you lose a credit, and it's your choice whether you want to get through this without a breaker, but putting you on no more clicks after the Austerity Policy as well.
So if it's an Ikawa in this server, it's fairly safe. Though it would be a difficult install here because really not threatening to score for quite a while.
I think the best case here is there's a cohort that sticks or a Rashida for the corporation here. But if Saka wants to click through there, accessing on a healthy 9 credits, it looks like we're just going to walk away, get down.
Okay.
A simul chip. We'll see Changeling, I think, is flipping a Rashida there. Oh, a cohort.
A cohort. Also
Equally
a very
cool.
good flip.
Yes, a very great card.
Cohort going to trash a card from hand, draw a card, and gain 2 credits. And in future turns, we now have a face-down card in Archives, so Cohort becomes a fast advance threat in future turns.
Yes, or a never advance, right? Because you need to invest something on the table to get that flip. And that's something that's very powerful. Ace Grip can put those servers and present all these problems. The powers that be, the MC Austerity, you can't check all of them. Can you run Archives and spend one of your 3 clicks to get that flip?
Is fast never advanced a thing? Because that's basically what it is. It is scoring something off the table that you normally wouldn't be able to.
Changing thinking here again, fully operational would be a nice bounce back on 5 credits. Maybe you want some card draw.
Okay, here's a stall with an ice on the outside using that Asa trigger. Another MCA, so MCA has ticked up to full 3.
Yeah, and only on 3. Maybe if the cohort sticks, you can afford to score at a 5-3. None of these 5-3s are really fantastic, besides maybe you can score to send a message, but at that point, you're totally bankrupt. You're going to have a liquidity problem. So this is just an austerity policy to keep the runner kind of in check.
Yeah, even with there is a wage workers in this list, I'm assuming. Probably multiples?
I'm just checking. Actually, yeah, there's 2.
Yeah. Wage workers doesn't quite do it because, well, at least with not without an MCA pop, because you advance, Audacity, you still need more money. You need 3 credits to do that, plus the 2 for the wage workers.
So we'll see here what Changeling wants to put on the table. Again, Rashida is the thing that Saka wants to keep Changeling off. The fully operationals coming in will be a big rebound. Going to get down. That's a pre-shot. Trashes assets.
That's big. Trashes assets. That's correct. So going into the server where there is a known asset. Oh, and this is a big piece of economy. If Saka chooses to run through it, which is not the case here. Can't, I guess, actually.
There's
and
the
that
Rashida.
is the Rashida.
Now, Chord's on top of an upgrade. It does look defensive. There's a Manic Arms, a 1 Tranquility, and a Mavirus, but the Rashida and the remote server Changeling definitely need. That's 2 Rashidas down in the first couple turns. Saka definitely feeling good about that. Understanding that's the last way that his last game has slipped away.
Looks like declining to use the cohort this turn. Whatever's in hand seems good enough. So that is a pop on the MCA. No, it is a 4th counter on the MCA.
Yeah.
Just continuing to drain this click from Saka. Now it's a pop.
Now,
doesn't need that click. Would rather drain a click from Saka.
You see some wild turns here. It's going to be slightly expensive.
And we have to get out extra extra click trackers here.
Somewhere
so 5 clicks remaining, it looks like.
Yeah, this is like a tempo austerity. You don't totally see this, but to have that explosive turn to set up, you actually can't get another austerity down, but we're just clicking for 3 credits. Okay. Spending a whole time there, taking clicks away from the runner, but building your own luminal transubstantiation. But only 4 credits. I think the hand might be flooded. It is open HQ. This is not a burner list. You don't often see burner and lat, but there's no doubt Changeling's holding some agendas here, and Saka might poke, and there you go,
okay,
straight into HQ. We do see the hand, actually.
I don't
it
actually see
clean.
agendas in here.
2 gatekeepers, a blade
there's
of
a number
seamless?
of gatekeepers, yeah.
I can't tell what one is, but that's
in
a
a
full
bladed.
art of bladed barrier from the last GNK kit, if I'm not mistaken. There's a lot of agendas in R&D. Actually, so this list has fewer agendas than you might think. It's only on 8, which is, I think, the fewest you can put in a deck like this, just about. A lot of 5-3s. It's a full set of Ikawas and 1 send a message. So the density in R&D is relatively high now.
Here comes a Diesel.
Cards in hand, the Audacity. Scoring at a 3-2, but the Luminal might be something Changeling can do with this hand. We do know there's an Audacity in there, but we'll see if Changeling trades cards up with that cohort, trying to find some ice, fully operational. Saka not finding a console yet. Onacom is a 3-of. That's what he's been playing this whole summer and hasn't changed today, this weekend. Getting you some passive card draw while playing those fantastic events. On 8 credits, we're still expecting 2 more trick shots and some overclocks as well. Clicking for credit and trying to match the hand size there, drawing into a creative commission with Lat. Cohort, I believe, just fired. Throwing out, gaining a card and 2, and then mandatory draw. Should give you some good options here for Ace Grip.
Let's see what happens here from Chris. Pondering it, thinking it over, just found 2 new cards, so 2 new options. So we do see an install with another Asa install as ice on the outside.
With 2 Rashidas down, that is definitely the explosive start you need.
Yeah.
With a double ice remote server in the Tattoo Bola, you're kind of okay no matter what's in the server. 5 cards in hand, you definitely want to make sure you're matching that with Lat, and so much of your turns are going to be planned around it. Looks like Saka's pondering to use the Stone Ship chart room, just trash to drop 2.
Certainly not on a kill threat here. You're not worried about cards in hand to stay alive, so it's just a question of when do you use it, and I guess the answer is now.
We see a trick shot. A self-modifying code might be what you need here. Of course, you're going to have to get to the Tattoo Bull if you charge this remote server. And the Fractor, if I'm not mistaken, actually is it's relatively cheap coming down on the Propeller.
Yeah.
Changeling thinking, trying to hold down for a turn with face down cards and archives. If there was 4 2s in this deck, could be
Okay,
very
SMC comes down.
Self-modifying code, and we're just playing some operations, or sorry, 2 events in a row. Sure Gamble into Shaper, Sure Gamble, Creative Commission.
SMC, money, your go. What does your deck do?
Oh, Changeling looks like
We're about to find out what the deck does.
might just be the Rashida. Okay, planning through the turn. This also might be a Spin Doctor res. A lot of times players want to do this. Looks like we also get down their Stone Chip chart room. I think there was a click
Okay, they missed the
spent
click.
on the Stone Chip.
Yeah.
So no res, Spin Doctor. Not dodging the lat draw, actually. I'm not sure if that worked or not, but you have a window there to deny the lat draw by
Yeah.
resing the Spin Doctor. Not sure if that was missed. So we're drawing up options in hand. You can shuffle back the Rashidas if you want. We need to always think about a Blade of a Barrier. We're not on threat 3.
I don't think you want to shuffle back both Rashidas because there is a powers that be in this deck. And one of the best ways to follow up an agenda score if you are either low on tempo or don't have another agenda is just throw a Rashida in your worst server and say, come get it.
This is the weird thing about this deck, right? In terms of the tempo
Okay, so we
positive
do
agendas.
see one Rashida and an MCA come back.
Shuffling back that Spin Doctor. Again, that is removed from game, so that's not going to be an option with the Blade of Barrier at the drafters. But the agendas that are going to be on the table in this matchup, barring maybe, of course, the Luminal and the Vitruvius who can get a counter, are incredibly tempo positive. These are not going to be the off-world office swings. With so many of the points being on 5-3s, Saka can understand what it takes for him to have to challenge a remote server. It's actually the assets in some ways that are going to be more threatening.
Yeah. So the Prisha likely to do a lot of work in this matchup, I have to think.
Changeling thinking this through. A lot of options in hand. You want to get the Ace
that's an
install. Looks like we might be passing.
Passing on Asa.
Just
So it
getting
is
some
just 3
cards.
installs, the old-fashioned way.
So cards we haven't seen yet. Any Wage Workers. There's another cohort somewhere in the list. Powers that be are most of the assets. Austerity Policy. I wonder if you take a minute, if you can, that turn just to get the power counter on it.
Haven't seen any fully operationals either.
It's
I
been-
imagine
yeah,
fully
that's huge.
operational would be big right now for 4 charges.
On 9 credit, we can start to rest some of the more expensive ice in the deck. There's 1 MIC and 2 bronze, but Saka has access to an Icebreaker with the self-modifying code and a very healthy 17 credits. Overclock in hand and Trick Shot as well. Revolver also. We have a bit of an MU problem. Self-modifying code does take up 2 MU. The Turbine and the Parisha are going to complete that 4 MU set, so if you can't find one of the 3 Anacoms here, it's hard to get the Revolver down, which means face-checking to Drafter is not something you're excited about. When an operation goes back to hand, potentially Rashida can hit the table, and even an Asa install can happen on the turn. But pondering that overclock in Saka's right hand.
Overclock, obviously, another way to get great value out of SMC. You get this free money for the run. And sure enough, just overclocking archives. Now, overclocking archives does have the additional value of turning off the advancement counterpart of cohort guidance program. So this is a valuable run, despite the fact that it is just archives. We do see the Buzzsaw come out from the SMC, so getting full value, all 5 of those credits going to that install. And we see another face down Austerity. That seems like an ablative target to me. That seems like a powers that be target, making sure you have both that and the Rashida in the bin.
I don't know what Changeling's hand is. Saka's had the time just to set up here, getting down a Breaker and the Turbine. It's only going to be a moment before the Revolver comes down. The question is only just barriers. But this hasn't been the explosive start that I think Changeling definitely needs.
Are there
Saka's
just
getting to set
9
up.
points on the board right now? Are all 3 of those last installs agendas?
Hopefully we see a Rashida here, and we need an Austerity, but Saka has the time to set up, understanding, like, I know when I need to run the table with so many 5-3s. Hopefully, unless Changeling can sneak out a Luminal, Spin Doctor's a start, hopefully denying that lat draw.
And we do see Telework come down and get hit once. Steady value over time. We've talked about it multiple times this weekend, but Telework, one of those cards that works very well with Lat because Lat wants to trigger as many times as possible, and Telework is one of those steady value over time cards.
Thinking about how to push forward. 1 Spin Doctor entries, but 2 cards on the table. We're going to start with the Wage Workers.
Okay, Wage Workers.
Now this means we either are going to do a
happen this
triple
turn.
advance or a triple install. Triple install after the Spin Doctor makes a fair bit of sense.
I'm guessing a triple advance here.
But we have drawn through many cards, not an agenda in sight. HQ, after you see Austerities and Gatekeepers hitting the table. Buzzsaw into Turbine is still relatively reasonable for a 3-cost dice, at least for 1 turn before it returns to 0 on the following. But those cards hitting the bin, Cohort, also I don't think has fired just yet. Not sure if Changeling has done the mandatory draw just yet.
I don't think so.
Thinking about the table, well, with Wage Workers Res, maybe. If you do here, he might be considering triple advance into Audacity, having the Spin Doctor to save some of that hand. But
And
if
if that's a Vitruvius, that is 2 counters.
It's
That's
quite
pretty
fun.
big.
I think we've seen some of the SF players go for that Vitruvius on counters. That gives you that combo opportunity, things with Audacity, bring back their austerities turn after turn after turn. And it looks like that might be the
Seamless
case.
as well. We've seen, so triple advance, Audacity.
That's seamless triple advance.
Oh.
I think it's a Vitruvius. It's a bit off camera. I think we're going to fix that.
It's a bit off camera. Okay.
There you go.
Great. So that's a Vitruvius with 2 counters.
So no need for the Audacity.
A Vitruvius with 2 counters can turn into Vitruvius with 3 counters because you, if you have a never advanced Vitruvius, you seamless advance, pull it back, seamless advance, pull it back, seamless advance. Oops, I have 3 counters now with 4 points.
Now
Those are the first points of the match, correct?
Yes.
Saka's been playing a very deliberately paced game, I would say. Knows that he doesn't need to be going all out to challenge remote servers and go all out to challenge central servers quite yet. Can easily steal a few points, pull off a deep dive late. However, Chris is starting to threaten.
The credits are going to be a problem. Saka might be able to take a minute here to trash. The cohort coming down, breaking now for 1. The upgrade is going to be almost all of Changeling's money if it is the Manic Arm. If you also take down the Wage Workers here, you're going to use the Parisian credits. Just a Tranquility Home Grid. That's 4. And while Saka has a very healthy 20 credits, we're going to spend most of our money on that. Now, taking down the Wage Workers, not necessary this turn, but if you want to just deny the fully operationals that haven't come up yet, just getting cards outside of assets is so important. Outside of servers, excuse me. Looks like a build script, photocopy, mind you. Proxies are legal at all levels of organized play, and a propeller is drawn to hand, so Saka has established a whole breaker suite if he can take a click to put that down.
As Build Script's strongest defender, I am so glad to see it in the top cut here at the World Championships.
It's a bit nicer with Onacom, but just getting you what you need for 1 influence, just good enough. Changeling here has so much ability now to pull things back from the bin, whether you want to just over and over do the austerities. Again, the seamless launches, chaining them into one another. It's hard to do more than 1 Audacity in the turn because it empties your hand, and you have to have a hand of at least a couple cards to play that.
With only 2 Vitruvius counters, it's very difficult. With 3,
you can do something.
You can do it.
You can maybe do something.
Because Audacity does count itself, correct?
It depends whose text you read. I think FFG says 3 counting itself. I think NSG says 2 other.
Okay.
And there's our first fully operational after installing 2 cards, so this will echo 3 extra times. It looks like we start with some card draw that we can get in, I believe, up to 6 extra credits for only 1. That's a lot of value. But
that is, and sure enough, those 6 credits.
So Saka here is smiling to see the board state. That is the sort of fully operational thing that happens. Now, these cards on the table, we've only seen 2 points so far. We're halfway through a 40-minute round.
I would imagine at least halfway through the deck as well, especially after that fully operational draw. They have been hiding from both players. The agendas are shy today.
Now with 1 ice on R&D, we haven't seen any of our click gainers. You're generally against HP, especially for a deck with 3 Equa projects. You're looking for the Hana. You're looking for the DJ to get that Nusha Sable Sintashta to come down to get those extra clicks. If you want to be able to deep dive and steal points off of R&D, Saka looking through the options of what's in the bin here. We're not on threat 3 yet. The 2 ablatives haven't shown up, but cards should not be recurring here. With Revolver and Propeller in hand, we have an MU problem. We need one of these 3 Onacoms.
Yeah,
we're going to put all our breakers on the table.
A really important card right now.
You might be able to jettison the Parisha. It's definitely going to be great in this matchup. There's a lot of assets still to trash, but the MU, you would definitely like to have it by now if you can, and I'm not sure if Saka has access to that in hand. I think we also see maybe a Cupulation. It looks like there's a blue card in the corner. Another MU problem, potentially.
Yeah, Cupulation would make sense. There is a Cupulation in this deck. Revolver, they don't look that alike, so I'm guessing.
Oh, he has a Revolver. I think we saw a Revolver. Yeah, it might just be that.
There is definitely, there are 2 Revolvers, in fact, in this list.
Paragons for the Turbine's really nice now. Saka was talking about this earlier today, that you don't have to boost. You do just spend bullets. You come in on at least Drafter. Makes it a bit easier also to get through Anansi. A really cool meta change for Worlds, and I think it turned out to be a great meta choice. Saka thinking here he'd love to be able to scoop a 5-3. It could be an HQ, could be on the table, and with Wage Workers and access to seamless launch, any of these could be a 5-3. Even if you deal with the Wage Workers, you can still do that sort of double, seamless launch recursion.
And importantly, the double seamless advance line is very cheap.
Yeah,
it doesn't actually cheap. It does not put Zinchling down on tempo to take that line.
Saka drawing up here. Checking the pulse server only costs 1, and of course Changeling knows that, so why not put something valuable behind it? It's the clicks that matter, not so much the credits here, because Saka still has to build A bit more of a board. Looks like a run event.
21 credits, and what are you doing with it? A pinhole.
On
pinhole
HQ.
into HQ, where is it going?
So we'll see. You don't have to say what you're going to access. It looks like the wage worker is going to go down for 2 and the Parisha.
RIP. No longer employed.
So now this makes it slightly harder. Changeling might have to exhaust those Vitruvius counters if he wants to score out a 5-3, never advance on the table. But coming down with the propeller.
Propeller does come down. So that is now a way to break barriers
Tatubola.
and... Yeah, Tatubola, importantly.
A blade of barrier as well are the barriers you're expecting. There is one Hagen too. Now you do run out of counters at some point, but it looks like Changeling has it on the table. Another Vitruvius. Just triple advances it. The wage workers denying the token. Changeling up on 4 credits, but not going for a seamless launch. Just getting up to game point. This is really frightening, potentially. There's no Claude. Not that this is going to be Claude. This is going to be never advanced. But at this point, any card on the table can just be seamless launch, advance. This card wasn't rezzed. If it was a wage workers, would you have rezzed it? Maybe. If it was a powers that be, would you have rezzed it? Definitely.
Absolutely.
The options of what this is are relatively small. Cohort guidance program would even probably be rezzable.
Yeah. It could potentially be the 3rd Rashida, right? Because you don't want to res it that turn if you know you're scoring out. You're just going to have to discard cards.
Yeah, maybe. Could be
also
Tranquility.
Be a spin doctor.
Spin? We'll see. We'll find out. We're
okay,
gonna check.
yeah, we're going to find out.
Dirty laundry.
Thank you, Saka. Removing any questions that we had very soon. That is a virus. So it's just a waste your click, come to get this. Now, obviously, Saka does get the dirty laundry value off the run, so it is not really a waste of a click.
We can see a bit here of Changeling's hand. I think we see a drafter, an ablative barrier, and
I
a
do
cohort.
see the second cohort.
Now, this is where the ablative barrier gets interesting, and obviously a player like Saka understands if you ever run last click and you allow the corporation to res an ablative, that can be tricky on some of the deep dive turns. If you can get into the right spot, that can bring back a spin doctor or Rashida. You can get cards on the table that you don't want them to survive a turn, or wage workers on an important turn.
Notably, it doesn't instantly cause lethal, though, as you would say, because it is a non-agenda card that has to be installed.
It's the Holloman deck, so you're a bit more frightened, and this is not one of those decks. This is a really cool deck. Shout out to the San Francisco team. They have 4 players in the top 16 coming in today. Revolver coming down, over-installing on the Parisha. MU is definitely taxed out here, so we have 6 bullets. That's a 3 strength breaker, perfectly lining up with the power of the K2CP turbine. Thinking here, Saka definitely want to find the first points, and HQ being wide open and still not being able to make runs because Changeling can make it all by the table. Install advance. Audacity might be the call here.
Audacity?
This can just be a 3-2. We'd love to see the Luminal, and it is.
That's the Luminal.
Changeling is flying up on 6 points.
On 6 points.
Now, very interestingly, there's only one more Vitruvius in the list, but if a Changeling can just top deck that and have enough cards in hand and have only 1 credit, can just Audacity by pulling back the Vitruvius from the bin.
Yeah, this game can be over very quickly.
Now, it's only a single more Vitruvius. This is not a deck. It's mostly 5-3s and 3-2s. There's only one more Project Vitruvius.
We have exited Value Runner phase of the game, and we have entered Keep R&D Clean phase of the game.
Emergency. We have a full turn left here. We can't score. Just drawing up, I think it was a Managarm, maybe an MIC. Changeling.
Saying, Saka, would you like to waste some of your clicks coming to HQ? You need to keep it clean. You don't know if I have it.
HQ and R&D, it's all about this one more 3-2. If that comes off the top, it can be quite difficult. Saka
Now, what's the ice on R&D? That's a big question. If it costs more than 3, then the kill isn't live next turn because you do need a credit to advance.
Yeah.
So if it's something like the Hagen, then that says you have at least 1 more turn.
So we'll see where the pressure goes off. The problem with Deep Dive, obviously you can see some points. It was a
shuffles,
tough thing.
though.
It shuffles. It doesn't lock the top of the deck.
It's actually a pretty bad play unless you have wheels down and you can take the last click to clear the top of R&D.
If you can take the Vitruvius, that's something, but with 9 points safe without a click gainer, those Ikoa projects that have not shown up yet are entirely safe to Deep Dives. Saka, this table doesn't really have to be dealt with. All the assets are gone besides the Spin Doctor. And actually, Spin Doctor is really important because if you lock the top of the deck, you can actually shuffle 0 cards back in. So Changeling can draw new cards and not get R&D locked. That can be important. You can go R&D, Spin Doctor R&D, and give the corporation the option to shuffle after. And so you can maybe see another single axis. But the single Vitruvius really matters. Compilation, we're going to maybe flush HQ here. Over installing the propeller. We haven't seen a simul chip just yet. But the
there's
barriers.
One on the bin. There's one on the field.
Okay,
right
we're sick.
we see a trick shot. That is a good way to. Now, as you did mention, though, Spin Doctor does get around that. because you do get to shuffle.
Potentially, yeah. Changeling can decide here. We're going to see 2 cards, and then the Spin Doctor can force a shuffle. We also might kidnap one of these cards and send it HQ. Top. Looks like maybe a Powers.
Trash. Powers.
A Rashida.
That's a Rashida. That's the third Rashida. Well, another got shuffled back, so it's either the second or the third Rashida.
Now, this is a super cheap trash, which means the Spin Doctor, regardless, you're going to back and see new cards. So we're going to steal that, put it on the compilation. Considering it. Same cost,
okay,
just trash.
That's a trash. That's a trash, okay.
So now we can
and
run
either
the
way,
Spin
the
Doctor.
top of R&D is now unknown, so we'll probably need to run back after this.
There's a chance there's face downs and archives are agendas, 5/3s that Changeling could not handle.
Okay,
and it looks
trash
like
is the Spin Doctor, so the shuffle line is no longer on the table, quite literally.
the Changeling had the option of putting non-agendas back in the deck and calling the bluff here, and no bluff to be called.
No
a bunch
bluff.
of ice and a fully operational.
The fully operational. Now, obviously, not many actual installed cards in these remotes, so fully operational, despite its ceiling.
Oh, this is incredible.
Takes
Changeling not pulling the Vitruvius back and so stealing the Audacity.
Takes the Audacity.
Does work from our guy Saka, feeling pretty smug about that, saying you're going to have to score on the table, and the table, as much as there's barriers that can't exactly be broken this turn.
That is the only Audacity in the list,
Oh
correct?
yeah, that's the only Audacity. Austerity is the only other way to fast advance, and drawing one off the top there. I don't know if we even see the Vitruvius, but putting cards on the table again, even a never
Double
advance
install.
can threaten the 5/3.
And an install. Res the Austerity, here comes the Austerity.
You can build weird lines with Austerity and maybe a Pulse that it's really hard to steal the Iqua on the table. And then as long as you have the modicum of 3 credits, you can do the seamless advance with the Vitruvius power. But the problem here, Changeling, we saw throughout a fully operational, doesn't have a lot of money here. I think all Rashidas, if not most of them, are accounted for.
There's one left in the deck because one got shuffled back.
But now cards on the table, one of them is an Austerity, so that's only be 3 clicks for Saka's name, and cards behind the Tattoo Bola. Another trick shot, the final one. Let's see if this ice gets rezzed. It wasn't the turn before. That's 6 credits as touch cards. Draft is the first one. Fold up. I can't tell what that is. It looks like an Iqua.
I cannot see it.
I think it's an Iqua.
Oh, that does look like... That's an Iqua. That's an Iqua.
Saka considering it.
Yep,
Again, there should be 2 more credits there. Finally
and
finding points.
You also need to spend a click on that.
Yep.
Okay, yep. So the second click this turn.
Only 1 click left here, which means the remote server, if it is a Pulse, it's going to be a credit problem for Changeling. But if it's an Iqua, you can steal 6 in this turn. You're
That's a Gatekeeper.
Now, money is not going to be too big of a deal. We do have a Turbine, so you have to pay 4. You have to boost only once, if I'm not mistaken, Brick.
Yeah.
We have to get back something. We're going to trash a program to get back our Propeller. The question is, which program is going to hit the heap here? There's a chance you can go for the Turbine. None of this ice is really big. We haven't seen any of the bigger stuff just yet, but...
Oh, that is very funny, right? Because if you trash the compilation, all that work...
No, you're never.
You
That's
can't
yours.
trash the compilation.
Yes.
You can't.
You can't give that
You
back
have to
to
trash
archives.
a real program.
Now, we've seen, I think, 1 drafter on the top of the deck or an HQ, 1 in the bin here.
And it is the Turbine.
So we're going to go for the Turbine. That was installed on, like, click 1, maybe click 2 of the game, but Propeller's going to come in with this 4 power counters. So Tattoo Bowl, the Changeling can get the swap here, be on 4 credits, but there's a chance there's an agenda of the remote server. On top of a Managarm, Changeling can res, but Saka can just pay the 5 credit tax.
There's also, this would be an Asa trigger on the Corp turn if there's a Managarm in hand. Could potentially drop it right now with a Tattoo Bowl swap.
Yeah, you can also just throw the agenda into archives. Now, that will actually mean that Saka running archives doesn't have to click to steal the Iqua. If you do, just get that in there.
Oh, so pulling back a Spin Doctor.
Oh, so sick. So there is an agenda in there. So the Tattoo Bowl is going to flip. Roll out. Now, you want to keep that on the table before you put it to hand. We need to get another piece of ice here on the table. Okay, great. 2 hands, that's fine.
Came from a separate place.
And so now we're installing on top of this.
I installed and trashed a card. I wonder what that card was.
Saka giving that
and there's a Managarm.
a smile. And the Managarm is protecting the Spin Doctor here.
Certainly can't click through it. Only 1 remaining, so this will cost 5. Starting to actually tax out Saka's resources a little bit.
Yes. Now, we know
look, Spin Doctor.
paying 5 to check. We do know here. Oh, there's no window to res it. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, no res window.
You have to res it before. Oh, that's a very
That's a big
impactful
mistake.
potential error. In the bin, it's going to be the Iqua. Now, we still have the Vitruvius counter, so you can bring it back.
You can pull it back to hand, but then it's known to be in hand, and you don't have the Vitruvius counter for the seamless.
That is wild. Yeah, of course, you have to res the Spin Doctor before Saka pays the breach cost. As soon as we're breaching, there's no more paid ability windows between those. Besides those very rare Axis paid ability windows, they say Axis, they have an arrow. Unfortunately, we know that there's Iqua in the bin. Now, Saka can't steal it because Saka only has one more click, if I'm not mistaken. And
yeah,
Iqua
0
costs
clicks
a click
remaining
too.
with a run here.
Yeah.
But it also does mean that Chris might not have the winning agenda in hand anymore to use.
Yes. This is tricky. Now, the money, we've seen 2 fully operationals in the bin. You can just pull back the Spin Doctor with that Vitruvius counter. It's all about the last 3-2, and we're just running
Sure
Archives.
Enough, the Iqua is there.
Just running for the flip, I think, just to see what it is, to make sure
Keeping
it
him
is
honest.
the Iqua,
Keeping him
right? Yeah,
honest.
gotta keep it honest.
So here's a draw from Chris.
First click draw here. There might be one more Spin Doctor. You still have the Vitruvius counter if you want to get the spin. You want to get Ace on stall. You might want to work on that Austerity as well. That's another strong
Agreed.
win condition. If you have 5 credits, Austerity starts with 3 power counters. You can just 5-3 from hand. Changeling.
Drawing on
up
click 2.
again. 1 click left here, and with the Iqua in the bin,
This does help pad the hand if you're going to bring the Iqua back.
I think you just get the Spin Doctor back, right? And put that on the table and shuffle it away. Maybe that's safer.
That's probably icing up Archives, though. I'd imagine the Tattoo Bola.
That has to be the
to make money.
Ablative.
Oh, Ablative, yeah, Ablative
Because then
too.
Ablative does a Spin Doctor potentially. You can't get the Iqua out there. It says non-agenda. But Ablative is one of the ones. We know there's no Hush in this list, so the Ablative text will be relevant. If there's another Spin Doctor in the bin, you can get something on the table. You can't get an agenda out there, but Ablative is often seen protecting Archives in these situations. The big thing is Changeling's only on 2 credits.
Saka does have 4 clicks this turn.
Yep.
So
did not have time to hit
Saka
the
having
Austerity.
a normal turn for the first time in a while.
Saka thinking this through. I think we spent our first click maybe working the contract.
Here comes the Vitruvius counter. The Iqua does go to hand.
Oh, it's just in hand. 1 and potentially 6 here. A nice way to deal with Lat, but that ice is not being res. Getting put there as a bit of a bluff. But there is a face-up Spin Doctor. If that was an Ablative, that could have done the work here. So with 2 clicks left here, you have 1 shot in HQ. But you can also use the Cupulation.
You can.
Now, if you get rid of the Audacity, there's a really cool fork here. Because you can use the Cupulation for multi-axis to hit HQ to get the agenda. But if you do that, you let go of the Audacity, which means if a Changeling has access to Vitruvius, can't just fast advance out on 2 credits. Wait, Ablative for running?
But there's no Vitruvius counter left, though.
Oh, you're right.
So we'd need to shuffle it back and find it.
Yes. Now, it looks like this is a run. So the Vitruvius counter was used preemptively, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
And this might be to get an Ace install.
That is the Spin Doctor.
So Spin Doctor getting
So
installed.
no Ace to install, no money for it.
Down to no credits with a Spin Doctor. You can pad your hand, but I'm imagining at this point R&D is actually going to give more agendas into HQ than anything else.
Probably.
Now Saka has
Yeah,
to
you'd have to
decide
think so.
how to use the Cupulation, whether you want to go for the multi-axis or not. We're running HQ.
It's such an interesting line.
I think we're sending it.
Yep,
Return
yep.
to sender, the Audacity to see. I think it's going to be half of the hand. Now, you can res the Spin Doctor to make it 8, but I'd be more scared. Oh, it's 1 and 4. First card, it's the Drafter. We need to see 2 more. It's on the leftmost. A 1's going to hit it.
There
Iqua.
it is. Iqua.
Saka's going to find it up on 6 points. Both players 6 to 6. Last axis here, we know it's a Mana Garm. That is most of Saka's credits to trash. It's going to return back. Now, Audacity is in the bin with the Spin Doctor
this
at the
last
table.
click is spent now, correct?
I think it might be.
I am at 5 right now.
Now, Changeling is
Yeah,
1
yeah,
credit
Changeling-
short of threatening the win.
Mm-hmm.
1 credit short. If you
Full
draw
help.
the 1 Audacity back into hand, you are install advance Audacity does cost you a credit. Now, just checking this list really quickly, there's no subliminal messaging, there's no red level clearance, there's no way to clicklessly get a credit, so you have to survive 1 more turn. Now, Simulchips can bring
terrifying.
back the Cupulations, but at this point, there's so many agendas left in the game. Actually, still a couple. We're 12 points out, but R&D, we saw send a message in hand, just a 5-3, no defensive text. No matter what, Changeling is just going to click for credits, hit the Austerity. I think on Ice on HQ, not much you can afford to res here, just discarding 1 card. There could be an agenda in Archives there.
There could be.
The problem is, if Saka just wants to do deep dive, you always end up running Archives. It's a hard bluff to call. Starting
Okay,
here by
so
running the
not
Pulse.
going to be a deep dive this turn. We are seeing a run on the MCA.
Yes. So taking that down, that is a win condition Changeling had access to next turn, actually.
Mm-hmm. It does take, so it does, is that only 2 to trash?
I think it's 3.
Okay, so clicking for credits after?
We'll see.
It's it is 3 to trash.
I think it's just
okay.
click for
So it was
credits,
on 6 credits, down to 3 now. So it is a spin now in the remote from the.
This gives you a bit of time if you want to jettison away some agendas into archives, but fully operational.
Fully operational. There we
with
go.
a double echo here. So last turn on 2 credits, if I'm not mistaken, Changeling had the ability to austerity, gain extra clicks, click for a credit, score Vitruvius from hand. So Saka understanding that turn, you have to take down the austerity before it could be a problem.
So all the echoes for money here. Changeling back up on 7 credits.
4 minutes left.
So
Who's the highest seed going into this round? I don't think time is going to matter.
I think Changeling is.
I think you might be
Changeling
right
was
there.
in the top half, if I remember correctly.
Braun, that's the R&D.
Okay, well, the 1 credit is exactly what you need.
Now, Propeller does get through this for 3 credits. That'll be all Sokka's money. Unable to steal Ikawa's, but anything else here is game. Now, just letting this fire, it seems you can install an ice from archives if you'd like here. So letting that fire in Ablative coming back.
Ablative coming back.
That was face up, you have to reveal it.
Lines.
But an Ablative on R&D here, I don't think Sokka's going to be clicking through this one. So on 1 credit with 1 card in the remote server 2, it is behind a 1 credit break. We're running HQ.
Running HQ. This could be game.
I don't know where to send a message went. We'll find out. Oh, it's in the hand. You need a roll of 5. Saka, how good is your die? That's a 2?
That's a 2.
Oh, Hagen dodging it. It was a 1. Turns out we're going left to right.
I was sweating there.
Now we've run R&D, but it wasn't successful. This won't be a deep dive turn. We're going back. It's a 1 and 5 here.
HQ.
Now Changeling could have ejected that send a message potentially, but it's a 1. Finding
That's
it.
a
5-3
game.
in
Oh, wow.
hand.
So Saka does get the win here, does continue on in this World Championship. The three-peat is still alive, Andre. The three-peat is still alive.
Oh, Saka this morning got swept, I think, 2 games in a row. Not feeling great, but he is just trucking through this. Well played. What a wild start. Changeling faster than you'd expect.
You can see it on Saka's face. You can see the relief, the surprise.
Those agenda points sneaking up the Vitruvius counters, changing the game, saying, oh, Vitruvius with 2, this game is suddenly going a lot faster. And this jukebox deck from the SF players is incredible.
Such a fun deck to watch.
Such a cool Ace deck. We've seen some different Ace decks. You know, Jai's playing that sort of Holloman list we've seen time and time again. Very, very exciting. Looks like we're going to be on not exactly soon before some upcoming games. Shout out to Changeling taking the 2nd loss there.
What a strong finish by Changeling. Like, top 8 here at the World Championships.
Had a fantastic weekend.
Incredible run. Incredible run.
Yeah, facing off of Saka, I think getting some applause there too is incredible.
Yeah.
Now this we'll be back in just a bit. There's going to be a dinner break here.
There is a dinner break. The stream will be back. This is actually the end of the line for me.
Oh, no way.
In terms of this World Championship. So this is my last time on stream. It's been a pleasure, Andre.
Pants, thanks so much for joining me.
Yeah, and I just want to remind everyone out there that Netrunner's a great game, isn't it? I almost said a word I wasn't supposed to say on stream. Netrunner's a great game, and I am so honored to be here. Thank you to NSG for letting me come on the stream and watch incredible games of Netrunner, talk about one of my favorite topics, which is Netrunner, and hopefully bring all of you out there some insight into the games. I'm happy to be here. I've been Neuropantser.
Pants, thanks so much for joining me. My name is Andre for the Metabolic Grid. We're going to be throwing it just to a lunch break. We'll be back in a production will update with some text, whether it's 45 minutes an hour, but these players here, it's about 7 o'clock, have been playing since 8:30 largely in the morning.
Yeah.
We're going to get some dinner. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the 2024 World Championship here in San Francisco.
controlling the masses. And now, broadcasting live from our near-Earth hub studio, we bring you this NBN special report.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Netrunner players. We are back live here at the 2024 Netrunner World Championships in scenic San Francisco. My name is Craig, pronouns he, him.
I'm Eric, pronouns he, him.
Hey, we haven't been on mic together.
I know.
This rules.
We almost did,
Then
we didn't.
We're back from the lunch break. We're all nice and well fed. We've all hydrated ourselves. Maybe
It's
done
a late lunch.
Yeah, late lunch. Done our Duolingos as well. But we're back, and we're here with a continuing coverage of the top 16 cut. On your left, the reigning two-time world champion, Saka 234, and on your right, Santa, representing Ag Infusion. This is a really interesting matchup for a couple of reasons. Number one, two of the more popular IDs this weekend. Number two, this is actually a run back from earlier in the top 16 cut. Santa, on this Ag Infusion deck, is the reason Saka is in the lower bracket to begin with.
That's right. I was just speaking with Saka before the game, and apparently Santa was able very early to find all of the sentries in the deck, more or less, and then just tax out all of the counters on Saka's killer, which is the revolver.
Yes, the gun.
And then just kind of lock out that way.
We are underway here. Santa opening things off with the El Clasico Ice Hedge Fund. Passing the turn over to Saka. Saka starting off by cracking a Stone Ship chart room.
Always a good start. Some kind of draw. Got to find a lot of tools in the lat deck. And Saka's going to be trying to maximize draw here. We'll see how many cards Santa has in hand.
Anacam coming down, Dirty Laundry running Archives. That's going to trigger Anacam. Put another card in Saka's hand. One click left over on Saka's side of the board, pondering his options.
With 8 credits, it's hard to face check basically anything without some kind of a solution.
Against Ag Infusion especially. A lot of this ice can and will hurt you if you just so happen to look at it wrong.
An early Simmel chip, which is really useful in the matchup with all of the recurring breakers. Well, actually, Saka's moved a little bit off of recurring breakers. Definitely has a few things like a buzzsaw that's more permanent. He's got a bit of a turbine hybrid rig right now. So the revolver is going to be an early target for sure.
Yes, yeah. Revolver probably the answer in the early game. Obviously cannot rely on it once the game goes too long. We're going to install a piece of ice, put a card behind it, advance it. Suggesting possibly Charlotte Casador would be a very, very gutsy agenda score if Santa's trying to go for a Nisei Mark II.
Early pinhole. If that is a Charlotte.
Not long for this world.
Probably going to get popped.
It is a 4-2.
Okay.
Gutsy.
That is quite gutsy. If we have an SMC in hand, we can just go and try and fetch it. Although on 3 credits, it's going to be hard to do.
Yes, would need something like an overclock potentially to make that happen. Saka now has a decision to make. Is he going to let this one go?
It doesn't seem like it's going to be an agenda that's going to get stolen this turn. 2 clicks left. Is it possible? You go SMC overclock?
We can't do that because the Ag Infusion ability can
right.
just boop you
right
archive.
off.
Saka pondering options yet again.
So do we see if Saka kept or mulled?
I did not happen to catch whether or not Saka kept his opening hand or not. Here's a copy of Propeller, and we are going to charge the remote.
Just going to run. This could just be an ag boop, and then Santa's going to go triple advance and score that.
Though there is a certain is there a certain victory in just trashing the ice, just forcing Santa to use the Ag Infusion boop?
I think that Santa's happy to drink that trade.
Depending on the ice, I think it's dependent on what that ice is. If it's something small or sort of inconsequential that's not going to scale throughout the game particularly well, you're happy to throw that one away.
Yeah, I guess it depends. We don't know what's there.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, but if it's something more impactful, like potentially a copy of Anansi or a copy of Braun 1.0, probably something you'd want to hold on to for a little bit longer. Although Braun 1.0 perhaps not as good into this Propeller.
Saka forcing the issue.
Yes. Santa going deep into the tank here.
Wow. Not quite as straightforward a snap decision as I made it seem like, apparently.
No, not at all. This is extremely bold. If this is anything but a breaker, will likely just fire the subroutines. Let's see.
We are seeing the Ag boop.
Ag Infusion boop. We're going to send Saka over to Archives. We will see what that was. It is a Braun 1.0.
That is Saka is probably feeling pretty happy to see that in the bin.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it totally explains. Yeah, okay, and then
triple
on
advance.
Saka's turn. Right.
Off-world office goes into the
Santa's
score. Off-world office going into the score area. 7 credits. Tempo positive agenda. That remote server completely deleted out of existence, but 2 points over in Santa's score area.
It
Here's
did
the
its
second
job.
simulchip.
Simulchip, click, click, click. Credit. And
Lat
looks
draw.
like lat draw. I think we're just tracking.
Pondering where to put the agenda, I think, to keep it in view on the camera. Thanks,
It is
Santa.
a little, it's somewhat cramped sometimes.
Into our mandatory draw.
This is a pretty good position for Santa, being on 12 credits at 2 points. And Saka, while having the Anacam, the propeller, and 2 simulchips installed, definitely has a lot more setup to do before he's going to be able to threaten to really just kind of take down any problem that gets thrown out there.
Agreed. And Saka has a lot of ways to rapidly set up, potentially from a position where he it did not appear that he could set up in the first place. Cards like Overclock, cards like Deep Dive, in conjunction with self-modifying code and simulchip, very quickly for a very good for a quick burst of credits that can be used for pretty much whatever you want here, partner.
It does look like Santa's list is a little bit less of a hyper glacier ag. I don't think that we see things like the biovaults in this list.
No biovaults, just Anoetic Void.
Right. So kind of a medium weight, a medium
Mid-rangey.
weight.
Mid-rangey maybe is the way to describe it.
Right.
Kind of starts as a bit of a rush deck with the gear checks, things like Thimble Rig, Tattoo Bola, Brawn 1.0 as well, and then shifting over into the more slow-paced Glacier deck at the end game with the big sentries like Saisentan and Anansi.
Now, Saka's going to be threatening Deep Dive. He runs 2 in his deck, and he just installed one of the key pieces of making that a real threat, which is the Hannah Wheels Palintra, I believe?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
Which is going to allow Saka, when he does the Deep Dive, to use additional clicks to access more agendas and score 4 or 5 points in a turn, maybe even 7 if,
I think it would be tough to score
7.
I
think it's 2 clicks extra.
Yeah. I don't think there's a way to score exactly 7 off of 1 Deep Dive.
Unless we see a DJ Sable.
Yes, DJ Sable is a potential, and that is a play that Saka's been making all tournament long.
Right. I think that's the primary target, using DJ Fenris to put Sable on the table, and when you're doing that Deep Dive turn, you get another click back, and between that and the Hannah, you can have 3. If you hit 3 on 8, which you're probably doing late in the game once you've kind of made sure there's lots of agendas in that R&D.
Yeah, and this is I would think it's somewhat board state dependent, right? If Santa looks like he's digging for the agendas as much as Saka is, that's when you sort of force the issue and maybe try to go for the deepest possible dive, if you will.
You got to dive deep.
Turn back over on Santa's side. Looks like 1 click remaining. 2 clicks remaining. Thank you, table judge.
Judges are just doing the work here.
I know. Another big shout out to our judging staff here. They have been just absolutely killing it all weekend.
This is my first Worlds, and I'm astounded about the amount of effort that the judge team has been putting in.
It's a tough job.
It's a lot. There's a lot of people.
And I'm thankful for them for doing it.
Yeah. Okay. Click 2. Oh, I see. We're kind of going the other way.
Yeah, it looks like we're just going to make a new server with a piece of ice. Here's a Diesel.
Anacam, Diesel working together in concert.
Make your own VRcation, if you will.
Yeah. That's a lot of card draw. Saka's going to take a minute to evaluate all of the new information that just ended up in his hand.
One of Saka's superpowers is the ability to just instantly read a board state. Here comes DJ Fenris in the house.
Spinning a record.
Along with the Stone Ship chart room.
Stone Ship DJ.
Can't exactly tell what... Oh, okay. Maybe not the DJ Fenris quite yet.
Just tracking clicks.
Fenris no longer in the house.
Fenris has left the building. Buzzsaw instead.
There's the Buzzsaw. Okay. Buzzsaw going to match up nicely against the 2 copies of Thimble Rig in Santa's deck.
But now Santa has that information. He knows that DJ is potentially online.
Yes. Yeah, you take the free information when your opponent is kind enough to give it to you.
Now, looking over Santa's list, I don't think I see Sadaka in the list, which is one of the ways that you can deal with the DJ Fenris. With a lot of players have been running a 1x copy of Sadaka, which is a trap ice that can trash resources.
Yes, I don't think that Saka has a way to deal with a trap ice, period. Right. Install another ice. Here's a card in that remote server and an advancement. What could this possibly be?
You think this is threatening just another off-world?
We have
Oh, and Nisei Mark IIs are also a possibility. There's only one off-hold in the list.
Right. If this is a 4-2, it's going to be a copy of Nisei Mark II. It could also be representing the Charlotte Castador.
Right. On a lot of credits, it could be either.
And I think whatever this ends up being is going to be very, very telling. And Saka very strongly pondering whether or not he can go after this one.
On 7 credits, it is kind of a big ask.
It's dicey.
It's not impossible for
No.
Shaper. There's a lot of burst credits in Shaper, but to get through 2 pieces of ice, it could be tricky.
Crack the stone chip. Let's see 2 extra cards. Doesn't cost a click.
You don't really need the stone chips here for protecting your life.
Correct.
You know, preventing flat lines. They're just a click for 2 draw when you need it.
Yes, the net damage more of bumps in the road, if you will, rather than an active kill threat
Really
out
nice
of Ag Infusion.
that you can bank them. They also, I don't know if the list is on Cataloger.
I don't believe so.
Okay, that is another use that sometimes they get used for to charge a Cataloger.
Sure, the less commonly seen second mode of charge an installed card.
Right. It can provide charges on propellers
Yes.
and
Revolver,
bullets.
also using using power counters.
Right, which can be critical. But
So-
here, the card draw is more important.
Saka deep in the tank. If this is a Nisei Mark II, I don't know that you can let this one go.
You don't want to. That is a very powerful token. It's been a recurring theme over the weekend.
Yeah, it was strong in 2012. It's strong in 2024. Here's DJ Fenris, and there's the mark die. It looks like it is DJ Sable.
Yeah, we don't need the extra card. We have a die to represent that. Okay, down to 4 credits. So
Yep.
what is the plan to make more money?
There's a second stone ship chart room.
3rd.
Oh, you're right.
We
Excuse me.
started the game with 1.
Yes, that's all 3. Click. Looks like click for a credit.
2, yeah.
Yeah.
We're on 9.
Or
oh,
Creative
yes,
Commission.
last
Yes.
click we missed under the overlay there.
Discard an extra copy of Anakin past the turn back. Santa looks like it is going to be Charlotte Castador.
Okay, I think Saka's probably pretty happy about that.
I think so.
Given the 2 options.
Yes, given the option of a Nisei token or just a Charlotte Castador, you're not happy to see Charlotte, but you're happy that it's not a Nisei Mark II.
And like over a certain amount of money, the money is less important than the points or the setup or the ability to turn the run off.
Yes.
Because with all that money, you still need to find the right ice and put it in the right place and have the time to do all that stuff still. Although, you don't need to find the right ice in Ag all the time. Sometimes you just need to find ice so that you can move them around with the Ag ability.
In Ag Infusion, all ice is equal in Ag Infusion size.
Equally useful as garbage and shipping you to other places.
Now, what do we think that Santa is going to be looking to do on this turn? Here's a sprint.
Digging for something here. Or potentially flooded and putting some things back in.
Yes, potentially fixing the hand.
But do you think we would have pushed something last turn instead of the Charlotte?
It's possible.
Yeah. It seemed like a narrow window, not a sure thing for sure.
I think Santa knows that the late game does not actually favor him in this matchup with Deep Dive on the board. With the ability to get so many extra clicks between the Sable and the wheels, it's very hard for Ag Infusion to effectively click crunch these decks out of the game such that they cannot fire Deep Dive. That card is typically live.
All those extra clicks probably won't be available, by the way, that we were talking about. A 3-click Deep Dive is very unlikely because one of the clicks is almost definitely going to be eaten by an Ag Boob.
Yes.
So that's just sort of like a buffer.
Yes.
You need more than you actually normally do.
You're right. Exactly.
It's mostly just like concerned about something falling out.
Clicks acting as hit points.
Yes. Yeah,
What a world we have come to.
You know, when you play against a PE, your cards are hit points, but here it's clicks.
Yes.
Oh, Jinteki.
A little bit of friendly banter between the two as Santa puts down another ice in front of R&D, advances the Charlotte Castador, passes the turn back over to Saka.
Manually advancing. So Santa wants to get a Lacosta grid in that remote,
Yeah.
and a little bit more ice on the tip, so that he can start prioritizing buttoning up centrals, and then giving a bit of a fork, saying, "You got to break this down, and you got to get in a remote server, because if you don't deal with this, then I'm going to have time to do the other thing."
Charlotte Castador a lot more efficient to be firing every turn off of a Lacosta grid advancement rather than a manual click advancement.
Right, when it's doing the work itself.
Here's Turbine.
Turbine, telework contract. This is good. Saka's got some breathing room in his building a board. Even though that turn over turn, the Charlotte firing is going to be a major issue. How many copies of Pinhole do you think Saka has in his deck?
We can find out. Looks like 2 copies of Pinhole Threading in Saka's deck.
We've seen one.
We've seen one.
Pretty early for...
Yes.
It was a Charlotte, right?
Was it?
First... Oh, yeah, that's right. We thought
yes.
it was a Charlotte. It was the Offworld Office.
Yes.
That's right.
Turn back over on Santa's side. The Charlotte Castador pops the advancement counter for 4 credits and 1 card. We saw the Turbine come down on Saka's side of the board. Now, Turbine with the Buzzsaw, not really necessary in this matchup. Santa really not running a lot of code gates outside of a couple of copies of Thimble Rig.
That's right. But the Turbine is very helpful with...
Sentries.
Sentries.
Yeah, you have to. It's your ticket out for sentries, I think. Here's a copy of Hansei Review. We're going to yeet 1 card to the bin, gain 5 credits. All the money in the world on Santa's side of the board here.
Although I think also saving some counters on Propeller through bronze.
Yeah, yeah.
Now 1 Brawn out. I think are there 2 Brawn in the list? There are 3 Brawn.
Yeah,
in the list. 6 influence spend.
3 is traditional. Well, you have that 2 extra influence off of the
That's true.
Off the
Yeah, you can spend it however you want.
Why not?
Just flying off the hand.
Yeah, make it rain with
Thank
influence.
You. I was
yeah.
doing the motion, and I was like, how do I verbalize?
3rd copy. We've got Simulchip Exodia on the board. All 3 installed along with a copy of Self-Modifying Code. Get the lat draw at the end of turn, pass it back over. This Charlotte Castador just keeps on rolling along.
Santa mandatory, and then oh no, this is the Charlotte.
Yeah, Charlotte draw and then mandatory. Rifling through the hand, pondering options here. At a certain point, the Charlotte going to get overwritten in favor of an agenda or potentially a defensive upgrade. Most likely culprit there would be a Lacoste, or excuse me, an Anoetic Void.
Checking the deck list.
Yeah, checking the deck list. At this point, top 16 cut is open deck list at all times. So much like we have access to the deck lists at the desk, our players have access to the deck lists within the game. Checking Saka's yard as well.
I think that Santa just basically stopped checking the deck once the Pinhole got revealed. I don't know. That's my read, is that it was like looking through, okay, 1 Pinhole in here.
It did look like he paused on the Pinhole. Yeah. Really knowing that is a card that he must respect.
Right.
Because Anoetic Void, one of the best ways of scoring agendas out of these Ag Infusion decks.
Right. 1 ice on, you kind of are going to do that anyway to some extent. But you don't want to have any weak servers here because of deep dive threats.
Here's a copy of Subliminal Messaging, giving Saka a reason to run every single turn. And we're going to continue icing R&D.
Just playing the Subliminal for a credit here, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
I guess
just
because
the credit.
So that is saying to me that all the cards in Santa's hand are worth it and wants to keep them. And the Subliminal, we're just going to spend it for credit because it might come back.
Yeah. You're happy if it comes back. It's free real estate if it does. If it doesn't come back, hey, it'll probably come back eventually.
Right. It's very useful to have the Subliminal hand when you draw like a Hansei Review. Which there are 3 of in the list.
One of the best targets for Hansei Review we could possibly ever see. So we're going to click the telework contract.
Emptying the telework.
Get the lat draw. So both players really just setting up here.
Saying, you're not going to do anything, I'm not going to do anything. It's an arms race. Wow, that is 4 ice. I just looked down at the table again.
4 deep on R&D, yeah.
That's some major trick shot respect.
Well, we know how much Shapers love their R&D, partner. Checking the ice there. What did I put where, says Santa.
Yeah, well, so now if you get a couple of strong reses in the outermost here, you've loaded up a lot of boops.
Yeah. The outermost ice is the scariest spot for the big ice to be, like Saisentan or like Anansi. Now, I do believe Santa missed his trigger on the Subliminal Messaging. I don't believe we saw a run on Saka's side of the board.
True.
So just a small misplay on Santa's side, but we'll see if that ends up being impactful whatsoever.
Right. Yeah, that was a total turnoff.
Subliminal Messaging is kind of an odd trigger to remember.
It is so hard. I've missed it so many times.
Yeah, there's a lot of strategies for managing that one. I see a lot of players place the die on top of the deck or place the card itself on top of the deck. Here's another copy of Sprint.
I think maybe Santa just noticed because when he discarded a card and put it on the Sprint on top, he went kind of like, oh, and looked at the Subliminal.
Did I do that?
Yeah. It's hard to say.
Here's the Sprint. We're going to see 3 cards enter HQ and 2 cards from HQ go right back into the deck.
And you don't know what's happening under there.
No, we had no idea what's happening. There's a lot of face-down cards on the board here, but the fact that Santa hasn't been pushing anything and just continuing to ice up R&D sort of suggests he's not seeing the cards that he wants to be seeing in this position.
It sounds like probably just agendas, not enough defensive upgrades. That's like because the rest of the list is either money or defensive upgrades.
Right.
He's getting a lot of ice and probably a lot of agendas.
Yes.
Because otherwise, you're putting them on the table and you're getting ready.
Now, again, a lot of ice, not necessarily a bad problem to have here in Ag Infusion, as you can use those for the very powerful Ag Infusion ID ability to redirect the runner's run.
Yeah, but the way you leverage Ag's inherent ability to end the run is to add even more kind of unfair end the run abilities like analytics and things like that.
That's that click crunch we were talking about earlier.
Right. No copies of border control in this list, right?
2 copies.
2 copies.
Yeah,
okay.
2 copies of border control.
Yeah, another way to end the run.
Continue manually advancing the Charlotte Costador. Again, not generally what you want to be doing, but the Charlotte Costador ability extremely powerful to have rolling. Looks like a copy of Hedge Fund. And we're going to pitch it.
Charlotte's just cooking.
Yeah, Charlotte is really cooking here.
Catching clones.
Yeah, working out in the field. She loves it. She loves it. Has to turn back over to Saka. Saka leaning back in his chair, arms crossed, thinking, what's the play here? There's just a ton of credits on the board for both players here. Saka sitting on, what is that, 23? Santa
23.
sitting on, is that 34?
30, 39?
39?
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and is there ever such a thing as too much money in a game of Netrunner? Can you leverage that much money?
It is possible that we run out of poker chips at the table. There's a limited number of those 5s.
Yeah, and of course, we all know you cannot gain more money if we run out. No, that's not true.
Yeah,
that's not true.
It's not component limited.
Saka overriding the Charlotte. 2 cards entering, maybe.
Yes.
Yes, 2 cards entering the remote server, one of them with an advancement. Representing the very powerful aforementioned Nisei Mark II. Saka rolling his mark. Now, does that looks like archives, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I believe that is the archives.
Well, in any case, here comes Overclock. Into the remote server, there's the copy of Border Control. Now, Saka can break this with the propeller, but it makes you wonder if this is exactly what he wants to be doing with these limited propeller counters.
Well, you use the propeller counters for boosting strength, right? And we've got the the turbine.
Thank you, correct.
Yeah, so that actually helps a lot, saving those credits.
Yeah,
only using them for when you need to with the bronze.
Correct. The power counter's not even necessary from this position because we're turbined up.
It is just bronze. So, besides the border control, it's just bronze that are barriers.
Bronze looks like Tattoo Bola's in the list as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. The ordering on this is
the ordering. They're not ordered. They're ordered alphabetically, not by subtype. But yes, there are some copies of Bronze as well as Tattoo Bola.
Tattoo Bola also being handled by Turbine, though.
Yes. Yeah. Turbine propeller. We'll make quick work of that one.
Yeah.
Santa checking the ice here. Let's see what it is. Just a thimble rig.
We break that for 1.
Yeah. This remote is quite weak.
Okay, we're going to swap the thimble rig. Mobile ice, super useful in this deck. Putting it last.
Here's Void.
Oh, boy. Putting that thimble rig last on R&D means that any time that we get past that point, that remote's border control is suddenly going to end the run.
Yeah, very cheeky play that could be made here.
This is the kind of like high school Netrunner, that you jam this deck hundreds of games.
Yeah, you
learn these fun tricks.
Yes, after 100 games, you're bound to learn some tricks of the trade. And Santa's showing off a lot of tricks of the trade at the moment. Looks like Saka utilizing that SMC with the remaining overclock credits before the Void trigger goes off.
Yeah, just get the revolver down.
Yeah.
Fully set up as far as breakers here.
Yes, might as well use him. That gun fully loaded. We're going to see 2 cards and 2 credits hit the bin. Anoetic Void going to shut this run down.
Right. We have 1 card in hand? Or 2?
For Santa, excuse me?
For Santa, yeah.
I believe 2 or 3. Can't get a good look at his hand as he shuffles around. Looks like 3. Okay, so Void could fire again.
1 more time.
And if we're correct, and Santa's been drawing a lot of cards that he doesn't want to see, maybe totally fine firing this Void again. Let's see what this new ice is that took the place of Thimble Rig.
Yeah, what do we swap in? Another Brawn?
Another Brawn into this propeller is not exactly where you want to be.
You also do. You can Anoetic, and then you can use the boop. So you can.
Yes.
If that is an agenda, you're safe this turn. You can score it, I think. Right, because we can end with the Anoetic this time with the 2 cards and a click, 2 cards and 2 credits, and then we can use the boop on the last run. It's okay.
Just a Tattoo Bowler.
Yeah. Same though. Here, actually, we can end with the Anoetic, swap in an ice, and then boop.
Yes.
Even better.
Yeah. Another way to get another way to get a piece of unrezzed dice there in that innermost position.
You know the meme with the big brains. You know, that's.
We're going through it in real time.
I'm like middle of the pack. These guys. Oof.
Well, that's why these folks are in the top 16 on the top tables.
We end with a border control.
We're going to end with the border control. That makes me wonder if this is a very real ice here on the outside of this remote now.
Oh, another border control?
Santa checking it. What's it going to be? It looks like it's an
Boop.
Ag Infusion.
Okay.
We are going to access archives. Now, does this give Saka the click back off of his mark?
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes, there it goes.
That may have been a colossal misplay. I
Didn't-
don't think. Yeah, Santa leaning back in the chair with a look like, oh no, was I supposed to set? I think you're supposed to send him somewhere else.
Anoetic can still protect here.
Well, there's only 3 cards in hand, and
Right.
Saka now has an extra click. If Santa uses the
That's
Anoetic
right.
here, he's stranded with 1 card in hand and cannot fire the Anoetic Void on the final click.
Yeah. Yeah, Santa shaking his head a little.
Yeah, Santa realizing, I think Santa
It
sees
is
he
a
made a
D-Say.
misplay. There's the D-Say.
Ooh, that was a good steal.
And clears out the Void. Oh, no.
Tearing down the remote.
Oh.
Santa's on the back foot here.
Oh, it's all come apart so quickly for Santa.
That was hard.
Yeah. Santa with a cock of the head saying, I should have known better.
That innocuous little die on the Sable.
Yeah. Anywhere but archives would have been
Right.
safer.
Right. Boop into archives is a reflex.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. Normally it's 100% safe, but with the Sable ability.
I mean, R&D would have been a mountain to climb, I suppose.
R&D, even HQ would have been fine.
Well, depending on what's in hand.
Depending on what's in hand, sure.
Right.
But we're going to see another ice coming down in front of R&D. A lot of respect being given. Never mind.
I think there was a judge clarification about just tracking board state potentially.
So we're going to get a click draw on click 1 instead.
All right, so let's see how does Santa reestablish a position here? Is it just installing ice, installing upgrades?
I think so.
Spin Doctor's helping to
Doc-
get some card draw.
Spin Doctor's great, and also going to get some of those tools some of those resources rather that Santa just spent back in the deck where he can access them again.
The nice part for Santa is that he has plenty of money.
Yes.
Right. So the credits are still 27 credits.
Tons of money, but with the D-Say Mark II in Saka's score area, the deep dive threat is just looming large
That's
over
right.
over this game.
Yeah, it's a race now. And what is the race? Do you concentrate on putting more ice on your centrals, or do you build that remote?
Yeah, that's the problem.
Because it's a bit of if you put all of your ice and all of your resources,
that's the tightrope.
You're eventually going to flat out.
If you overinvest in one server, Saka will shift elsewhere. If Santa leaves R&D, or rather his central servers undefended, here comes deep dive.
Cupulation.
Yeah. Here's Cupulation.
The thing on the way with the deep dives, you can use the Cupulation to sweep the hand.
You sure can.
So it's not even just you get the incidental access on the way if you go.
You can run archives.
Trick shot. Sorry.
Trick shot. Excuse me.
Trick shotting, seeing extra cards on the top. Although you're probably going to see those anyway with the deep dive, right? They're
Yes,
off the top.
yeah.
Unless you cause a shuffle mid run.
I think a play we've seen Saka make is run archives, put a card on Cupulation, run HQ, pop the
Yes.
Cupulation for 3 accesses, make the R&D run, and then the trick shot.
Right.
Basically accessing as many cards as humanly possible on the deep dive turn. Let's see if that one comes to fruition here. Santa with the turn back on his side.
For all of the text on trick shot, at the very least, it limits you to only running the one central as far as working in tandem with deep dive.
Yes, you have
it doesn't
to. You have
enable
to run
you
R&D.
Right. It doesn't enable you to do multiple runs in one click and more click compression.
Correct. Yes.
You see a 5th ice.
A 5th ice
on R&D. And we can potentially see a trash here. I think we already paid for all the extra install costs.
It looks like Santa paid for. Just checking what ice is where.
For newer players to the game, every time you play an ice on a server, you have to pay 1 credit for each ice behind it. So that every time this server gets bigger and longer, it's costing more and more and more out of Santa's pockets.
Another click draw on 3rd click.
Not to mention you have to res all. Well, you don't need to res all those ice because it's ag.
Yes.
It's ag. It's a lot of no's, but you can only do one a turn.
Yes.
So it's totally fair.
Sure.
Ag Infusion's it's just been a very strong ID for a very long time. And it allows, actually, we've seen several very creative archetypes develop from that ability.
Yeah, we saw Tibby Wong playing much more of a rush-style Ag Infusion this weekend.
But in previous metas like Loki Ag,
Loki Ag
all
in
sorts of
2022. We've seen for the old heads in the audience, we've seen some traps come down back at Gen Con in 2018. But that's neither here nor there.
Keeling Ag was a
you just had to remind me.
Yeah. So
here's a copy of Spin Doctor. 2 cards entering Santa's hand. We're just gonna click for a couple credits. Toss 2 cards into the bin, pass the turn back.
Rolling Archives again for Mark.
Use the wheels to run the Spin Doctor. Now it is important if a wheels run is unsuccessful, you would typically get a tag. The way the Spin Doctor works is if Spin Doctor disappears, or if an uniced Spin Doctor disappears during a run, the run is neither successful nor unsuccessful. It just sort of fizzles.
It ends. Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
No tags.
No harm, no foul.
But yeah, that's a perfect way to use the Hannah. Just to say, I would like that to go away, please. And you're happy either way if you are somehow forced to trash it. I think in this position, Santa definitely has enough things that need to go back into R&D. So.
Yes.
Okay, we're running R&D here.
That's what it looks like. We see Santa reaching for that outermost piece of ice on R&D.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
No, it's
wrong turn.
Yes, wrong turn, but the hits just keep on rolling. Santa's got to pay 5 for this one.
Yep. 2, 3 for 5.
Oh, and now he's got some
encroachment on the runners.
That's a 5-yard penalty. Remains 3rd down. Yeah, ice 6th ice going down on R&D.
This is not a board seat you usually see.
I think, is this a record for the stream? I don't think we've seen any server, let alone a central server, get this deep.
This is some wild and wacky stuff.
Yeah. This is, hey, sometimes it doesn't go the way you draw it up on JNet.
That's right. And that's the beauty of the game.
It is.
It's like, well, listen, I'm painted into a corner. Let me paint my way out.
This is what makes Netrunner so beautiful. How expressive is this game?
Right. A lot of creativity and problem solving. All right, so we're going to...
Saka looked like... Did Saka just click for 4 credits past the turn back? It was a very quick turn on his side of the board because we see Santa reaching for this thimble rig, swapping that one over to Archives.
They are tied on points. Saka is ready to absolutely demolish a remote server as soon as something gets put in there.
Yeah.
I think, and the agendas have to be building up in hand.
They
have to be building up in hand.
They have to be somewhere.
Archives, for all of the ice on R&D, Archives has 1 ice on it. So if they end up there without the Spin Doctor, Saka doesn't need to do anything to get them, basically.
Yeah.
Right? This is a really hard position for Santa. We got both subliminals.
Both subliminals coming back. Finally remember to bring those back. Take the mandatory draw.
This is a tough spot for
this.
Santa.
This one's tough. Here's one of those subliminal messaging.
You need to either build a remote server or ice Archives?
Yeah, Ag Infusion has to score agendas the hard way. They have to score them out of a remote. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So a remote's going to get built at some point. Santa cannot just sit here.
Hansei review.
More money. Got to think he's pitching that extra copy of subliminal messaging.
Yeah.
Clicks for another credit past the turn back.
I think you could actually see.
Okay. Yeah, Saka, I believe, just clicking for 4 credits, saying you need to represent the threat.
They did actually run out of poker chips.
Oh, the unthinkable has happened. Santa just adamantly refusing to build a remote server.
Wow.
And continuing to ice the centrals. Now, it's important to call out just a quirk of the top 16 format. In the event of a true tie on points when the timer hits 0, and both players have had that extra turn, the way that a tie works in these situations, the higher seed will take the win.
Do we know who that higher seed is?
I know Saka was sitting around seed 8 or 9. We're going to go to the stats here momentarily and get that information.
Okay. We do have HQ ice here. 3 deep now on HQ.
This appears to be deference to...
I think that Santa is potentially higher on points.
Yeah, okay. It appears that Santa is the higher seed, sitting at 7 seed.
Right.
So in the event of a tie, this does favor Santa, and that's starting to explain this line of play that he's taking, just saying, I will prevent you, I will sit here and do nothing to prevent you from firing a deep dive in the next 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, but you got to figure at some point. So that explains all the other. Okay, we have upgrades on HQ, so that's probably an Anoetic Void.
Anoetic Void is what that suggests to me.
Keep you out of HQ.
Yeah, well, Lacosta can't go in HQ, and the Mavirus would be a bit of a juke, I would say.
That's right. But I mean, so are we limited by power counters here? Because the money, like, you can run through the server multiple times at this point.
Yeah, well, I don't think we're limited by power counters at all on Saka's side of the board. There's 3 simul chips. You can just recur these pieces as many times as you want.
Right. Saka ready to move some money around, I think.
One of these players has to force the
what
issue.
A standoff.
Yeah, this is a true standoff, Old West style.
Who's going to draw first?
Well, it would seem to favor Saka as he has the literal gun card installed.
Yeah. Fire away. I'm clicking more for more credits.
We're continuing to recur these subliminal.
Not even. There's no events being played. Just what are we waiting for?
I think we are waiting for the clock to get to inch closer and closer to 0. This is unlike any game of Netrunner we've seen all weekend.
Yeah, I guess you have to sort of. How many spins have been removed from the game? At least 2.
At least 2.
Right. So if a third one comes down, if this is a spin doctor, that resets the timer a little bit.
Yes. I don't think.
Although if they're going back into R&D, then R&D is still really juicy, and you can make that run once, twice.
Do we think Santa's in any risk of decking out here in the next 5 minutes? The Charlotte Castador cooked for quite a while.
This could be the line for Saka, because now we have something in the remote.
Yeah,
so,
a remote exists.
Running HQ.
Here's a run. Okay, a game action. That looks like a copy of Saisentan.
2 strength. The gun only needs to spend counters here. It doesn't even need to spend for any of those credits.
Yeah, the turbine makes that one quite strong. Going to continue on through here. What is this innermost ice? That is Brawn 1.0, the very powerful HB barrier from System Gateway.
4.5 minutes left on the clock.
I think Saka has all the money he would ever need in order to make this really strongly looks like he's going to go for a deep dive.
So from Santa's position, I think it's much easier for Saka to take one agenda, to steal one agenda, than it is for Santa to score one.
Correct.
Right. So this
I
is
would agree.
A risky line of play. There's the Anoetic.
Yep.
It's going to end the run, but it's going to put more cards down. Now the hand is even more juicy.
We assume.
Although the card on the table could be a spin doctor, in which case that was a safe play.
Yes.
But it seems like you want to potentially clear that remote, unless this is all just part of I'm using these clicks now for a deep dive. I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going through back into HQ, breaking the Saisentan here, Brawn 1.0. Reaching for the innermost ice. Looks like an Ag Infusion. And the way Ag Infusion works is if you boop to a server with an unres piece of ice on the outermost, there is no window to res it as you're in the encounter step, not the approach step when ice gets resed.
It's just archives. We're just seeing Lacosta Grid, handful of other pieces cards I didn't catch.
Nothing immensely relevant.
Yeah, no points.
Interesting that Saka not choosing to put the compilation, but I suppose with the Anoetic Void sitting on HQ, Santa's going to do his job for him of clearing the hand out.
There might be another card that Saka's waiting for to target. We've seen Saka target very precise cards with compilation in very creative ways. That card has had a lot of really cool highlight reel moments.
Yes, it has.
Yeah.
And we're seeing yet another HQ run. We're going to throw the gun at the Saisentan, reinstall it off the simul chip, and continue and keep on shooting.
I love throwing the gun.
What a thematic ability on Revolver.
Yep. It should say, and throw the gun.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like a Rashida trigger here to refill the hand and just add more fuel to the Anoetic Void. But again, continuing to speed up the deck out threat. Santa's R&D is getting very thin.
I mean, there's 3 Bacterial, 3 Nisei, an Off-World, and a Send a Message.
Yeah, so
right?
there's 2 Nisei, all 3 Bacterial, and the Send a Message that's left over. So lots of agendas. Yes, Santa's R&D extremely thin. These agendas can't just get removed from the game. They have to go somewhere.
Right. There's 6 agendas left in the game. Where are they? Find the agendas. Missing agendas. Put them on a milk crate. Find them.
Santa with a little eyebrow raise. Thinking about drawing a card. Hasn't seen it yet. Hasn't entered HQ yet. There it is. Okay, there is another draw.
1:50.
Now it looks like Santa installed the card he just drew. Didn't really move around his hand a lot. Throw a card away for hand size. We're gonna roll R&D for our mark, and here's Wheels charging the remote server. Oh, we just got a little bit of a look of HQ.
There were 2 bacterials.
HQ's loaded.
Yeah, it is absolutely
is loaded. Looks like no res on the remote. That is a copy of Spin Doctor.
The last spin, I think.
Is there 1 card left in R&D?
Oh,
About to be 3 after the Spin Doctor. But again, there's only a minute and 15 left on the clock here.
Can we get through 4 turns?
Yes.
Right? Without either an agenda coming out of HQ, you can't use that Anoanic anymore.
Is there any possible way that Saka could force the mill, or the deck out rather?
Running through R&D seems unlikely here.
Exactly 3 cards left in R&D, less than a minute left on the clock. And again, if this game goes to a true tie, Santa will win. Choosing an extremely unorthodox line of play. Here's a copy of Sure Gamble.
42 seconds left.
Saka motioning to Archives. Looks like we're running Archives.
Just checking.
Does not appear to be a res. Yep, there's a copy of Charlotte.
If the timer ends on Santa's turn, I think Saka's probably very happy.
I would think so. And Santa can likely take some very quick turns here. I mean, simply clicking for 3 or clicking for 4.
Right. Draw a card, click for 3.
But there's a lot of beginning of turn triggers like this thimble rig that Santa made, and the subliminal messaging that may distract Santa. It is his turn. We've only got 5 seconds left of the clock. Looks like
it may not be truly perfectly accurate, so we'll see. We'll see when the round ends on stream. Or the timer ends.
We're going to ice up HQ. I believe those cards are in. We're going to click draw. There's 1 card left in R&D.
Yeah, I think that is just 1.
Yeah, it looks like 1 singular card left in R&D.
We called Archives as Mark. We're going to run Archives.
We're going to run Archives. Anything in Archives? Nothing. 2 copies of the Caustic Grid and a Hansai.
And that's time
has been called.
On Saka's turn. So you can see disappointment on his face, I think, potentially with, now Saka knows.
Yes. All the information is here. Saka just needs to touch any agenda. Santa has no way of fast advancing agendas.
We are probably looking at a bit of a think here.
Oh, yeah.
Because Saka's got a lot of options to work through with the last 4 clicks of the game.
Yes.
And he knows that Santa won't deck out, so that's not a threat.
Correct. Now,
so he has to just find an agenda.
Now time was called in Saka's turn, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes.
Is there ever a world where Saka runs R&D and it's a trashable card? If that last card in R&D is trashable and Saka accesses it, that could be a deck out.
The deck lists in hand, he can go and figure this out, I think. Well, he doesn't know what cards
what's
are
in the hand.
Right.
Correct. HQ is unknown information, at least in part.
So it's either an agenda all of the agendas are in hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 6 agendas left in the game. All 6 of them are either in the hand or Archives. I mean, or an R&D.
Or the one in R&D.
There's only 6, and there's only 6 unknowns in hand, unless one of them got installed as an ice or something. Which you don't want to do that.
Correct. That would be a tough
That would be a game
one.
loss.
Yeah.
There are only 6. Those are all agendas. Every single card.
So what you're saying is that if Saka gets into HQ or forces this Anoetic Void to fire, an agenda will move to Archives.
I think that's potentially solvable.
Yeah.
Because we have 6, 7, 8 agendas in the game. We've only seen 2 removed.
2 of them are out of the game. Yeah, you're right. 6 agendas.
And the 6 cards left in play. Oh my.
So
but I mean, Saka's not going to rush into any decisions.
No.
You don't
Correct.
end up in that position.
Now, the other line that Saka could take here, there's an empty copulation on the board, partner.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't even have to be a trashable card. He can put it on the cup.
That's true.
That's a mill.
If you get
That's
through,
a deck out.
Now the question is, can you get through 15? These are rows of 5? 5, 10, 15.
Yes.
20, 30 credits,
Infinite.
34 credits.
Call it infinite for the sake of argument.
Even if these are all 8 cost ice,
it's close to being able to res everything.
On average, 6 credits each. You can res them all.
Yeah, you probably don't. And there's certain ice you probably don't res just to hold up the Agate Fusion ability. Okay, we're going to run Archives, host the Anoetic Void.
Yeah, just run the hand.
Just run the hand. Force that Anoetic Void to fire. Now, the Agate Fusion ability has not been used yet. Oh, it looks like we're going to rewind. Is this on the... Because we haven't flipped another click marker over. So I think we're going to rewind a little bit and host an Anoetic Void from Archives during the run on Archives.
That whole time might have been mid-run on Archives deciding...
Pinhole threading.
Where are we pinholding?
I would assume we're gonna pinhole the trash.
The Anoetic Void. Wow.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Okay, Santa redirecting Saka into R&D. The cupulation line we discussed earlier, no longer on the table. The cup is only big enough to hold one card.
Now, but 6 cards in hand, the Anoetic can fire end over end over end. Now, the boop has been used. There are two more border controls left in the deck that we haven't seen unless they're in Archives.
Just 2 border controls in Santa's. So,
okay.
So unless he shuffled one back in with the Spin Doctor, there's likely only one left.
And it doesn't really matter where on the board. No, they do. It doesn't matter where they are on the board, but it seems like there is one on R&D.
There's the Spider. Looks like the pinhole threading run was booped over to R&D, and Saka choosing to bounce off the Thimble Rig and just run back into HQ. Going through the Spider, here's an encounter with the Saisentan.
Going to...
1 bullet, throw the gun, reinstall the gun.
Right.
Maybe.
I don't. Yeah, the Anoetic is going to save the day here, I think, right?
Well, but the problem is Archives is undefended
now.
now.
That's right, yes. That's the problem. We've established this.
Yeah, so if Santa ends this run with the Anoetic Void, the agendas are just getting shuffled around to do another server.
Right.
Saka with clicks and no defenses on Archives.
I think we...
Here's Braun.
Might be in a lock here.
Going through it. Anoetic Void. It's your
Fire
choice.
Two. Yeah, would you like to access these? Santa's smiling and laughing.
Getting another click off of Hannah Wheels Palintra.
Oh, my goodness.
Running Archives.
Yeah,
There's the handshake. Saka takes it.
Wow.
The dream run continues, and Saka gets revenge on Santa for knocking him into the loser's bracket. The three-peat lives to see another game. Congratulations to Saka 234 for taking this one home. Really strange game of Netrunners. Like I said, sometimes they don't go the way you think they will, but that could not have been a more exciting game.
Oh, man, there's the variations that happen in this game is just something that keeps me coming back. We get to see all the ice. We do see border control on the really, really deep R&D. But yeah, the whole hand was...
And let that be a lesson to the viewers at home. Understand what your outs are in a given situation. Santa knows that the clock favors him. He is the higher seed. A tie favors him. Tie goes in his favor. He would be the winner in that situation.
Right.
So putting all the time pressure on Saka. I will sit here and do nothing if you're not willing to make a move either.
Right. That explains a lot of the fast, like click for 3, click for 4, click for 4, click for 4.
Exactly.
Fine. You want to run out your deck? We're going to do this,
Yeah.
and you're going to do it fast enough to that you have to slow down eventually.
Now we're playing a different game.
Right. Yeah. Wow.
What a great game. What a cool one. I'm so thrilled we got to see a kind of a weirdo game like that on stream.
Such a variety of different matchups that end up with just nothing's been. I haven't seen the same thing twice, or at least maybe we see the same decks, but they play out in such different ways.
Wildly differently.
Yeah.
That was having spectated much of their initial game in the first round of the top 16. A wildly different story.
Right.
Santa doing a much better job of just taxing out Saka's resources, making sure you can't run through Anansi forever, and I will make sure of that.
You would have sworn that there was a Ginger City grid on the board there. Okay, well, I think that's the end of that round. We'll be back for round, I think it's round 6 next. You'll be back.
Yeah, I'll be back.
I'll be bowing out for a little bit, but I'll be back later. And enjoy, everybody. We'll see you later.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Welcome back to the 2024 Netrunner World Championships right here in San Francisco, California. My name is still Cranked.
And I'm Orbital Tangent, a.k.a. Josh, pronouns he, him.
Yes, and we are back with, so we're starting to wind things down here at the 2024 World Championships. Now, before we get into our next match, we do have a bit of an update for the folks at home. The match that we had lined up on camera for you next was going to be Saka versus the King. Unfortunately, the King had some other commitments and made the extremely difficult decision to drop from the tournament. So our hearts go out to the King. We hope all is well. And absolutely huge congratulations to the King for not just his performance in this tournament, but his performance all year long. He's been absolutely killing it. But the good news for you folks at home and for everybody in this room here in the Hyatt in San Francisco, California, is that there is still Netrunner to be played. Saka, the three-peat narrative continues as Saka meets D in Losers Finals.
Oh, I'm so excited for this. This is something that I have been waiting for all weekend long. Saka is on my bet runners, so, I had to get that value. And, if he can ride it all the way through, then maybe I can squeak out a win there.
And in addition to trying to run it back 2 times over as world champion, Saka making the extremely gutsy play of running it back with roughly the same archetype on Corp's side that propelled him to victory last year in Barcelona.
Absolutely.
It is built to last, but we're not scoring agendas, or at least we're not planning to score many of them. This is built to last grinder. Saka looking to install massive walls of barriers, just erecting that giant W that the Wayland Consortium is known for, letting the runner crash against the shore, break themselves on his defenses, and that he will break them with a copy of Clearinghouse.
Yeah, absolutely. That is classically how this deck will win, is it will tick up a Clearinghouse and then just burn down your apartment.
But on the other side of the table, we've got Deer. Deer has been absolutely killing it all weekend as well, piloting the ever-present lat ethical freelancer that we've been seeing with an absolute stranglehold over this metagame. And Deer is going to try to pilot their lat to a victory against the Wayland Consortium. Now, Deer's list is a little bit different. They are running Swift lat.
Yeah, Swift lat is wild. That will give you some extra clicks over what Saka was even getting in the previous matchup that we saw on stream in the last commentary in game.
Yes, because in addition to the Swift, we have the other traditional ways of these decks for getting clicks. We've got Hannah Wheels Palintra, and we've got the DJ Fenris that can be used to gain the ability of an ID like Sable. But again, very flexible card. There's a lot of choices that you can make. In addition to Sable, you have you always have the option of the good old Steve Cambridge, Master Grifter. You could even go with a spicy Lou if you wanted to, although I don't think this is necessarily the matchup for it. But who knows? Maybe Deer is onto something that we don't know. Players starting to draw their opening hands here. Saka with his thumb on his lower lip, thinking through that opening hand. This is quite the grindy built to last list. Now, his list from last year did play, I believe, 49 cards and 7 agendas. This one is on 44 cards and 6 agendas. So even less of a scoring plan here.
Yeah. So it looks like Saka is having a little bit of a discussion with the judges, pointing out that more than 4 advancement tokens splayed out so that the stream can see them is going to get a little bit unwieldy. So we may see him stack them a little bit, especially on a Clearinghouse. So it looks like they're having a brief discussion on that right now.
Yes, just about the best way to represent it. We want to make sure that you folks at home are able to follow the action as closely as possible and as accurately as possible, and we will strive to do that for you in return.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Although that is secondary to the players at the table, they do need to be comfortable with how they are playing the game. So it's Saka talking to the judge. That's very important, just like calling a judge, saying, hey, I don't know if this is going to work exactly how you want it to. Can I make sure that this works for me?
Again, players just going over their opening hands, thinking through what lines do I need to take, what's the overall strategy that I need to use in order to propel myself to victory. Now, Saka opting to use his own credit tokens rather than the poker chips that are on the table. Just so you are aware at home, those orange ones represent 1 credit, the purple ones represent 3, and the big red circle will be the 5 credit marker. Looks like we're starting this game off. Saka starting us off with a hedge fund, install an ice on R&D, advance that ice for a net of 1 credit, pass the turn back over. We're underway. This is the lower bracket finals right here in the 2024 Netrunner World Championships. Pass the turn over. It is D.
All right, excellent. So when you're D against this particular list, this particular build to last, what are you looking to build first? Because this lat is going to have to build a rig. It's going to have to put a board presence down. It's not one of those runners that can just, as they say, run naked. So what are we looking to get on the board first?
I would think a barrier breaker, some sort of a fracture, and D does not have a lot of options available to them. It's just 2 copies of Propeller. And that's going to be an interesting bit of tension in this matchup for our viewers to look out for. Propeller is by definition, a finite resource, at least as far as those power counters are concerned. So once they're gone, they're gone. There are ways to reinstall copies of Propeller off of things like Simulchip, or there's like the second copy, for example. But there could be a point where D just runs out of Propeller counters.
Okay, so
there's a Basalt Spire. Oh, we're starting
right
hot.
off the top.
At least Saka's able to get that hedge fund back, but D is grabbing one of those 6 agendas on turn 1.
Oh, not off the top, out of HQ. I apologize. Oh, so as D, you're probably very happy to see that.
Thrilled to see that. Deer likely becomes just a bigger. Oh my goodness!
Oh no, there's
6 points. Saka smiling to himself. Hey, that's Netrunner, baby. No way. It can't be. Okay, it isn't. Just a tree line on top. D saying it couldn't have been. Pass the turn back over. Saka in the hole already. Starting to be a rerun, but on the other side of his match with Zinchling.
Okay, but Saka has, in the last couple of matches, come down from a deficit that looked astoundingly difficult. And there is reason to think that even with 6 points on Deer's side, this still could happen.
You got it right, partner. 6 points is not 7 points. This game will continue. Saka with still a chance to grind this one out. We're going to upgrade R&D, play that hedge fund. Looks like we're going to ice a remote server past the turnover. Fermenter ticks up to 2 virus counters. D looking over Saka's list. What could hurt me here? They may be thinking to themselves.
Absolutely.
Pondering their hand.
Where's my outs? Where do I touch the last point?
Now, it's important in a situation like this. This is an extremely high-stakes moment for Deer. They have to stay calm. It's important to not let the nerves get the better of you in a situation as tense as this, and against a player as good as Saka 234.
Yeah, you don't want to give Saka an opening. Even though you're on 6 points, if you just go wild trying to touch agendas anywhere, you could throw the game away. It's yours to lose at this point.
Here's R&D. What is it? Oh my goodness!
Oh no!
Deer!
Deer wins in 2 turns!
Oh, Deer!
And Saka's
Deer is beside themselves. Big smile on their face.
Saka's deck just gives up the ghost. Just gives it
all weekend long.
You get an agenda, and you get an agenda, and you get an agenda.
All weekend long, the BTL was a rock. Just the most stable thing in the world against these runner decks with such finite, limited resources. Deer overcoming all of it, finding a path to victory, and Saka still with a smile on his face, his partner embracing him. Just still a commanding performance from Saka. The three-peat was the talk of the weekend, and it was on the table until it wasn't.
It was.
And Saka still going to go down in this game's history as one of the best to ever do it, and rightfully so. All the congratulations in the world to Saka.
Oh, yeah, but now the legend of the three-peat is over.
All we can think about is what might have been.
Yeah. Saka probably still going to stay in this game, however, probably going to be at another Worlds. The back-to-back is not in the picture anymore. The three-peat is still a legend that can live on in the next couple of years here if we see Saka come back.
Even Jordan lost in the finals, partner. Even Jordan. So Saka's never out of it. He will always be there. Run from him, hide from him. Saka will come for the World Championship inevitably.
Yeah, inevitably.
So here's the look at the bracket. We are going to be heading into grand finals here very momentarily. Aruzan is waiting for Deer. These two players have met each other, and in fact, it was in winners finals. Aruzan taking a game as Arasana over Deer's personal evolution. Now, again, the way that the double elimination format works, the player that makes it through on winner's side, and by that I mean does not lose a game in the top 16, needs to just win one game in the grand finals. The person coming in from the lower bracket has to win both. They have to sweep. So Deer still 2 games away from the glory. Aruzan just 1. So the excitement is only continuing to build here in San Francisco, California.
Yeah, definitely. Incredible games yet to come. Just a couple more to go until we crown a world champion, though. And we've had incredible games all weekend. This has been just a fantastic experience, and I am so glad that we have been able to do this. This is going to be my last time on stream, so I do want to give a hearty thank you to everybody that has been watching and listening to us commentate all of this. I also want to give a hearty thank you, and I love you, my man, to you, Cranked. It's been amazing to do this, especially because you're an honorary member of the Slums Cast.
I don't listen to it though.
Oh no, neither do I. And my brother from another mother, Pants, he's been here and it's been fantastic to be on with him. Just before I go, I got to give the classic heartfelt earnest speech from your boy Orbs. Everybody, I am so glad that we get to do this 12 years on. It is amazing that we still get to play this game. And I couldn't imagine when we started playing it way back when it started that the game would still exist even now. And I thought we were done 6 years ago. And we are still here. We're still rocking it. It is still going. And I have to say, that's not just because of people like us that are doing commentary, although, we are putting in some work. Shout outs to us. But it's because of everybody at home watching these. It's because everybody that puts in work every day loving this game. It's because everybody that cares for everybody here and who is a fan and is part of this community. You are second to none. We are second to none. Never let them tell us we can't. And Cranked, with that, I got to give it to you. What do you got to say, brother?
Yeah. Fair warning to the audience, I'm likely going to start crying. So I'm going to let you know up front. With that being said, I've been at this game for a long time, over 10 years at this point. I've been watching Worlds coverage for about that period of time. And ever since I started playing, I always wanted to hear my voice over one of these streams. And never in a million years did I think it would ever be possible. And here I am. And I'd like to thank everybody at NSG who made this possible. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for watching. Everybody at NSG, thank you for supporting me. Thank you for supporting us. A few shout-outs that I would like to give before I sign off for the weekend as well. The first shout-out that I'd like to give is everybody back in my hometown of Madison, Wisconsin. Not just my local metagame. Shout-outs to Avi, Hunter, Ben, and all the regulars out there. Oliver, who's actually here in San Francisco with us. But everybody who's ever showed up to one of the meetups, I love you. Thank you so much for making Madison Netrunner a thing again. It was a part of my life that was missing, and now it's back, and I feel like I'm whole again. But in addition to my local meta, I just want to give a shout-out to my family that's been watching me all weekend. They don't play Netrunner. They don't understand a word that's coming out of my mouth. So to my mom and dad, my brother David, his wife, his kid, thank you. I love you very much. And the final shout out is to my girlfriend, Abby. She's also been watching. She's the best thing in my life. I love her so dearly. Abby, I'll be home soon. I miss you. And with that, my name is Cranked. Always be running. And as always, free museum.
for volunteering your time to the Symbian Consumer Marketing Focus Group. Your opinions are valuable to us and we want to know what they are. Tell us everything. 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 Tell us everything. Everything. Everything.
Welcome back to the Netrunner World's 2024 World Championship here in San Francisco. My name is Andre from the Metropolitan Grid. I go by he, him.
I'm Eric from Neon Static. I also go by he, him.
And
hi.
It's an exciting moment. I think the lower finals right there, that chase bracket was maybe a 5-minute game.
was something new.
We haven't seen anything like that. And we're now at the finals. This has been 204 players came in this weekend. We have so many folks playing startup and having side events, and we're down to only one standard game going on right now. We're going to be diving into that real soon. This is an untimed finals. Firstly, we should be jumping to the table real soon. We're going to have PE versus Arsana. These are some of the coolest lists at the top cut, and just such a treat to have these two players here. On the right, this is Arzan. He is currently undefeated, coming in from the west coast of Canada. He is playing this deck that you might have seen. Have you been on Jinteki.net in a while, seeing Arzan grinding this list?
I haven't seen Arzan, but I've heard about basically every time you sign on, you see Arzan playing the Arsana list.
Such a fun one. This is an Arsana list. This is a deep dive list. It's 50 cards. It's playing 2 copies of Spree. Slots are hard, but he's sending it centrals. He's getting these deep dives off. I've heard he's won on turn 4, on turn 3, multiple deep dives as quickly as possible.
I have not seen Spree played at all.
No.
And here it is at the finals matchup table of Worlds. And this is all the cards that get panned, right? The tier list that get made.
I can't talk about that.
Spree just ends up on the bottom of the list. And yet here it is. You find a deck where it works, and it does something unique. And is this, I mean, this Arzan's creation, or
yes,
does he have a testing group, do we know of?
Yes, I believe House Hippos is a Canadian thing on the West Coast. Now, this is D, one of my favorite Netrunner players. D has had a just incredible year. This is the second top cut at Worlds 2 years in a row. Now, D had a very unfortunate game loss last year, getting into this sort of situation, but D is finding themselves here. Now, D, they're all in the lower brackets. So D has to win 2 games in a row, while Arzan can just take 1. This is still double elimination. So D has lost a game already in the cut. I don't believe it was against Arzan, but D is playing a loud deck. This is Personal Evolution, 2012 Core Set Jinteki PE. This is the last Worlds it will ever be in. And I believe Personal Evolution has come to a Worlds final before, maybe in the 2014 era. It's been around for a long time. And this is going to be net damage on agenda scored or stolen. Have you played against this deck? This is something that QTM has been playing for such a long time. It is such a fascinating archetype.
I have somehow dodged it. Several players out of the QTM meta or testing group that end up in our local tournaments have brought this deck, and I've somehow dodged it. PE is an identity that I think a lot of people might be happy to see to go, but I think it actually provides a lot of cool deck building opportunities. I think the game's off.
The game is off. Arzan drawing 5 cards. I want to shout out D there has a piece of paper. If you can catch those names there, this is just a thank you to all the folks that D wants to thank that could not come to Worlds. It's very cute.
It is. It's very thoughtful.
Yeah. It looks like we're going to wait for the start here. So this matchup, it's about damage. Arzan has some, especially on stream, some close kind of calls when it comes to damage, running through a Saisenton with 3 cards in hand and walking away. And sometimes it's this surprise damage, things like resing an enemy, taking the deep dives out of hand. He has few ways to break sentries. In terms of sentry breakers, we have Ecas, I'm pretty sure. We're looking at the list of 1 copy of Eca. We also have a Physarum Entangler as a way to face check into some of those scary sentries possibly that Jinteki's playing.
Right. Physarum Entangler enabled even more strongly by the presence of the Spree.
Things like Spree. Arsan's ability allows you to install cards. We're going to start here with a Mindscaping. There should be draw and get some cards on top of the deck.
Mindscaping is just a really cool modal card. It doesn't seem, you don't see the little dots, but it does have different ways of being played. In this case, just getting you some card draw, a little bit of credits, and then shaping your hand a little bit.
There's a lot of different Jinteki PE decks we've seen through the history. This idea has been around for just about a decade now, over a decade. And this is not a straight traps deck. This is a bit of a tempo assets deck. It has a very strong card, Pranic Netzer. It has some pretty ridiculous numbers on it. It's 1 to res, 4 to trash. And if you take net damage, not only is D going to be making credits, you can set up a lethal flatline. So this is a card that can be protected. Some lists are taking Warroid trackers on top of this. Some decks are using things like Hostile Architecture to protect it. This is a bit of a mix of Cohort Guidance Program as a tempo tool to be able to get agendas scored quickly. Regenesis is always a really big threat. If there's an agenda face down in Archives, you stick a Regenesis on the table. That's a 4-point swing. And at the same time here, Arzan has to keep cards up and deal with these potential traps.
All right, so what do we think this card that's in the remote server is?
Classically, Rashida. Sometimes you want to get an early House of Knives or a Sting out. Sometimes no matter what happens to the Sting, you're happy. But I think Rashida's maybe the most likely thing here. Now, Arzan needs to figure out a lot of Jinteki decks. Oh, we're going in, excuse me, Pinhole Threading. We're calling hard that this is the Rashida. This is a Spin Doctor Deacon Res, but we're touching it.
It is
it's
a
just
House of
Knives.
Now, can you face check into this ice with 4 cards in hand, I think?
That's kind of risky here. D has enough credits to res the Sai Santon, and Arzan's been stung by that once before today.
Right.
Now, the ice in this deck can get pretty mean, can get pretty expensive. A Nazi on the higher end, where I have Vampire Nasas. Those can be pretty annoying when they're res functionally for 5 credits. And also some data loops. But we're just running there. Now, this is Arsana, so you might not see a breaker here. You might see a scary sentry, but Arzan can always use a Fazarum, a Botulus, and or an Ika from hand as options.
We see a Botulus in hand.
You see a Botulus, so D might be interested here to res. No matter what's happening, that House of Knives is going to be at least 1 damage, but if D scores it, they get 4 net damage across a couple turns. So
And if a second one gets scored, then every run ends up being a potential 2 net ping.
Now, Shapers, modernly, we're looking at Lat. Very hard to flatline. Stone Chip Chart Rooms, Onacom.
It's a Jazzy Renosa.
It's a Vampirnasa, 7 strength. We have 4 subroutines. It's a bit of a symmetrical card. Cards out of hand, cards in hand, lose credits, gain credits. This thing's quite annoying. Even when it comes to Fazarum and Tangler, which is probably Arzon's best way to deal with this, that's 4 credits to bypass a piece of ice, 1 per subroutine. So see what the option is. Botulus, pick one to get through.
The net? It's the net, right?
It might be the net. I think D's pretty happy dodging the net there. Botulus will only come in with 1 virus counter.
Losing 2 credits, gaining 2 credits. I think we're just preventing the net damage.
So looks like D is opting to draw the cards.
Going to steal the House of Knives and take the PE damage ping.
Whenever an agenda scored or stolen, lose a card. We'll see what the card flipped is. Just a sure gamble.
We're going to be able to use that for a while, right?
Yeah, we're kind of low on credits here, but stopping the House of Knives is a great start.
Is there a fermenter in the list? There's
There's
2 copies
a
of
pair
fermenter.
of fermenters.
And I
a
think
nice
one is
recovery.
in hand. That is, second card in hand, that's an NPC fermenter.
There's spec works too. There's ways to bounce back. So I want to check. This deck is only a
creative?
single Coalescence, Creative Commission, really nice Shaper card to get back on low credits. Now, D understands that remote server is still pretty annoying. Botulus will only have 1 counter. And Botulus is actually really important in this matchup. Even that Botulus cooks for a couple turns, with cards like eventually Spree can move that Botulus around and just spread that infection.
Spree Botulus. This is
cool.
something totally
That's
new. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Man.
Now, I want to
Very
say this
creative.
before. Lat, we've seen so much Shaper this weekend. Lat was the most represented identity, and flatlining a Lat is relatively hard. Lat's a card draw ability built into the identity box, things like Onacom, things like Stone Chip Chart Room. These are all don't die buttons. And Arzon's list, in terms of Shaper, doesn't have Stone Chip. It has, I think, a full playset of Onacoms. Or sorry, only 2 Onacoms, but that's it. There's actually very little tech here to prevent damage or to react to damage before it flatlines you. Arzon has to be a bit more careful than some Shapers are. They can be a bit clumsy. They can be a bit more aggressive early and respond.
You really need to treat PE more in the traditional way of your cards are largely hit points, and you can't go spending them without really needing to use them. You're trying to spend the bare minimum of cards. You have to adapt the way that you play the game.
Yes. Now, we'll see how much that's ground down. It's notable, Arzon also is on a 50-card deck. 45 is the minimum. Arzon going for 5 more cards. This seems to be a very consistent deck, and there's a bunch of one-ofs, so, you know, the Muse and the self-modifying codes, that does help a fair bit, but Botcha's taking up 1, D just icing up. We have some big agendas in the deck. Of course, we have Fuji Acid Retrievals. That's a 3 net damage.
We just draw a lot of cards here?
I think there might have been discard because of the Vampirnasa, right? Draw 2?
That's right. We had an extra card draw.
Arzon drawing up here, understanding the board state actually looks pretty slow. D not building a threat that Arzon has to react with, but just icing up R&D. Those open centrals with deep dives, sometimes you lose them just touching central servers, hitting something that takes the damage, taking the deep dive out of hand. But NPC Fermenter, Arzon, I believe, competed at multiple NPC events this year. It's going to give 2 credits per turn. D is, I believe, on actually 1 copy of a virus. So if that comes up, might come up. I don't think D's in any position to purge here as much as Arzon really needs those slow drips of credits.
Okay, so D has 6 cards in hand. We get a little Jeff in the background there. How many cards, or what are the threats that D is going to try and present immediately here?
Immediately, it's hard to say. A Prana is something you want to get behind ice and start working on, and then dealing other net damage.
Sort of the backbone of the deck, right?
Yes. It's a really big card for that. Now, the other thing, if you get a cohort working, you can put cards in the remote server while there's a Prana threat.
Right.
You need a fork. You need to generate these sort of forks, where this is something you have to deal with because eventually you'll get enough power counters for you to flatline, but at the same time, you have to be diffusing Fuji Regenesis. It's a tempo type idea.
We see a couple copies of Burner, I think, in the hand.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, we have 2
Arzon
copies
has to
of
compare burners. The way that he uses burner is really interesting. I've been talking to him this weekend. He'll often burner HQ, put agendas on top of R&D, and then just send it in later on the same turn if he gets a deep dive to ensure there's agendas there on the way in.
Right.
He will set up these multi-card combos. Now, a card finally in the remote server there, 6 credits only for D, but that Vampirnasa has 4 subroutines. Just not the easiest thing to get through the Botulus. Arzon thinking how quickly you have to run here. We haven't seen any Rashidas. The stings are annoying. Generally, whether the first one, what side of the table goes on, you could argue either is better for you, but House of Knives, at least we have 1 here.
We saw a Muse being drawn, and we should mention that this is an untimed round, so the rate of play is going to be, you know, brought down back
It's
from
thoughtful.
Yeah.
The judges are very clear. You can't really slow play. Like, we have to make sure the game continues. But this is not a timed round. There's no timer at the top. So the players can obviously take their time. Spin Doctor being thrown out is fascinating. Kind of suggests that there's another Spin Doctor maybe on the table here. Obviously, the recursion, not super value here, but a bit of card draw. And Creative Commission there, Arzon's going to jump back up to 5 credits. Economy looking relatively healthy with the Fermenter going to be at 6 credits worth of counters.
Arzon not actually doing anything very risky there, but Creative Commissions are a little bit less powerful against PE because you have to ideally hold them until the end of your turn when you might have already taken the net damage, and then you're going to play them, right? So they're harder to hold potentially.
This card's in hand. We do have a spec work. Not a lot of targets here. There's only, I think, 1 copy in Coalescence. The deck, a really strong card from the last set.
Simulchip and an Oiler in hand, Muse.
Now, Oiler is a really cool decoder. It breaks subroutines for free on the turn it comes down. And this deck actually can be a bit aggressive with its recursion. Things like Muse and Simulchip to flicker these cards in and out. So on a turn that you have to run the Vampire Not, so you can get through it for only 2 credits. That's a total steal.
Yeah.
However, a lot of times these are sent on central servers on those turns that you're doing deep dives, especially multiple deep dives, Peach Sean combos. We're going to see all that spree stuff as much as this deck is, or this game is unfolding.
Simulchip's going to have a lot of.
Way.
I think the Simulchip's going to have a lot of value because if you end up having a critical program that gets trashed, you probably want that on the table so you can recur it.
Thinking through the options here, D not scoring out Spin Doctor on the table again, suggesting the second one was in hand. The first one did hit the bin. Deciding what to push out here. Card in the remote server not res could just be waiting. The Prana Condenser doesn't do anything on its own. Now Moonpool is such an important card in this deck. We're running a fair few agendas, a mix of big agendas and one-pointers, things like hybrid releases in this deck, House of Knives, even Blood in the Water, Stings, Regenesis. These are cards that can be used to fuel the fast advance of Moonpool. I'm not sure if it's exactly possible. You might need something like a Wage Workers that you actually can fast advance at 5/3s, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to really double check that math. But Moonpool is such a tricky card that allows you to take a full hand that gets that card value when you're drawing, you have a lot of agendas, and you can use those cards. You can jettison to safety, throw them back into R&D, and use those to get those fast advance counters to score out some fast agendas.
If the Moonpool is on the table, then you can score out a 4/2, I believe, it's because you jettison it, you put the 2 agendas in archives, you shuffle them back in, you can obviously previously install the agenda, and then put 2 advancement counters on, so you have 2 clicks left.
Yes. Now, this list isn't on any 4/2s, but it doesn't mean that it won't set up this sort of combo where you can do damage by scoring an agenda and then feed something else. And Blood in the Water is very important. There's only one of in this deck, and Arzon understands has to keep his hand high.
It's
Otherwise,
potentially a 4/2.
It could be. Hey, it could be a 0/2 if things are going in D's way, and that's generally lethal if that does happen.
You don't want to score it at a 4/2. You're usually holding that for when the HP is very low, the cards in hand.
Now cards more on the table, one on top of an upgrade. Upgrades in the list, we're looking at Holoman, Tranquility, Mav, and Crisium. Some interesting inclusions. Holoman, such a cool card in these decks that don't seem like maybe too much is going on here, but you can quickly score an agenda while having clicks left in the turn to deliver damage. Warrior Tracker common in these lists, this is not exactly that. So whether it's a Prana cooking a cohort in the far remote server, or whether there's just agendas all over the spot, Stings and more Houses of Knives, it's up to Arzon to kind of deal with this. We've mostly seen Arzon challenging remote servers really aggressively and then swinging into deep dives. Against PE, it's definitely harder. But here, he seems to be more, very focused on what's on the table. How is that developing? How can he deal with that before he throws on the central server?
Yeah, I think that managing the assets against PE is how you keep it from getting out of control, right?
Now the burner.
What do you think the upgrade here is?
I imagine it might be a Holoman of Tranquility. At this point, if you resed it, you're just giving information. It gives you a bit of value. It's a really cool card in this list. I think a couple other players we saw in the top cut were using that kind of flex slot. I think we see even fully operationals in some of these lists. It's kind of neat. But we're cracking the ferment to get some money. That might suggest that we want to use a Simulchip. Otherwise, that click for 6 credits here. I'm not sure how Arzon can use 11 credits. We want to check that on 3 virus counters. You have to worry that it's a virus. If you purge yourself into the Vampire Nasa, those subroutines are going to fire. Maybe Arzon can install program from hand. You can always install non-Trojans from hand, but they will be destroyed at the end of the run. They'll be trashed.
Maybe just a virus.
Looks like
we're going to run.
We're thinking it through.
He's asking for actions, and it is a virus. That is an alt-art virus.
That's from 2023 Worlds Barcelona, purging at the virus here. So Arzon has a couple options. Either he has a Physarum, it's very expensive. If he wants to install the Oiler for hand, it costs 2+2, and then it does get trashed. But that is just the virus on table. There should be a window here to react. Again, you can only res the virus on approach.
Yep.
Theory, you can fire it on encounter, but by that time, the runner would have broken the subroutine. So Arzon here, we're assuming that happened on the approach here, which means if you can get down a Phaserum, if you install a Muse, you still have a lot of ways to interact with this. You can technically flicker, if I'm not mistaken, the Bonchelus, and only get one subroutine if you install another program to trash that. It would be if you install a Muse, then you can reinstall the same Bonchelus.
Right, you can overwrite the Bonchelus to find the Muse. Yes, you can do that.
We're seeing what's going to happen here. Looks
and
like we're going to go for the Muse.
We're going to play the Muse, either find a new...
I think we're going to get the Phaserum here. It's very likely. So you can search Stack, Heap, or Grip for any card. If it's a Trojan, gets hosted, which is quite nice when you're dealing with Ika. It saves 2 credits. But it looks like we're going to pull out a blue Criminal Trojan there.
Yeah, Phaserum Entangler.
It's a really nice alt-art available at Worlds. It looks like Arzon doesn't have it yet. Now, you have to bypass for every single subroutine. This is the most subroutines on... this is a lot of subroutines for an Ice in the standard format. That's
4 credits.
4. That's an incredible Phaserum. As much as this is expensive. Now, the Bonchelus is obviously going to look slightly redundant here. But very importantly, if it does build its counters later on, that's when he starts to bring around.
This now has become a very juicy target, even though it costs 7 to res for
trash.
trash.
It's a snare! The one of table snare!
A table snare.
Now, D only has one of these on 3 credits.
How many cards in hand?
D can't fire it. D was short a credit. Now, I do not know if Arzon had lethal cards in hand, but Arzon is going to have to let go of that Muse.
1, 2, 3, 4 cards.
We
were safe, yep.
D baiting that interaction out, purging into the snare. Unfortunately,
table snare.
Yes.
Snare.
You'd love to be able to fire that now. That would be financially a problem, but Arzon also laughing. Down to 5 credits, both players. Not that many credits to name checking. That is the Prana.
A Prana.
So this card's super interesting. It's only 1 to res 4 to trash, which is very expensive. However, this makes net damage into economy, which this PE deck doesn't have that many econ cards. If we're checking really quickly, we have 1 hedge fund.
Is that
3 Tattoo Bola,
okay.
Rashida. That's it.
Yep. And then Pranas.
And Pranas. And this card is so important. You see, like, how can you res a Nazis in this deck? You don't have a lot of money. And the answer is almost always Prana.
Popping a Spin Doctor. Going to put the snare and the Mavirus. Snare and a Spin Doctor back in the list.
Yeah, now leaving that Mavirus in the bin is actually very important. Arzon already has 2 things that can be purged out on the table. Very interesting when you purge out an instant speed on an approach. But those cards are going to go back in here. That snare is annoying when you're trying to run R&D to get that run, to set up the deep dive.
Yep, might just ping the deep dive out of your hand. And the Mavirus is going to force Arzon to hold back and not, has to save up all of its virus counters and do that as the last step. And then get purged while you're deep diving.
Yeah, it can be rough. Now, Simon Chip can fix it. I'm not sure we have access to that. Now, the big thing, Arzon, if you can find a Fuji early, especially before there's any traps on the table, then this is not exactly a trap deck. It's a Prana that could be a problem here. Stealing that 1 Fuji puts you on 4 points, and that's huge for this matchup. Because that means the other Fujis, if you steal them, they have blank text. Because you win the game before that text fires, and that can be really important. Because each Fuji right now is 3 net damage. Arzon, not seeing a lot of card draw so far, as much as this game has just kind of been pushing itself forward, forcing itself around that Vampire Nasa to see what it'll take, kind of, chumming the water. Be drawing there up on mandatory, if I'm not mistaken. We see the hand, Ika. That's really good. That will give Arzon some confidence. If you ever run into a Sentry, you can just Arzon that out, host it for a bit. It breaks subroutines 1 for 2 subroutines, which is quite nice. A lot of these Sentries you expect have multiple subroutines, classically on Jinteki. So Saisantans you can deal with. The Nancies is not too bad. It's actually relatively cheap.
That's right. Now, seeing the Oiler in hand, I was kind of calling back from the previous turn, why didn't we just play that instead of the Phaserum Entangler? But Arasana has the text that says that after the run ends, if it wasn't a Trojan, that Oiler would have been trashed.
Now, something behind that server again, you can pay 4 credits to check, or you can, let 1 subroutine be broken, let the other 3 fire. Both of those are kind of rough here. And Arzon not focusing so much on the deep dive, just trying to control the server here. We know there's a Prana, so if you do interact with any of these subroutines or touch an agenda in any way, the personal evolution, as long as D reses the Prana, they can get the credits and they can build up the board, or they can build up the threat.
Installing an Ika, which comes in for free, but is kind of
this is really heads
latent
up
here. Yep.
So the big idea is that you have priority with Arasana when you want to use the ability. So if Arzon wants to install the Ika first, if not, D gets priority, you can res something like an anemone and do the net damage, and then that card's lost from hand. There's no interrupt. And so Arzon can't actually end up breaking if the net damage hits the Ika from hand.
It's safe here. It's great seeing 2 players who are in contention for such a big title just sitting across the table joking and laughing.
Yeah. You know, it's always just great energy, great vibes. I think people are enjoying this game, even no matter how competitive it is. So Ika's coming down. D's on 4 credits. We're not going to be able to res Santan. I think something like a Tattoo Bull is pretty annoying. We're resing a Prana. Or considering the Prana res. It's less so, I think, about the ice, maybe more so about what R&D can hold. We have those snare credits. There's only 1 left in the deck. D's considering it. Resing the Prana here. Let's see if it's an enemy to throw out a card in hand or whether it's just whatever the nice fun traps an R&D can hold. Any agenda will do something. It looks like it's Rashida. Arzon can trash that for 1 credit and D will draw an unknown card. Rashida hitting the bin. Now going back on R&D with 3 credits. The cheapest ice here, Tattoo Bulls are really good and kind of annoying if you want to get through them with Trojans. I think this list has Gauss, which is not too bad. You break for 1, and if they have ice in hand, you can do that swap and get your credits up.
Propeller as well.
Oh, Propeller. Yeah, fantastic. Eventually we'll run out of counters, but otherwise not too bad. We'll see here if Arzon wants to go again. A lot of times the strategy you have against Jinteki is run early, draw late to make sure you're not last click running. And now the Prana is up. Arzon has to be a bit careful because any single net damage gives D 3 credits. That's really big. You don't take the net damage, it prevents the damage, but D definitely wants 3 credits here for sure.
You're going to bank that net damage until it becomes a lethal issue that you have to deal with. Arizon playing a deck now that kind of flips, the Arizona deck flips the normal distribution of like self-modifying codes now with supplanted with 3 muses, which is a lot more flexible as far as dealing with things like a drash out of hand.
Even with environmental testing, right?
Yep.
This card, now you're installing multiple things at the same time. Oh, there's a card in
Regenesis
the bin
for a Fuji.
For 4 points, D. Just playing it cool. No spin doctor on the table, discarding a card there. This is a 4-point play. Going to do 1 net damage.
That was
now,
huge.
Regenesis doesn't get the text there on Fuji, but that face down, D just playing it cool, making the whole game about touching the top of R&D. If Arzon just ran Archives, not only do you steal, you get that flip. The net damage being prevented. We're getting our first counter here up on 3 credits. That's a free score. This is what the deck can do if you ever forget the text. The Regenesis can be there threatening any face down.
You're going to have to... It's going to
potentially
potentially cause...
So cool.
I know, that was very cool. You're potentially now going to force Arizon to make a little bit more risky plays because at any point here, if that happens again, then the game's over.
And that's why you have to constantly check Archives. It turns the Prana on, so Arzon can spend his whole turn clicking up for credits, trashing.
Checking Archives is really hard with the Mavirus.
With the Prana?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Mavirus 2 is really annoying. You lose your Physarum, you reset on the Bonchless, but... yeah, it can be tricky. You just have to flip the agenda face up now. That's not really possible without stealing it here, but that's 4 points. D is technically on game point. 2 more Fuji asset retrievals. It's a bit tricky with Moonpool, but it's technically possible on a bit more credits, a couple more cards in hand.
There's another face down card in Archives.
Arzon doesn't really have to check that one, I don't think.
Until a card goes face down on the table.
Yes. Yeah, Regenesis has a lot of text, and one of it is that no cards can entered Archives that turn, so you can't do the classic like Biotic Labor, Fast Advance stuff.
And you can't Moonpool.
No, you can't
either.
Moonpool Regenesis. You can score it, it just doesn't do anything. But yeah,
you can get 1 point.
Sometimes 1 point is 1 point. And speaking of that, we have hybrid releases. You can just kind of slowly eke towards 7.
Right.
And this is not a cloth deck on the Shaper side as much as we have 1 SMC. We're going to go ahead and sell. That's a spec work. So we're going to be drawing a couple cards, getting a couple credits, just getting rid of that Physarum. Understanding if we have that in the bin, that's probably what we're going to want anyway. So D, now next turn, 3 virus counters. We'll see if they want to jam something behind the Vampire Nasa. Pinhole, so much of the money's going to be locked down. I think we have 2 environmental testings, 1 in hand, 1 on the table. So Arzon just needs to install hardware and programs. A lot of this stuff can be cheap. Things like Simulchip is technically like 2 installs. If you trash a card, you can reinstall something this turn.
Simulchip, Muse. We have 1 copy of Coalescence, so a Muse into Coalescence is a great way to move that forward, get the pops.
There's a Simulchip, getting 1 counter. Once it has 4, it cracks for 9 credits. We might just be taking money here if I'm not mistaken.
And this is a Arizona deck that runs Anacam instead of
Lilypad.
Lilypad, thank you.
Frog, yeah. Yeah, Arzon's been doing a lot of testing. I think we've seen Lilypad versions before. He just likes the speed of the Anacom.
Right.
We're running HQ here.
It helps here in the PE matchup, too. When an event gets trashed, you get to draw a card. And
There's an enemy.
And an enemy.
Understanding where that is very important for the deep dive plan. That is a card that can confirm net damage. So D can just trade a card for some credits on top of the Prana Condenser if you want to do that.
And you can put... potentially another Fuji in the bin in the process and say, you can't check this anymore, you don't have enough cards, and I'm going to score.
Install Coalescence, take the money off of it, immediately get another counter closer to environmental testing. So on an OK economy here, and you can always simul-chip that Coalescence as long as you hit an N6, and I do believe we have a program already in the bin. So D with a face-down card there in Archives.
We do have a Viserum in the bin.
Yeah. We'll see if they want to push the remote server. This board state hasn't evolved too much. Just an ice. The Prana doing a lot of work. Definitely in tension here, and D might want to ice this up to make it more difficult if Arzon does want to eventually go and trash that before once it gets 2 or 3 power counters. That's where it becomes really frightening. At 4 power counters, that's where you can get into some big problems where like suddenly you can pop that into Blood in the Water and House of Knives and Stings. You know, you're running late, you hit a snare.
So Arizon needs to get this environmental testing popped in order to be able to trash that Prana Condenser, and I think it needs to happen relatively quickly.
Yeah, he could just run it, right? Like he has environmental testing working for him. We'll see how he needs the money. We know there's an enemy in hand, and I don't think Arzon's deck is actually that great at dealing with small sentries. We're not seeing any tithes here. I think it's just anemones and Anansi's for the sentries in this deck. That's okay, but when your breaker is just Fazariums and Ika, moving that around constantly, running multiple central servers can be quite hard.
Do you think that the anemone that we just saw potentially goes to protect the Prana Condenser to kind of confirm some damage either way?
There's a chance that D might want the anemone on centrals,
right?
Just so that if you go for the deep dive, you have a chance of going for the snipe.
Right.
Which card's on Mindscaping?
D, looking.
So this was a Mindscaping resolution, I believe.
I believe they put a card on the top. It looks like they are just redrawing it. Arzon looking a bit concerned for sure here, thinking this through. There's the card going back on the top with the Mindscaping.
Yeah, I think D probably just wanted a different card on the top.
Oh yeah, that's probably what happened. So 5 credits. Again, some of the scariest iced. It's very notably too. Like Fazarium is not something good to
Is this
put.
an upgrade?
It kind of looks like it.
This is an upgrade.
Unless it's a face down card.
It looks like it potentially could be a Chrysium, or I guess maybe a Hollow Man Bluff as a Chrysium.
Yeah, Chrysium on Archives?
Cheeky place to hide a Hollow Man.
Okay, we're going to put that sideways
it's
to make sure it's not a face down card. Now, Chrysium on Archives might sound strange. The only reason here is if this is a deep dive deck, you have to make a successful run on Archives. I'm not sure if there's anything that would work here. Hollow Man is that's a place you could protect it. You do have iced other centrals, and you did just ice that up.
The only other upgrade in the list is Tranquility Homegrade, and that is not legal.
No, you can't put that there.
Right.
Arzon thinking how to get through this. And we don't see a deep dive just yet.
Chrysiums are 5 to trash, is that right?
Yeah. 1 influence, 3 to res, 5 to trash. Used to be an incredibly relevant meta card with things like Account Siphon. And I think we saw a lot of players put 1 copy in their deck in this World Championship. We think things like Trick Shot, Burner, Deep Dive. A lot of the Shaper decks are actually threatening some of the better, the stronger successful run triggers.
Yeah, it's a tech piece that comes out from time to time.
Yeah.
Have we seen 1 or 2 pinholes so far?
We've seen 1.
So
you might have the second in hand.
1 left in the deck, and an open HQ, so you can pinhole Archives through.
Yep.
You can usually see it the other way around, but in this case...
First deep dive. Yeah, we have the second pinhole in hand.
There it's in, yeah.
So that burner has been in
5
hand for a
credits.
while. I think a big thing here is Arzon understands if he burners and puts the generals on top of the deck, can you run and get them? Can he get through the ice in front of that? I think with the Ika, you're relatively okay. Tattoo Bull is the one thing that we can't break yet. I don't think we have access to a Fractor.
Arizon playing
Tapping
with the
Peach
idea
Shawn.
of the Peach Shawn, yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice way to face check, technically clicklessly, right? You want to install some cheap cards anyways because environmental testing. You're taking some risks here. 5 is nice on time, but with the Ika, as long as you have the modicum of credits, you can move, you can host, you can break. I don't think you have to pump on that one. But
It
Peach
is
Shawn's a
strength
nice way to
2.
run to get your clicks back so you can redraw if you find something terrible.
Right. Ika is the same base strength, and it breaks pretty efficiently, so...
Oh, we're challenging the Prana here. We're going to use the click compression to go get the Peach Shawn install on the R&D ice. This card is just so cool with Spree. This deck can get a lot of clicks and actually do multiple deep dives in the same turn if you have it set up. But we're just going to take down that Prana Condenser for 4. Arzon on no credits, but 1 more install later in the next turn or so is going to give you 9 credits suddenly on the environmental testing.
Right.
So it's a bit tricky to always like kind of pin down these sort of shaper econ engines.
Well, even like popping the SMC here
Yeah,
to get rid of the Coalescence.
You can simulchip, yeah, immediately. Right. For either the Coalescence or just bring back a Trojan that can push you forward. Yeah, Muse is a great one too.
A lot of options. The Shaper tree of decision points just spreads out like crazy.
It's tree versus tree. They're thinking next turn, the Vampire Nasa will be able to be broken for free. And even purging on this board state doesn't make any sense, really. D is not pushing the game forward, but you just have to watch out. That card's like Spree, if that gets played, you can move that Botchless around. And so that you can use that as a breaker on a different server. That's something that you don't see. It's very unique to this card that you can move a Botchless without losing the power counters. You don't have to simulchip it, or sorry, the virus counters.
Right. We haven't seen a Spree in hand yet from Arizona.
I don't think so, but Arizona hasn't drawn a lot.
No, it's been very little draw. It's been carefully considered runs.
Yeah. We're looking at 3 diesels. 2 Anacoms.
Okay,
no
click for
Dr.
2
Nuka.
credits and an ice on HQ.
So that could be the Anemone. Now, it also could be on Archives, if I'm not mistaken. But D on 7 credits going to make some change. We're on 4 right now on that Botulus. So D not really pushing the game forward here. Arzon can just sit back and set up. Draw through the deck, install some cheap programs, some cheap hardware maybe. We can find a couple more of the breakers, a way to deal with a Tattoo Bull at this point in time. A DJ Fenris, mind you, is one of the list, and that's always a really great card in Jinteki.
It gives you a lot more cards. If you make it into a Steve, then you can, every time you run HQ, first time each turn, you get a card back right in hand.
Burner, HQD did just ice that up, drawing up a couple turns there. Might easily have an agenda in hand. The question is, what is this ice? And the question on top of that is, what can Arzon threaten here? Simulchip means that you can install anything from the heap, just trashing one of the installed programs to get 9 credits.
He finds the muse, he can find whatever he wants.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Now, I don't think this list is on Q-Bound because it doesn't line up well with his game plan of closing the game off with deep dives quickly. So it looks like no res, no Trojan install. We're going to access. We don't have any money to trash.
We do have a copy of Parisha in the deck. Oh.
Regenesis, Moonpool, and a Vampirnasa. 1 card returned to D's hand. So seeing where that Regenesis is, that's only 1 point. Now you have a couple options here.
It's an impactful point, though.
It's a big point sometimes.
If you take it away from them.
So now here, understanding where the Moonpool is, understanding what the Vampirnasa. Vampirnasa is a really difficult ice to deal with. Whether you want to just bottom those 2 cards, you can put them on top of the deck to slow down D's draw. But if you just leave that agenda in hand, we're going to just drop them
on
onto
the bottom. Yep, and then you just go find that Regenesis
yeah,
in.
You're going to run back and try and grab that. It should be a 50-50 on HQ. And if D did not run res on the last click, there's a chance they might not now. Now, with an enemy technically on HQ, are we going for a deep dive? This is probably threatening the deep dive. We know Arzon has it in hand. Pichashaw will fire. D has to consider rezzing on 7 credits. The big Anansis can't be rezzed, but all the smaller stuff is. We've seen where 2 Vampirnasas are. Data Loops are also in this deck. Very cool card. I'm not sure if that's going to end up on a central server. This is not a hush list as much as that is a very common Arsana card.
Deep diving into a P is scary.
It's frightening.
Yeah.
Now, that's a cool way with Burner to run HQ safely because you can't take damage. It also forces D maybe to res the Crisium grid on Archives and just spend more credits. We think one of the sides could easily be the Anemone, and the Anemone can take cards out of hand. We're accessing. No res. Getting a click back. I believe that's another Prana Condenser. We both looked our head
we were
under
trying
we
to
could see
tilt
under the monitor.
card. It's a 2D plane. It's a 2D plane.
Now, still 2 clicks left for running Archives.
What's
this is the deep dives red.
To res.
3 to res.
3 to res.
5 to trash.
Yeah.
So this ice here, D did put it down with an upgrade. If you res the Crisium, Arzon can't trash it unless after you res it, you can respond by bringing in something to get the environmental testing, and then you can return and you'll deep dive. It won't be a great deep dive. It'll be an okay deep dive.
Yeah.
But if that's the case, you can always simul chip and move the Pichashawn over to Archives or rerun it back and get a click back. But if that's the case, are you going to be able to deal with a Sentry or a Barrier? You still have Arsana.
Right.
Looks like no res. 1 face down card hiding in there.
No res. Yeah, we're accessing face down cards
Bavar's
before
gonna
the
purge.
upgrade. It is a data loop.
Big
And
barrier.
Is
That's
a
a
Hollow
Hollow
Man.
Man.
That was this cheeky Hollow Man hide.
Arzon here can go for up to 6 points. It's possible to win on this deep dive.
Oh.
It's unlikely.
How many clicks extra now? 2?
2.
Yeah.
So you can deep dive double access, which means if you find both Fujis, as long as Arzon has enough cards in hand.
And a single point.
Well, he has a point. He just needs 2 Fujis.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Pulling the Fermenter in. This will get 9 credits immediately. This means that if you do the deep dive and you access something with trashable, you know they're not in hand. There's 1 card that could be in hand. You know there's a 1-pointer in hand.
Right.
But
The Fuji.
Yes, the Fuji probably
There's
not
2 more in
hand.
the deck. It's unlikely we see both of them in 8 statistically, but I mean, we've seen wilder things happen today.
We've seen D have some good fun doing some deep dives on stream. We'll see how deep we can go. Throw these cards on the table. We're looking at 8.
Oh, we got to flip them one at a time.
We definitely will. Starting with the
Prana.
Prana that's known into a cohort guidance.
Tranquility.
There's Tranquility into Wage Workers. Just a high trash cost. Hong Kong hedge fund. Dato.
Sting.
Sting is a frightening
And
one
a
to
Fuji.
Fuji.
So nice.
Both players recoiling here. What's the damage math on this?
1, 2.
This is 5
3.
net damage. That's hard to deal with.
It is. And how many clicks left? Oh, so well.
Arzon only has
none.
3 cards in hand. Now, you don't have to touch this. You can take the Fuji. You can maybe draw. That's probably the safest thing here. You generally just don't want to touch the Stings. Let nobody touch the Stings.
Taking the Fuji.
We're going to take the Fuji here.
Leave the rest.
You can
That's the
spend
safe
another
play.
click. Arzon here probably doesn't have another deep dive because if he does, he's losing it. This is either 1 net damage into 2 net damage, depending on the order. It doesn't really matter here. We know there's no steel skin scarrings. So one of these will be the PE damage and the other will be the 2 because of the text on the asset retrieval. Losing the pinhole. We've seen these cards, environmental testing, into the Oiler.
Yep.
A really cool code gate breaker. Arzon has a click left to draw. Can D do lethal on one card in hand?
Would have to draw. They would have to
incredibly
draw
unlikely.
a Blood in the Water after the shuffle, right?
But you still have to do one more damage.
Score plus one more.
D only has one Blood in the Water.
Right. Plus one more damage, and that could.
Yep.
I don't know
I
what
don't know.
comes for.
That seems really difficult.
With the Prana Condenser trashed.
You have to do something wild with Moonpool, but D doesn't have enough cards in hand here. Arzon might be safe with a single card in hand.
Right. You can't install a triple advance, a Sting. There's the Regenesis in hand.
Can Holloman do something now on 7 credits? If I don't think he goes
6
Sting. D could fast advance a Sting
if
with
the
Holloman.
top deck is a Sting,
yes,
then that's lethal.
Fast advance, Sting, Holloman is lethal. So Arzon can risk running Archives, dies to an enemy. But if trashes the Holloman, now if you don't draw, you just die to the one of Blood in the Water. So if
one
D
card in hand
is Rez gets to
rezzing the
move it over,
Holloman.
understanding that they have the line here, if they have a Sting in hand, or if they top deck a Sting.
We have we top
D's
deck?
saying, I don't have it. I need to top deck this. If D can find the Sting here, there's still 3. We know it's one's back.
bracing himself. That does not look like it. Or this is.
I don't know. D. That.
Whoa.
Install? No. Pay 4.
Hold your breath. Hold your breath.
House
of Knives. Whoa. That was a tense
Arzon
moment.
losing the burner. Now this is going to
Alive.
make the deep dives much harder, but Arzon is definitely alive here with no cards in hand. That top deck.
Is your heart pounding?
Yeah. It's good. It's good. Now that Holloman is alive. Now D doesn't have any credits. That was credit perfect. You have to watch out. That gives you a once per run ability to do just the net damage. So if you're trying to make all these runs and get a deep dive off, it's only going to get harder. That's free prana.
Or do we just draw? Draw?
Yes.
Like
We're 5 to 4. It's all about the deep dive.
That's
Trying
another
to
deep dive.
Onicom. It's an Onicom, I
Onicom.
believe.
That's
yeah,
right.
Trick
Full
shot's scary. You can make some runs here. Now, that's going to give you some safety, some click compression. The Fermenter ticking up, too. Running R&D here, you know, snares can't hit you. If you find the Fuji here on a single axis, I'm not sure if Arzon's making a run or just passing the turn over.
no credits.
No credits.
D's on nothing.
Yes. Now, you can still flatline. If you run with 2 cards in hand, if one of them's an event, you're safe. But otherwise, you can get House of Knives into Sting. That's 3 net damage, so
That's right.
it depends.
That's right.
Arzon knows how safe this is, but it looks like the turn is passed over. Install on
Not
top of the
using a House of
Holloman,
Knives.
gain 2. It's back to Arzon. We're ticking up that Vampire Nasa has been there since turn 1, protecting the House of Knives. And now this House of Knives is protecting D here. A lot of money on the Fermenter. Arzon
Looks like 3.
hovering over the board, trying to figure it out. I do think it's 3. Knowing how many cards you have in hand with the events is the one piece of information
Just gonna
that he
pop it.
has. Going to gain.
Oh, there we go. Replacing with a 3. Thank
Spin
you.
downs, they're nice. Wow. 2 cards in hand here. It's all about that last Fuji. There's 1 more in the entire deck. That's a 3-pointer. Otherwise, Arzon has to eat a fair bit more net damage before this game is over. And that card in the remote server on only 2 credits. If it's a Rashida that throws D back into the game here, but you can't really score out much. You generally need about 4 credits of fast advance.
What do we think this card in the remote is?
Could be anything.
It could be anything. I think it's Rashida.
Rashida be quite nice. We've seen only 1 so far. Diesel is going to be draw 4 off the Onicom trigger. Mind, this fires anytime an event is trashed. Very notable in the framework. An event is trashed after it's resolved.
We see an SMC, a Gauss.
That's Spree. Eventually going to do work with the Pichachon. Now, this is a window where Arzon has good cards in the hand and D does not have good credits. Running RD for single. Running HQ, again, a very big thing about Deep Dive is it shuffles the deck.
And Trick Shot.
You can just send it here with the Trick Shot, potentially. It might be relatively safe. You don't have a great way to use the credits. It is just multi-axis, and you could go the other remote server, maybe trash the Holloman,
Trashing
get
the
through
Holloman seems
most of the
important.
Vampire Nasa.
Yeah.
This actually might be a consideration here. Again, notably Arzon in the upper bracket just needs to close this game to get that 2024 World Championship title.
Popping the Fermenter.
Gonna gain 6 credits, trash that program. We might be making a run here. Whether it's just to deal with the Holloman, that might be reasonable, not having to Trick Shot. Now you can spree cool card here. Whether it wants to move over the Pichachon to get a click back after the run, but we're running into the Vampire Nasa. We have 2 virus counters on the Bonchelus. So we can choose which 2 you want to break. Giving D credits seems bad. Arzon losing credits, totally fine.
5 cards in hand?
I think so,
More?
at least 5. Maybe more.
Because of
a
diesel
big
draw.
Diesel draw with Onicom.
Yep.
You got cards for days. So allowing D to draw. Now D does need cards in hand. Burner did reduce those cards, so we can touch this. It looks like the credits also lost from Arzon.
See what the face down is. It's a
Cohort.
cohort guidance program.
Now, if you're watching, you don't have to don't adjust your television. Those are black and white photocopies. I want to take a second to be very clear. Netrunner, proxies are legal at all levels of competitive play. The fact that you're watching the World Championships and these are photocopies from the event, come out and play. Trashing that whole server down to 4 credits. We've gone through 2 fermenters. We still have a bit of extra burst economy. Self-modifying code. Another surprise that Arzon might not pre-install. Looks like he's just going to discard that Montreal special.
D is on 5 points. Yeah. D can get a Moonpool on board.
Yes. You need some money, but Moonpool can fast advance a 2-pointer. The only 2-pointer in this list is the Blood in the Water, which eventually has big numbers on it. It can be a 5-2 if Arzon's being very careful.
Right, right. So it's definitely up to Arzon to manage his hand and make sure that it stays high at the end of turns.
Otherwise, double hybrid release, turn after turn, can put D up to 7 points.
Right.
Takes a bit of work. Credit, install. Again, this Vampirnas has been so good. Just saying problem after problem. Are you going to run it?
It's the only ice that's been rezzed.
It's the only ice that's been rezzed. I believe D's on 4 credits. Some of those counters are stacked. Arzon not having just yet access to the 2nd or 3rd deep dive. You could open here with the Diesel and say, I got 4 more cards in hand. I'm going to send to central servers and see what is to be seen. Now, this is the remote server. There's no face downs in archives, so you don't have to worry about Regenesis closing the game out of nowhere. Regenesis, even to the Blood in the Water, you can just get 3 extra points. You don't need to hit 7 if you hit 8.
Does Arzon need to take an off turn to rebuild from 4 credits here? I don't think that we have a whole lot of economy generating cards in hand.
Look at Arzon's deck. None of this is about, all of it's about interacting. None of it's about, I'm going to sit back and hit my telework. It's all be like, how I'm going to get my environmental testings and I'm just going to run on stuff, install programs, and push myself forward, which personal evolution, we still have the House and I've scored. Running and interacting could be quite frightening. D on exactly the 1 snare worth of money that the deck includes.
I do see a Diesel in hand.
Both players talking across the table. We're in the next room, and obviously things have got quieter. There's still a lot of startup gaming, but there's a bunch of people just on the other side of the camera around this table watching this game.
There's definitely a crowd gathered around.
Yeah, always the attention can be pretty fun, but both players still having a great time. Thinking about the options here. 4 clicks for Arzon.
Those are some exciting seats to be sitting in right now.
It's been a great weekend.
I
think if he wants to open there, I think he juggled the card to the front of the queue. Whether that is the thing that's being considered, it looks like it's just saying trick shot, send it.
you break the net damage sub on the Vampire Nasa, I suppose, and then just
I don't know how you deal with the Vampire Nasa. You might just trick shot to see more cards. Oiler got trashed to damage a while ago.
Yeah,
it's gone. No, it'll come back.
The potentially lethal moment.
Yeah, that was for the Fuji the Oiler left. So we're going to get a 4 clicks here.
I don't think we see a simul chip anymore.
No, Diesel, draw 4 off the Onicom.
Appreciate Arzon holding his hand a little bit forward.
Yeah, players do differently. This is good for the top-down camera for sure. We see a creative commission. Hannah can be very important as a safety trigger. Parisia's just coming down.
There's a lot of trashing you have to do. Those prana condensers, those Chrysium grids, actually, it
only does assets.
It won't work on a Chrysium grid.
Now, there's a chance this is just for spec work or something to push yourself forward, something so that you can feed to simul chip, but we're just sending it. Going for the deep dive. Sorry, not the deep dive, the trick shot.
Trick shot.
Obviously, what a strong shaper card from the last set. Sending it. You're going to get a click back here. There's a possibility you're actually threatening deep dive. Now, D doesn't know.
You're doing both at the same time.
Yes. Because you are probably going to get the Pichashon trigger here. And Arzon having a spree can Pichashon again off of another central server. D might not know how scary this run could be. Now, House of Knives can do up to 3 damage on a deep dive, 3 runs to set up the central servers.
Deep dive is 3 or 2 credits?
2 credits.
2 credits.
Yeah, the money can be close.
Yeah. Because it's looking tight there.
No res. We're going to get 2 more credits. We're going to get a click back here.
2 cards here.
2 cards. The top is the top.
That's a prana.
It's always a prana at the top.
I think it's a prana.
It's a prana.
Man, this
you can
let's
trash
peek
that.
underneath the card again.
It's definitely a prana. Yeah, I see the person.
Yeah.
So we're going to trash that. Get some value to Parisha right away. And, of course, some of that deep dive, or sorry, trick shot credits. So that's a sting. Okay.
2?
First sting.
X plus 1.
It's algebra. I think it's 2.
Yeah.
1 for PE, 1 because Sting says that.
Those words.
So we're going to take some cards out of hand. There's a spree. Oh, we wanted to see that.
We want to see the spree played, yeah.
There's another in the deck, that's for sure.
This is the classic problem with sprees. I mean, with PE is like we want to see the cards do their cool things, but they just turn into armor.
Sometimes hit points is just enough. We're losing the Gauss too. That is a Fractor, one of the options in the deck. It is now 5-5. D not using. It was click 2, but the click came back, so technically sort of yes.
That's true.
Now the money's lost, not sending it to the Vampiranaza there with 2 clicks left. Not having the spree here, I think it might be hard for Arzon to get a deep dive in this turn, but he doesn't have access to it.
Yeah,
this might just be slow down Creative Commission, see what happens to the remote server.
You can't either you can't do both the net damage and losing the credits off of the Vampiranaza here.
Yeah, very, very tricky. Yeah. The Singleton Blend the Water, I love this in open deck lists. You have to respect this as much as this is the least likely deck, or the least likely card you are to see.
It exists, and so you have to consider it might be there. I think, is that a daily cast?
Yes, Simulchip daily cast. Now the Simulchip gives a lot of ability here for Arzon to pull any problems, of course, the toolbox. Now going back here is interesting. You see another card. This also gives you the Peachishon, and it turns it to hand. It actually gives you a hit point, which is kind of fun.
Yeah.
Now D could go and try and snipe it into the House of Knives. It looks like D wants to get that down because that card is just giving you extra clicks. You can't just have free turns for running. Well, this is about click compression. It's damage. So we're going to shuffle that up. We might just send the House of Knives. They're just on the top. This could
be game.
No. Mindscaping. D's played a couple of those so far. Just sitting at the top of the deck. Any access?
They're both on game point.
It's not likely. It's only 1 Blend the Water, 1 Fuji left. So he has some work to do.
Yeah.
Like, it's probably going to be 2 agendas, but you're not right. Well, not wrong. Sorry. 1 agenda can do it. There's only 2, and D knows that.
It's harder for D to cross the threshold to winning the game here in this moment without scoring first 1 other agenda.
Yes, and we know D has the Regenesis. Now, there's a chance that D could score out a Regenesis with no tech. The thing is, like, D could score that out and just hope that in the future they draw into a hybrid release.
Right, you draw one of the 2 hybrid releases.
Install Advance. There's no Claw in this list.
Yep.
You can just fast events out. D has a reason to push to 6 to force Arzon to be aggressive here. Otherwise, Moonpool is the other big thing. We know 1 Moonpool went to the bottom of the deck, but also that was on the shuffle turn. That was before the deep dives. So you know how we put the Moonpool on the bottom of the deck? It's anywhere now because we shuffled right after.
It's been shuffled, and here's a new Spin Doctor which is going to shuffle again, potentially.
So D drawing through the Mindscaping, and 1 other card. Can shuffle some cards back here. The Mavirus and Archives does poison it. Having access to that can be interesting, but we'll see what cards do go back.
Second Spin Doctor.
Have a fair few options there to
Everything's
consider.
face up, so we'll see. It's the Hollow Man.
That guy's everywhere.
And Rashida. Yeah, Rashida would have been very nice several turns in a row here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You notice D's plan of just saying, I'm going to put stuff behind a Vampiranaza is pretty tricky for Arzon to deal with turn after turn again.
You know, sometimes the best plans are the most straightforward ones.
Shuffling up here.
Find a scary squid.
You
put
can't
stuff behind it.
see this, but right off camera on the kind of closer sides to the edge of the screens, there is 1 judge for each player just watching over, making sure board state is great. Huge shout out to all the volunteers here. I believe the judges specifically came in from the UK for this.
Yeah, this is Cobra Bubbles and John did last time we checked.
The best and the brightest from across the pond. I think we're doing a deck shuffle. I think there's a chance here what's being checked is that D sometimes puts their cards backwards, and you shouldn't be doing that because it technically marks a deck. So I believe the judges just went through and made sure the deck was in the right orientation.
I know you're not, but I'm worried about looking like
All right, we're going to hit the start of turn here. I believe the Spin Doctor might have been popped
smile
before.
on Arizon's face.
These players have played before. I think the last time we've seen them in the same spot might have been a NPC Boston. Arzon did travel in. D is not far to drive in there. I'm not sure if they played at that event. But Arzon's been grinding this Arsana list. I'm so excited to see this at the top table.
It's super exciting to see Arizona after what seemed like, you know, Arizona was just out of the meta after the World Tree ban.
And
here it is.
Yeah, this is it.
With a unique deck that somebody's been working.
Yes.
You know.
D opening there with the Mindscaping, going to get some cards, put something on top of the deck, understanding that Arzon going for a single might not convert into points.
Similarly, the Loud decks has been this cooperative effort from QTM. They all have. There's so many different variants of this thing.
Yes, and they all have names: louder, loudest.
It's my turn to be the loudest mom. Or
I think D was specifically saying
D's version is called Loudred.
One of the ideas was, if you can't bring your favorite deck to Worlds, bring the deck that most people don't like. I need to paraphrase a bit better than that. But getting 2 credits off the daily cast, putting another ice on the server after getting some options with Mindscaping. Card behind 2. I think D needs to control the narrative here. Force Arzon off central servers. Something behind the Vampiranaza with an ice in front.
A House of Knives, a Regenesis, a Rashida. There's a lot of things this could be.
Still a ton of options.
Yeah.
Arzon considering here, he doesn't have access to the deep dive yet, but with enough
events in hand on the Onacom. He has a bit of armor if he wants to start being aggressive.
Cohort guidance program, right?
Yep. Simul chip coming down, that will give you some options. You could always get the Phaserum if you run into a terrible Sentry. Now, you don't have money to res the Anansi's, but you don't want to be bypassing that if you can avoid it. We still haven't found a Tattoo Bull. I think it's only a amount of time. It looks like we might get a Diesel here to draw 4, but looks like we're going to check first. House of Knives just waiting there, a bit of a Chekhov's gun.
Just a no. We're considering the res.
D down on only 5 credits. That is a snare's worth and a bit. But Arzon can get the single access. There are 2 cards in this deck that can seal the World Championship title. 5 to 5. We're looking for the 1 Fuji. We're looking for the 1 Blood in the water. And this is a known card.
Oh, it's an Anansi.
It's a Anansi. D put this on top of the deck with Mindscaping, if I'm not mistaken. So taking no risks there, actually.
Right.
Yeah. Sometimes, Arzon, you want to respect your opponent. Say, like, hey, sometimes you have to put something strange there because you know I won't check. So you get into a bit of a game there. Do you want to change the door you're accessing?
Mindscaping, yeah. Adding a little bit of security that you otherwise just can't have. So,
yeah.
Besides, you know, like a bacterial reprogramming.
Arzon drawing up on 5 credits. That is getting close to what you need to Moonpool. Moonpool is 3, and then you get 2 advancements. Now, that'll score at a 3-2, but this list doesn't have any, so you're looking at a 3-1 here. I think D has a good shot with the double hybrids. If you can get those through, fast advance 1, score a hybrid, close the game out. If you do have the Moonpool, the problem with the Moonpool is the shuffle agendas into R&D, and that's the server that Arzon's been running the most.
Just playing the slot machine, see if you can
Pressing
get
a
one little
cohort?
payout. It is the cohort.
So this gets interesting because cohort is going to discard a card to draw a card and gain 2 credits. And having a face-down card in Archives is frightening. We saw that Regenesis happen pretty quickly for a slow-moving game at that time.
Such a fantastic card for D to have managed to keep in that server for a turn.
So if you can fast advance Regenesis in a way that doesn't disable the Regenesis text, so you have to not put a card in Archives, that face-down there can matter. Now, some Jinteki decks will use that, you know, throw a bunch of small 1-pointers like Stings that do a lot of damage into Archives, so it's hard to check. It's unsafe to check. Right. But up on 5 points for both players, Arzon can, yeah, it's getting a bit tricky to do that, that's for sure. Now, D knows in hand there is at least 1 Pichachon. So any ICU res, if you think, oh, that's going to drop Arzon down to 1 card in hand, and he won't have time to drop, you can get the Pichachon on it, gain that extra click suddenly, and have 2 cards to draw.
Right. Yeah, that adds a lot of flexibility, plus the Anacam, potentially drawing up if an event gets trashed.
So D here, looking at the options they have. 2 cards from the mandatory and the cohort.
This has been super scrappy from both sides. Everyone's been down on like low credits, but eking up to 5 points.
They're making like these, you know, slow plays, the subtle plays. If I'm going to put something here, how are you going to interact with that? I'm going to put some pressure here. It's been
like
good fun.
Arzon's hands in his hair, just staring, just going, I need to stay focused.
Honk, honk.
Honk, honk.
That's a hedge fund. Geese game. Gain 4. We're going to install an upgrade on HQ and a second ice in front of R&D. Upgrades on HQ here. We're looking at Crisium Grid to play into a burner is the only thing I can guess. The viruses are accounted for unless I don't think D shuffled them back. Apologies if we missed that. Holloman could be there on HQ as a bit of a bluff, but Tranquility Home Grid does not belong on a central server. So upgrade on HQ. Arzon has a full playset of burners. I think we might have seen 1 and maybe a second one got lost to damage. It's a 50-card stack here, so Arzon has a bit more hit points than you might expect. But even at the end of the day, you have to make 3 successful runs to hit the deep dive. So the Crisium on HQ.
I agree. This has to be the Crisium on HQ because at this point, a single deep dive is all it takes.
Arzon surveying the land. Has the money coming in. I've never seen that 2-die method on the daily cast. It's pretty slick. 4 clicks and maybe some more with Pichachon. Even the hand has been in hand for a couple turns. Now the remote server, the cohort's not going anywhere. Going in for a trick shot. I think this is the third one. 2 ice deep. Simul chip to get breakers. A hand of, I want to say 4 cards with an Onacom.
2 to res. It's just Tattoo Polo. Okay.
Swippity swappity. If D has another barrier in hand, can flip that for 4 credits if Arzon wants to go through this. Now, this is not the sort of card you want to put a Slap Vandal onto, whether you want to pull that Gauss with the Simul chip. You're going to have to end up probably trashing the Parisha, is what you don't really need here. You can also walk away here and say, D, okay, you're on 7 credits here if you're counting to get that money.
And then use the other credits that are on the trick shot to go take care of the cohort guidance.
Cohort.
Because there are 3 virus counters on the botch list at this point.
Yeah.
So the Vampire Nasa, I keep wanting to say Jazz Renasa, the Vampire Nasa is largely taken care of.
Yeah, you can lose 2 credits to that. Notably, lose credits. You can't use the trick shot credits. You can only lose from your credit pool. So see if Arzon wants to go for it. In terms of the fractures, we have 2 options here. Propeller and Gauss. Gauss, we see it's like 3 cards down on the heap. He's thinking here. Sometimes bouncing on the Tattoo Bola feels good. You're going to waste the trick shot double axis, though. And D has that ice that's been on RD for a couple turns now. Hasn't been res, even in the early game, for a couple, you know, single runs, let alone a trick shot.
It's a long consideration from Arizon, but I think it makes a lot of sense to take the time to make the right decision here. We are bouncing.
It looks like we might be walking away. Now we'll see if we can send those 4 credits to the remote.
We're bouncing.
Looks like that's the choice here. Arzon still has 2 deep dives left in his deck. D's drawn a fair bit. Some of it filtered, some less so. If you want to send it HQ, there's a chance there's an agenda in here if you want to find that upgrade.
Another
but second Bola, forcing the same problem as it did on R&D, and D here still holding the House of Knives, maybe waiting for a Prana Condenser to come in to make that guaranteed econ plus 9 credits.
The threat of the House of Knives is that you just let it cook there. Eventually, you might forget about it.
But like, it's such a cool card because you really have to care about all the priority windows.
Yes.
Because Arasana has priority. So if Arazon wants to install something with Arasana, you have priority. If that's passed, D can go for the net damage. If that hits a Trojan, you need to install like the Picha Champ.
Right.
Maybe you have a Simon chip around to respond to that. But it's a really cool kind of like...
It's a high skill game right now, yeah.
Who flinches first? Looks like we're walking away. Trickshot just got 2 ice res, and that's all it's done.
It's going to draw off of an Anacam. If we haven't already seen one this turn?
No.
I don't think so. There's the draw.
Drawing into a hedge fund?
Hedge fund.
Sure gamble, excuse me. Yeah,
I
that
just
happens.
followed suit.
Now, in some PE matchups, you won't play that card, think the hit point's a bit better. I do think we've had the Creative Commission in hand for a while, but we're running HQ here. We know it's a Crisium grid.
3 credits.
We think it's a Crisium grid. Arzon can't trash it here, but D doesn't have a big reason to res it. D, if they have agendas in hand, they're not going anywhere. The remote server is spoken for with the cohort. So the question is, what's in hand here? D could be just holding a blood in the water. Fuji, those don't go anywhere anytime fast. We've used 2 spin doctors.
Yeah, you can't put an agenda in this remote right now. It's not secure.
It's not easy to do.
Even on 3 credits.
You can trash the upgrade first. We're expecting a Crisium. It is Crisium grid.
Crisium grid.
System update 2021 version. So now, touching from hand, we're going to roll a die here. I think that's only 3 cards in hand. So if there's an agenda, we're looking at least a 1 and 3. The Regenesis, that's been in there for a minute. We've known that, not going anywhere. Arzon going to take a net damage up to 6 points on game point. Any deep dive should solve it. Now wondering, losing the Diesel.
That's
one of the worst hits, I imagine. I wonder if Arzon just wants to go back here and for HQ. You want to just make sure they have clicks left in the turn, drawing up, saying, I know next turn I don't think D can do too much unless they get, with less cards in hand, it's going to be hard to get out of this with a moon pool.
Go for 1 more access.
I don't know if you want to run last
click. It's a 50-50. Yeah, just Creative Commission. Yeah, I think you're on 6. I think it's unlikely on 5 credits that we see 2 points get scored here if you just kind of play it safe.
It's very tricky. Yeah. Cohort throwing a card out. It's very important with Moonpool. You need more agendas. Now, they could be face-down agendas in archives. That's the frightening thing.
Right.
Like, the cohort can set up the Moonpool.
And there is one at least face-down card.
Yes.
And we see underneath the hedge fund there.
And we've seen D make some very confident bluffs. Say, hey, I know you can run archives.
Yeah.
I'm still going to throw out the Fuji.
That first Regenesis score was...
So D's going to go for a discard with the cohort. Draw 2 cards for mandatory. Gain 2 credits. Next turn, the remote server. It's just a Tattoo Bola. The Vampirnasa can be fully broken for free, so D needs to maybe find a way out here. Arzon should be running HQ, drawing 2 cards a turn. You're assuming one of those might be an ice or at least a Tattoo Bola bluff, but 2 cards a turn without a strong scoring remote right now. The agendas have to go somewhere, so a moon pool is the big thing that can pull you out of this. If they have access to the hybrid release, will they just score it out to do 1 net damage ping and tie the 6-6 score?
I mean, potentially, if you just top deck the next one, that could be the game. It's putting the game in your hands of luck, right? But
forcing Arizon to be a bit more proactive here. Not that he hasn't.
Crisium grid is really a big problem right now. Although on 7 credits, resing it would be
two
would be asking a lot.
installs.
Yeah.
whether it's a Prana to get ready, but something behind the iced server. It's just a Tatubola. We do know, if I'm not mistaken, where the Mavirus is. I don't know if D shuffled it back into archives with the second Spin Doctor. Apologies if we missed that.
Third Spin Doctor on the outside, potentially.
It's a possibility
Cheeky
here.
Rashida.
Now, if there's a Regenesis, there are face downs in archives. If there's a Moon Pool, you can always use them as a panic button to get agendas out of archives, even out of hand if you need to. If you want to pay 3, it's a bit expensive, but it is technically a Spin Doctor.
Another
but this doesn't have
snare.
any. Yeah, table snare. We saw that once before.
Oh, it didn't go back in, right?
I don't. The snare?
Yeah.
The snare did. On the
Okay,
first
yeah,
spin.
that's right. That's right.
Other cards we could expect: Tranquility, Home Grid, a Wage Workers is a one of. Rashida, I don't think we've seen the full set yet. We're going to check the outermost yet. Hannah still not getting to work on her bike. You want to see if we want to check that again? D does have access still to the House of Knives, and it is the Piranha. Now, only for 2 credits there with Aprecia that came down a couple turns before. It's got at least 4 credits worth. You're going to get your sure gamble. So now you're assuming the innermost is something that does net damage, which is most of the cards in the deck. In fact, every single agenda. So Arzon needs to figure out, is there a good way to deal with the Tatubola?
Any agenda is the game here, so.
Table snare would be pretty cute. Ask for access, House of Knives. Maybe set Arzon in a difficult situation. Now, the Onicom hasn't fired, and I believe Arzon does have operations in hand, or excuse me, events, to get free card draw.
What do we think the ice on the centrals is? Is that just an
One of them has to be an enemy.
Right.
And I think D is trying to save that for a turn, res, when it really matters.
When the Prana Condenser is on the table.
Or when D has access to something like a Blunt the Water, or you need to protect a Fuji and Centrals. There's a bunch of reasons. Now, Fuji and Centrals on 6 points. Unfortunately, that ship has sailed slightly, but you want to set up that sort of like fork.
Right.
Make it hard to deep dive. Arzon, continuing with a sure gamble, gain 4, going to guide to draw a card. That's going to use the Onicom trigger for this turn. Muse can be very important. Only 4 cards in hand, though. The Muse can give you
2 clicks left.
The ability to get anything, basically, from any program
Just
you could
drawing
want.
again. That is a Fermenter.
Second in the list. D in the remote server.
Do you let this cook? If that is
There's
the
ways.
Regenesis? Is there one more Regenesis?
Yes. This could be it. If that's a Regenesis.
No, there's only 2 in the list.
Rashida.
And we have both the Regenesises are gone.
Oh, there's only 2 in the list. Okay, they're gone. Yeah, you're right. That's Rashida. Draw 3, gain 3. D has drawn, I think, 5 cards in the last 2 turns. HU must have something. And not going to be very easy to purge here. That Vampire is well done with the Botulus. So the Tattoo Bowl on the outermost. We still have 1 more spree waiting if Arzon just wants to send his centrals, but just drawing methodically through the deck, pushing himself forward. D, checking the archives. Might mean there's another Spin Doctor coming up, or just want to know what tools they have left in the deck. There's 2 face down, if I'm not mistaken. Install, advance, advance. There's the first hybrid
release.
Now this allows you to install a card from archives.
Both players on 6 points right now.
It's a
1
face down
point
card
left to win the game.
6-6 currently in our finals. There's 1 more hybrid release. If D can find that, top deck it, and rip it, they can get to 7. Now, this allows you to install a card from archives. You can choose the order here. We're going to go for the damage first to get some information, but it has to be a face-down card. Now, this in theory could be an agenda. It doesn't have to be a card you can res. It's just a card you install. Now, we'll see if D decides not to use that. We still a couple operations in the deck, of course, but...
Do we have another burner in hand?
I don't know.
I
don't think so.
Hannah, no. It's Hannah. And the Chrysium Grid obviously is an issue for that.
So D trying to figure out what to do with the hybrids being sent away. It looks like there's just a couple options.
Checking a couple cards.
Wants to find out whether it's going to be ice again. It could be anything that just hits the table. Just can't be an operation. Arzon sitting back 6-6. House of Knives loaded up. No deep dive in sight. 4 cards in hand. Anonicom. We're going to finish that daily cast there. We did lose the Muse, which is one of the more proactive
that was a
cards
bad hit.
here. Now, Simulchip is going to be pretty good, whether you want to get to your Euler or to your Gauss. It's going to be hard to get if it's barrier into Code Gate. And Code Gates, it's just Vampire Nasas, so you can't just go through them if you need to.
Arzon's got plenty of money here. So
yeah, money's good.
Like any one problem presented here, I think, can be taken care of potentially.
D really thinking what to do the hybrid release here.
The deep dive seems far off because if there are several anemones here, plus the House of Knives pings.
Well, he doesn't even have one yet.
Doesn't even have.
I don't think he has a deep dive in hand.
Deep dive right in hand, yeah.
It looks like not using the hybrid release. I don't know
to
what that
not release
tells,
it.
whether those cards are not installable or whether you don't want those cards on the table. Sometimes if you're just trying to get a moon
Hiding
pool
an
out, it could
agenda?
matter. But I'm not actually sure what that means. Arzon, looking over the board state there, the remote server, nothing in it. We do know HQ has a Crisium. That's mostly all we know. Whether we have the time here to make the runs,
Yeah.
starting here
Do
with
we just
HQ.
take care of the Crisium?
Pichachon is in hand. Now, Arzon has priority. The way that this works is that you can have a paid ability window that opens on approach. The runner has priority.
Before
if
the
you
res.
pass, the window to the runner, to the corporation, say, I'm not doing anything, and the corporation says, I'm not resing, that window closes. You can't respond and put the Pichachon on. So again, you have a bit of that who draws first, who
Right.
flinches first duel. And that will drop Arzon to 3 cards in hand, which means something like Ask for Access, House of Knives into Snare, that's lethal. As much as that is a one of in the list. D looks like they're asking the judge a question. Looks like something off camera is happening. Apologies, also we don't have audio from the tables itself.
Yeah, I
So,
don't know if this is a priority window check.
but Arzon would have to go first here. And as soon as he passes priority, not only can you just do House of Knives before resing, so if you are expecting some sort of Trojan, and it looks like we're going for
House of Knives.
First House of Knives trigger.
That's going to do 1 net damage and have 2 left, 1 time per run.
This might be an enemy. The question is how many cards in hand. Finding
Sure
the
gamble.
event. I don't
Yep.
think there's that many options. Onacom is going to replace that.
That's
I think
pretty
that might have
helpful.
been the only event in hand. It was the only event in hand. Pichachon Fermenter.
Resing
Muse
at-
got drawn.
Resing for 3. And
Looks
we
like
see
it
an
is the
enemy.
Onacom. Sorry, an enemy.
Yeah.
D looking what card to jettison. This is very
So-
interesting because you can also get an agenda out of hand with this. It puts
Yes.
it obviously in archives, but if you know the HQ access is going to connect, this is going to do guaranteed 2 damage. Then it's up to Arzon to move that Ika over or have
Right.
another option with either Arsana's ability
Yeah,
or the
not,
Simul chip.
not going to hit the land the 3rd net, but
Probably
definitely doing
not.
2.
Yes.
Can't stop it.
D probably hunting there for the Pichachon, not getting it. Figuring out what to discard. Thinking about this, D I think might just have a full hand of cards, so you have some options. Arzon's only going to be able to get a single access, so that should be 2 more net damage here coming in through for the enemy res that's been on the table for a while.
4. 1.
No, D's been drawing a lot. It's not unlikely there's another agented hand if we're looking for the hybrid. Any point wins it for Arzon here. Losing both programs.
Oh, boy.
Hand is left. I think it's just a Hannah and 1 more card. Snare can be lethal. There's a Fermenter as well.
Now here you can, I don't know if you want the click back necessarily, but you can pop the symbol chip to get back either of those
Yeah.
at this point. And you can install the Pichachon before, okay, the Muse, to break the net.
So we're hosting for 2.
Proceeding.
I think we just break for 1 as well. So it's up to D to decide whether they want to res the Crisium grid on 5 credits. The other ice on other central servers, whether it can be res or not. Another enemy won't be a flat line, but actually will be unless Arzon draws. Access here, Snare can be lethal. There's only 1 on the list. 3 cards here with only 2 cards in hand. There's a risk here. Any agenda wins it. Gonna go for the flip.
It's Rashida.
This is the last World Championship. We're gonna see her face thrown into archives. Arzon alive there. D with 2 cards left. It's only 1 credit to run HQ.
Just draw?
Can be the safe thing here, but the problem is where's the last hybrid
Right,
release?
if you top deck that hybrid, you have to check the top at least, I think.
You have to check HQ. You're assuming the
That's
top.
true.
D on 6 credits. Those credits got a bit split apart, but reunited. Arzon
At
with
least
2 cards in hand, 2 House of Knives counters.
D has at least 3 more cards in hand, if not 4.
No, D only has 2 more.
Is it 2?
I think that was a 1 and 3.
Okay.
Though she got trashed. Cards in hand. 1 click only spent. We have access to Pichachon as a way to get those clicks back if you want to check. It's only 1 credit, but the risk on the Snare, it's only a 1 of.
We haven't used Arsana's ability yet this turn.
No, but I think you want to
You
keep
don't-
those
you- yeah,
cards
it's-
in
it's
hand.
HP. You
Yeah,
don't wanna-
it's hard.
Right.
Same
Drawing.
click we're drawing up. That's a deep dive. Crisium was not rest. Arzon
You can do
can
1.
put the pressure on. He's drawing up again.
seems
Spec work.
Less
for the
likely that you're going to
3rd.
deep dive now.
Still possible.
Do we have a spree in hand?
No, you'd have to do like Simul chip Pichachon stuff. It's risky. You could do it if you really put your mind to it.
Last click, run.
Maybe not
Pichachon.
actually.
I don't
if
think
it's
you
not in
can.
hand, yeah. So we're drawing up D. If they have
Do-
access to the
do
last
we
hybrid
have
release, D can just
the
send
hybrid
it. Top
release?
deck. Looking at hand.
I think we
shuffling
would
it
be
up.
smiling at this point if we had top decked the.
Oh, D.
It's hard to read. They're very, very cool right now.
Yes, they've been very cool this whole
okay,
game.
this would be quite the pause, though. I don't think
this
that. I don't
through.
think that they have it just now.
Arizon thinking this through, understanding he might just
So
have one
tense.
more turn here. We haven't seen the moon pool since one got shuffled in.
Draw.
again.
Okay, it won't.
Another card
Unless there's
breaking
a
through.
moon pool.
But a moon pool needs agendas
more
in
agendas.
archives or in hand.
That's right.
Arizon might want to check archives at some point.
There are face downs in there.
I think there's like 3.
But you can't, having put them on the table with no spin doctors, that's
You just
an
gotta
unacceptable
do
risk,
that.
isn't it? Or just like, wow, what confidence you have to do that.
Sometimes you do that.
Right. If that's your out, right? But I don't think it was the
6 to
only
6
out.
here. D just needs to find one pointer or flatline to reset that bracket to look for the World Championship title. Arizon sitting across the table thinking
Install.
Credit.
Credit.
And credit. Refilling.
So the deep
Parisha
dive
counters
is in
6.
hand.
Is in hand for sure.
Can we pull off a deep dive? One of the anemones is offline. We have to
dodge
run
the trick shots.
the
Or sorry,
Chrysium.
the House of Knives.
Right.
You start there first to see whether D
Right.
reses. If they don't res, then you'll probably run the other the central servers. You have to dodge an enemies.
Well, you don't if the Chrysium is 4 to res?
3.
3 to res. Okay, that's actually better. Okay.
Arizon has the money, has access to the simul chip, cards in hand. The only trick here is I believe there might be a muse, but definitely there is a deep dive. Arizon finding out, no muse in hand. Excuse me, that's a Hannah.
Yep.
Click to draw. We're spec working, getting rid of that Parisha, the Flood, to draw a pair of cards and gain 3 credits. Onikum's going to draw another as well. Creative Commission. This might just be the hit points you need. Second deep dive. That might give Arizon the confidence to center central servers and dodge those knives being thrown. Now DJ Fenris as well. At this turn, Sable doesn't do anything because the mark is not marked.
Yeah.
But you
Setting
can
up for
go
next
for
turn. If we check
Steve.
this threat and then hope that there is no hybrid release.
Yeah. Steve is interesting because he can actually go for a double deep dive if you run HQ last, but Chrism Grid might be res, so if you lose it for damage, you can force one back, but that's a lot of stuff. We only have 3 clicks left, and Peach Sean's still in the bin behind the single simul chip. I think there's only one simul chip left, if I'm not mistaken. Arizon using one fair bit earlier in the game. A lot of cards are running R&D. D checking all the ice that they have. It's been a minute since we've seen them both players laughing here, but with all these cards in hand, you want to use them. You don't want to be discarding cards at the end of your hand. At the end of the turn.
We have to deal with the Tattoo Bola.
No, card's been trashed. So you can use the simul chip with no additional cost, if you want to say that in quotes.
Spec work trashed.
Yes.
A card. Program specifically.
Yes. Sorry, program. Yeah.
And that's relevant just
would be sick.
for
Actually,
simul chip.
I don't know if this is an R&D run, unless that Arizon's considering how to break it. It's not
Oh,
an
I
R&D
see.
run.
Okay.
It's DJ Fenris. Again, another World Championship. Might be the last time we see this.
Getting
We're
a
going to go for a...
Sable? Oh, we have the unfoldable. I've seen this. There's a what?
Quetzal.
It's a Quetzal. Oh, that is so cool.
D letting up the ooh.
Yeah, everybody going ooh. You very, very rarely see anything but Steve or Sable. I mean, you do see sometimes a loop. Quetzal's one of the most rare, but like
Quetzal's
so much
sick.
fun to get hosted on a DJ Fenris.
Break a barrier subroutine. We're not going to need a Fractor here. The questions of Arizon sending it R&D, or we're sending it
Running
remote
that
server.
Tattoo Bola. Just check it. This there's no virus to worry about. The Botulus is going to deal entirely. We had a jump scare.
There was a big jump scare. Something happened in the room.
There was a cheer from somewhere else in the room, and both,
I think
both
a
players,
startup thing happened. Both players a bit shocked there.
I thought that there was lag between the stream and that somebody had won the game.
This is real life. There's no lag.
Yeah. That was fun. Okay, back to life.
Arizon thinking this through. Tattoo Bola there. We're going to go use the Quetzal ability. The question is whether D has ice in hand.
I gotta make one of those unfoldable
That's nice.
things.
So like
Swapping with Tattoo
12
Bola.
ice in the deck just about. So D getting 4 credits. That should be just enough to do any of the shenanigans, whether it's Holloman stuff or Moonpool stuff. We're going to carve our way straight through the Vampire Nasa, use all those counters we've been crewing. The question is what's the remote server? Of course, it's an agenda. This will be the game.
Is it a Hollow Man? Feels like a Hollow Man.
Want to access healthy cards there in hand. House of Knives can't be used.
Or a snare. That's a Tranquility.
Tranquility Home Grid. Very cool inclusion here. It's 4 to trash, and at this point, it's more about the card draw, I would reckon, than it is the credits. D on 10 credits. Still some ice to be res. We haven't seen any of the big stuff that none sees. The data wards.
That
Excuse
card
me, the data loops.
more often provides credits than card draw, but
Could be important here.
When you're hunting for...
Yes. Or you can install the Moon Pool and hope you draw
Yep.
into an agenda. Sometimes
Right.
you need the 2 agendas for the fast advance.
Right.
Arzon going to leave that there. Expending some resources. Looking across the table, still a click left in the turn. Now D could have it. It's all about that last copy of the hybrid release, a 2-1 you don't often see, but if D has it with 2 credits easily, can reset this whole bracket. Thinking this through, if you want to go for a single this late, they're still equally likely to find a snare, but with 2 deep dives in the hand and some extra cards.
When you've used your Quetzal, so you can't get the Tattoo Bola, can't get through Tattoo Bola with a Quetzal, you need to find some other solution.
Yeah.
And you have the symbol chip, but using it is, you're expending an unrecoverable asset.
This is the hard thing when it comes down to inaction. Sometimes players want to take a risk because understanding if you just pass the turn, the hybrid release could do it.
Yes.
But we're actually going to spend our last click installing the Fermenter and NPC special just to get some virus counters. This will pass the turn back to D. We know there's a Tranquility in the remote server.
Passing turn.
Hybrid release is a one of a moon pool. Could have all the cards aligned in archives and the 3 credits plus some. D thinking it through. Not Snap throwing it onto the table to reset the bracket.
It does seem like that would be a very fast end of the game.
Looking up. Arzon still smiling, trying to survey this board state. It's wow, there's a lot of stuff going on.
Okay,
D drawing. We've seen so many cards and not that many runs on HQ. The agendas have to go somewhere. There's still face downs and archives hidden behind that neat pile. D looking at a full hand here.
Probably want to install something on that Tranquility this turn at least.
Yeah, but if Arzon's going to run it.
Yeah, if you draw into an agenda.
It's a hard thing to say. We're both on game point. Is there an agenda on the table or not? Can you get through a Vampirnasa? Definitely.
This is third draw?
Another draw.
Last click draw.
D looking for the hybrid, looking for the Spin Doctor, looking for the Moon Pool.
Oh, if this is a Moon Pool. No, we know this is Tranquility.
Trank. Rezzed for 1, installed, going to gain 2, so just gain 1. Putting a card on the table.
So a Moon Pool, if that just got installed, it's going to allow D at the last minute to
save stuff.
Save agendas. Right?
Shuffle cards from HQ or archives into R&D as long as they're face down. Allows you to trash some cards from hand first. Arzon might go for it here. D's drawn a lot. Running HQ makes, I think, a fair bit of sense. The agendas have to go somewhere. If you just draw that Fuji asset, where's it going? That Blood in the Water is a bit of a brick when Arzon's ending turn on 5 cards in hand, but
if you want to play around the Moon Pool, you probably want to run HQ first before archives.
That could help, yep. Running archives also before R&D could help. The question is where's Quetzal's going to be used. We're starting here on HQ. Yeah, we'll see if D, now on 12 cards, can probably afford to res the Chrysium regardless if there's an active threat of Deep Dive, and there definitely is. Break for 1.
Yep.
With the Ika, another card on his last World Championship potentially.
Are we going to res that Chrysium here?
D considering it.
Do you have to?
House of Knives are going to use it first, so D can see if this does snipe out a Deep Dive, but Arzon does have a second.
And D doesn't know that there's 2 in the hand.
No, but knows there's 3 in the list.
Oh, it's a Deep Dive hit. Okay, there's 1
now,
left.
Now, Arzon needs to act like that's a big problem. This does replace the card, checking it. D still can res the Chrysium, saying, I think there's a chance. We know there's a 3rd one somewhere. I'm not going to take the risks. That's good credits here. Now, this single access on HQ can be quite exciting, of course, because D's been drawing a fair bit without any great place for the putting agendas. Splaying onto the table, it's a 1 and 5 here. We're going to roll that die. 6 goes again, 2. Flip the card here.
To Tattoo Bola. Okay, safe again.
The 1 card we did know in HQ, that one's a bit of a magnet.
Right. No, obviously, as we just saw, Chrysium Grid doesn't actually cause the run not to be successful. It just treats the successful condition not to occur for all the other things like Deep Dive.
Yeah, you still breach, you still access. It's just any card that cares for a successful run hasn't happened here.
Arzon very happy to have that out of the way now.
Archives, something you might want to check out. We're only on 1 more House of Knives token. The card remotes, we haven't seen a Moon Pool yet. I think it's 5. We lost 1, I think returned with the Onicom. We still have the Quetzal. We're running R&D here. I don't know how big that pile of cards is. It might be about 15 is my guess. We're going to see if there's a Swippity swap. D, we know that they have a Tattoo Bowl in hand. You want to keep that on the table. There you go. Install, gain 4 credits. Could be the different one, I think. Arzon's joking. So we'll swap those 2, gain 4. Such a strong little barrier. Makes some really interesting play lines. And here on 13 credits, D can res the most expensive ice, the Anansis, the Vampiranasas. You might have to move the Ika around for some of those.
The Anansi, could the Anansi actually be broken here?
Yeah, Ika.
But on 4 credits? You move for 2?
Oh,
You
could
can't
be
break
tricky.
it all.
Could be tricky.
Plus a House of Knives.
It might be hard.
5 damage.
Yeah, 4 credits is not a lot.
No, this is a little risky.
D checking archives here. Wonder if this is another anemone to get some cards out of hand, throw some stuff out here. But Anansi can be hard. If you want to rehost and boost and break, I think you're a bit short of
We
breaking
saw
all
an
of it.
anemone in hand.
A long time ago,
Yeah.
It might have been one on HQ, but I do think there's a chance it's one of the other central servers that was iced up a bit sooner.
Yeah, probably not the innermost, or I would be surprised if it's the innermost. You don't usually have 8 credits to res super early. It's an Anansi.
Arzon going for the nod here. I'm not actually sure how he breaks his 5 strength. Again, this is one of the strong sentries that has this text. If you don't break all the subroutines, you can't play around this.
What is Ika's strength pumping?
Oh,
And it's
I
base
don't play
2.
enough Arsana to know this.
It's
You have
base
to
2.
rehost it for 2. It's base 2. It's probably 2 for 3.
2 for 3. So
you break for
it breaks for 4.
4, but you have to host for 2.
Right. So we don't have the money. We could get the money with
You
a
could
simul
simul
chip, a
for
coalescence.
coalescence?
Yes. So that, yeah, simul chip moves coalescence. Oh, simul chip of Muse actually rehosts the Ika.
Yes.
But that costs.
Simul chip for Muse will be
Muse,
free.
Simul chip, yeah. It discounts
That's
the
another
Muse.
option.
Okay, so we're popping the simul chip.
So we're cracking the fermenter, destroying the fermenter with the simul chip. So we'll see if we'll go for the Muse here. You can do that. You can overinstall the Ika, then get the Ika and host it. That will put you on exactly breaking at 4 credits.
Muse or coalescence?
See the options. We're gonna go for coalescence.
It's kind of the same, right? Because
Yeah.
this gets you 4 credits.
This gets you 4 credits. This is better. You gain 2 more credits.
Right. You spend 2 to do the move, and then you spend 2 more or 4 more to break.
Yeah. So we're breaking all this.
You get the same thing by just trashing the.
Yep. D enjoying that interaction, I think. So this single axis on 6 points again. Fair few agendas left in the game. We haven't seen. Stings are still missing.
Okay.
House of Knives token. Go for single axis here if we want. We have a healthy hand here of 5 cards, so it's going to be no tricks. 1 deep dive in there, but the HQ run did not count as successful. So you cannot fire that single axis here.
Let's see
Can
this
be the
card.
game. Rashida again?
Yeah.
It's a Rashida again.
Yes.
It's always been a
Man,
Rashida.
you saw like 40 pixels.
Yeah. Arzon obviously considering whether to trash this or not, and I think there's a big chance that if D draws the Rashida, that's not obviously the hybrid release.
You can't
you
run
might
back here.
Leave it.
You trash it?
Trashing it.
Okay.
Again, if that goes on the remotes, so the question is, what's on top of the Tranquility? D put something in there on last click, whether it is, again, the moon pool, whether it's the final agenda. This turn is long. Imagine sitting there for this long, trying to be cool. Agendas
You
and
just
archives,
checked it.
maybe. Moon pool on
Just
the table.
check the card.
It's hard. 1 credit. Ika's hosted somewhere else.
So if you run, do you deny... You either check it, or you deny the credits of scoring a 3-pointer, probably. Are there any ice in the deck that cost less than 3?
Tattoo bolas.
Tattoo bolas.
Drawing
Is
into
that a
the final
tattoo? Have we
simul
seen
chip.
that's a tattoo, isn't it? Or
Could
no, we
be
saw a
Creative
tattoo
Commission.
swap.
D's getting his card on the table. Looking at it, 5 credits here, whether it's a cohort, whether it's a Prana.
Gotta wait for the mandatory draw.
But we're drawing an
Pass
unknown
turn.
card here. If this is the hybrid release that Rashida has revealed, a very important card for the top deck. 5 credits for Arzon after the creative. Off the top.
We've had several
One
top
more
deck
hybrid
opportunities.
releases. There are 2 moon pools. A bunch of face down cards and archives. Blood in the water is still X equals 5. D's thinking this through. There's
The
so
pause
many
does not mean that
situations.
that D doesn't have it. D is just a very complete, wants to think out all the lines.
Thinking through to get out here. Running R&D is expensive still. 4 credits for the single axis, but any single axis, of course, can do it. We've been in this situation for such a long time now. 6-6, stalling out on both sides of the table. Where are the agendas?
There are checking 2 cards.
There's 13 agendas in this deck. We've seen 8. There's only 5 left, if I'm not mistaken. R&D doesn't seem to be that tall. They have to be somewhere. Arizon's been finding tattoo bolas in HQ, which that does, again, the probability field on accessing the bounce card is pretty strong, it turns out.
Statistics are weird when you're playing Netrunner.
5 cards in hand. D thinking through this. The hybrid release. That 1 card giving you the bracket reset. Trying to summon turn after turn. Summon it to the top of the deck.
If D has the winning line, it has to be a complex one at this point.
It has to be a moon
It
pool
just it doesn't seem like it's going to end this turn.
But
with
moon pool.
a 60-second
You
delay,
need 3 agendas. Moon pool. You need a 3-1. either the House of Knives, the Sting, and then you just need other agendas, either in hand or in the bin, to be able to score out. That should only cost you 4 credits, if I'm not mistaken.
Also, D, I think D knows that if there's... How much money does Arizon need to actually... So Arizon needs at least 4, 5, probably 7 or 8 credits to do a deep dive.
I don't know if the deep dive's going to happen.
I know, but like if Arizon can get that much money next turn, the game could be over. D's stepping away from the table for a moment.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to like touch 3 central servers and not win on points. You're right. There's always the threat for the deep dive.
Right.
It looks like we're having a stepping away here. It might just be a restroom break. Not sure, but Arizon.
Judge question.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, sick. Thanks, Rowan. So let's see what the question is here.
So in this case, D has a question that they want to ask the judge, and probably doesn't want Arizon to know, what's going on.
The judges are here, whether it's questions on what are the interactions, the rules, some of the intricate stuff, or even just what's the text on the cards. Something that could be very important.
Right.
Again, you don't want to make a mistake and find yourself losing the World Championship attempt just because
you forgot break
cost
strength
or the break strength.
Exactly.
So we're going to get a question in here. Again, the judges are just off camera on both sides in brilliant mustard yellow T-shirts. Been here all weekend doing a great job helping facilitate this event. Alex, been pretty calm. He's been grinding these decks for such a great time. Anytime on JNet, if it's a stream, if it's casual, he's always there trying to play this Arsana and doing a fantastic job.
Back.
I'm glad to see this here at the World Championship. D back down in their chair. I think a mandatory draw is all the turn has held so far. Full hand of 6. We know there's a Bola in there as our guess. Card in the remote server hasn't gone anywhere. I think 1 data loop's unaccounted for.
Overriding install. Yep. Gonna fire Tranquility here.
Now this allows you to draw a card. There's a chance here if you just need to find an agenda, you can get a moon pool trigger if you're just looking for more fuel for that fire. Right. But D drawing there while getting a card out of hand. Tranquility home grid for 2 influence. A really nice splash. You see this in very cool decks. If it's an op deck or a PE deck here at the World Finals, you can get some really nice interactions.
So we've been through most of the deck. There are 2 moon pools. That is a legitimate line of just putting the moon pool down.
And hoping.
Yeah, and hoping. And it's 5 credits is exactly enough, right?
I think it's less than that. I think it's 4. Depends how many advancements you need. It depends on the agenda, right?
Sure.
Because moon pool's res 3, gain 2 advancements. So if you install 3-1, res, advance, I think that's just 4, if I'm doing the math right. Again, Moonpool has a lot of text. I think it's attributed to play testers as a Borealis cycle. It has some conditions on it. But a card has entered archives this turn, so if I'm not mistaken, I don't think actually Moonpool cares about that. That's for Genesis text. So
that is for Genesis.
Yeah. So Moonpool still should be alive and well.
Yep.
Are you thinking it through? Move from game, reveal 2 face-down cards in archives, and there's, I think, about 4 face-down cards in archives.
Clicking for credit.
Vampire Nasa has been sated here on 4 counters. We're spreading out RNG. It's like 6 cards. You can still deep dive 6, I think.
There have to be, there's got to be agendas in HQ or
archives.
They're not all in R&D.
Or the remote server.
Right?
There's 5 agendas across
what is this?
6 cards.
Wait, there's a...
I think it's a new remote.
Yeah, a new remote. There was okay, so install Tranquility, install new remote, and credit.
Yeah. Card.
It was under the overlay, I
table.
think, that when that happened.
So whether that's a Spin Doctor to save the things in archives or a Moon Pool just to bring to safety, this deck doesn't have any advanceable traps, so it's not like you can run into something and it's an Urtica that gets Moon Pooled and suddenly you flatline to some ambush.
This
There's
is a good
still one
fork.
snare.
You kind of have to check these cards.
Simulchip coming down. The question is, do you think the agenda that brings the reset, the World Championship title, is uniced in the bottom right pocket?
That would be the bluff.
Arzon starting here on their remote server. With the Simulchip down, we have a couple options. There's still one more House of Knives token on 6 credits. You can't res the biggest
6
ice.
credits.
But you do get through the Vampire Nasa.
D's considering. No res? No res.
Looks like no res.
Yep. Gonna break all 4, or are we gonna leave a token here?
The tokens can matter for Spree, the virus counters, but
all 4.
All the subroutines are pretty relevant on most board states. Axis.
Axis the face down, and it is a moon pool.
Now this is, I believe, only 3 to trash. It's a nice alt art. So Arzon is going to trash. The question's when they're remote server, but if D has the moon pool, that means that they don't have the way to score out the game. So maybe they're not drawing the 3-1s or the 2-1s.
What if this is the second moon pool?
Easily could be, and Arzon might not have the credits. That might buy D another time to draw into. D could have another moon pool on the table. There's 2 in the list.
Right.
Anything else on the table, Arzon can contest, but it's the credits you need here. Now, you could flicker the Coalescence to quickly gain 4 if you need to. But seeing that hand here, we're checking.
Checking it again. If it is another moon pool,
you can run back.
You can run back, but how do you? Oh, you can simul chip Coalescence.
Yeah. If you need the money right now. Now, D has to...
You don't even need to run back. You can simul chip Coalescence right now.
Not when you're accessing.
Spin Doctor. Okay, yes, yes.
Spin Doctor to start. D draws 2. Now, Arzon has 1 click left here. If D draws
2.
into the last copy of the hybrid release, Arzon...
Unless it's in the bottom 6.
Bottom 6 would be terrible here for D, but the moon pool or the hybrid release, any setup here, we'll see what D shuffles back. Archives is a pile much taller than the R&D it stands next to. Looking at all the options here, being very thorough, I think there's 4 or 5 face-down cards. One of them over-installed. I think 2 or 3 of them are cohort discards or cohort triggers. So looking at all the options to pad an R&D that might be holding, frustratingly, the agenda. Now, you can also shuffle less than 2 cards. You can shuffle 0 or 1 if you're just trying to get the hybrid. But the question is, with Arzon's last click, is it Pete Deshawn going to come down? What central server? This is going to come down to the wire. This last click for Arzon might be the most important, because if the hybrid release is here or another moon pool, is it 2 face downs, I think? 2 face downs?
I couldn't tell. Was there 0 shuffle?
I would say a bit of a shuffle.
Yeah, I
Looks
think
like 2 face downs.
I don't know why we would shuffle 0 here unless...
To make sure you draw to hybrid release, there's reasons.
Yeah, that's right. You want to pop, but why are we popping the Spin Doctor then?
To draw 2?
Draw 2. No.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, we wouldn't pop. So I think something got shuffled back then.
Last click here, Arzon. Running HQ. This has been a draw mid-turn, no filtering. Now, money is tight here. You can probably just take the net damage. I'm not sure if it's going to matter. The worst is you're taking 2 because the House of Knives and the Anemone. Now, if you hit a snare, that might be a problem, but it looks like we might just be taking the damage. We can't move the Ika over without doing something aggressive with the final simul chip.
3 cards left? That's
Onacom.
Anacom. It's not going to...
Onacom hasn't fired
not going to draw.
So far.
Popping
Arzon is doing it.
To put the Coalescence back.
To gain 4 to move the Ika to break it. Now, you could just run it and fire the damage, but if you hit the snare, you do get flatlined.
Right.
So this could be Arzon's last access. It's hard to believe that D doesn't have the moon pool combo or the last hybrid
3
release
cards in hand. Gonna shake that die for all it's worth.
You need a D7 here.
You can randomize with
looking a bit nervous. There's definitely here.
Oh, so it's going to re-roll every time.
Not sure what that is about.
I understand.
I think we might have a bigger die here. Sometimes it's just about playing craps at these tables.
Oh, there we go.
That's a 4. That's a good number.
Is this the winning
right
card?
down the middle?
Oh,
that's our world champion.
my
Arzon
goodness.
takes it. That's the hybrid
Wow.
release. That was in hand. D just needs to survive
that
one more
was the
click.
last turn. What a game.
Alex takes
what
it.
a game.
7-6.
Arzon, the new world champion of Netrunner for 2024.
What a
Congratulations.
game. Just keeping the pressure on the deep dive threat. Fuji
What
at the
a
top.
tense game. That went on.
What a
and on.
great game. Personal
Wow.
evolution there, Arzon.
You see the happiness on Arzon's face. That's
Grinding
so...
this Arizona has paid off. Oh, D, what
Arizona
a fantastic game.
Arizona took worlds.
Yeah, I'm stoked.
That's really
That's
exciting.
sick.
Wow.
Mind you, Arzon.
We didn't see Spree.
Undefeated.
We didn't see Spree do the thing, but
Yeah,
Spree
it was
was in the
there.
winning deck. It got there, right?
Let's go. We hear wild screaming from the next room.
Oh, I think we're going to cut to the front of the room. Yep, okay. We're going to be cutting to a video.
We might be throwing, yeah. So stay tuned again. We're going to have a couple things going on before. We should have an interview with Arzon on camera.
Okay,
we
let's
might
cut
be
quick
throwing
here.
to the main room.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought I heard the voices going.
We're
there.
here, so there's some celebration going on outside. We might throw that to the camera. Apologies. We're going to play this a bit by ear here, but obviously things are popping off. What a finals! This is the 2024 World Championship here. Personal Evolution versus Arizona. 50 cards getting it through. Deep dive or not. 7-6.
That was a slog of a game. No, I mean, not a slog. That was
good.
a tense game, right? Yeah. Back and forth, very tactical. You hear the applause outside.
Erupts next door. We should have a camera out there. We might be moving it around here, getting the roaming team to move the camera where it wants.
Wow. What a game.
Man, that was cool.
how did we? It was a 6 cards in hand.
7.
7 cards. 1 and
Get the
7.
D20, roll it, hit the 4. All you need, and if you miss that, hybrid release just hits the table and D resets the bracket. Well played.
There's 3 and 7.
3 agendas
in
and
hand.
7. The judges are telling us. So
okay.
the odds there.
That was the one that D needed to just score next turn, though.
The perfect agenda there.
Yeah.
We're
okay,
trying to do an interview. I think it's going to take Alex maybe a second before we get him on the mic. So if D wants to talk, we'd love to have D.
Yeah. We'll have the runners up.
Okay.
D,
so
come on.
We're going to throw to a break really quickly. We'll be back with some interviews. Thanks so much for hanging out. We have a couple folks to talk about. We're really excited to get to that. We might have some closing statements here, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a minute. Bye.
All right, everyone. It is my great pleasure, after 3 fantastic days of Netrunner, 2 incredibly grueling days of the standard main event, to introduce the world's 2024 champion, Alex Arizon Boyd. Go ahead. Turn off, please.
All right, startup players, where's my top 16? Congrats to the top 16 of startup. Come on up. So, our top 16 are getting the wonderful, Hearts and Minds playmats. So, at 16th, we have Dawn Cloak. Dawn Cloak, raise your hand. At number 15, we have Tradon. Tradon, where are you? Right there. At number 14, we have Sadistic Lego. Where are you? Over there. Number 13, we have Cyber Shark. Right. Number 12, we have Wenjong. Number 11, Box-Shaped Heart. Okay. Number 10, Derek. Over. Number 9, Andre Nilsson. Number 8, Fire RL. Number 7, Brian Tam. Right there. Number 6, Steve C. Number 5, Lucifer. Number 4, Ghost Meat. Number 3, Kira. Number 2, JD Barty. And our 2024 startup event champion is Steven. Hold up, we need to check the results. I'm sorry. I am so everyone, so the record is correct. However, by strength of schedule, 1.998 to 1.989. So very close. Congratulations to both of our top 2. Startup players, come get prized out, please. We have tons of cool stuff for y'all. Also, last announcement, if you have not gotten your pin, your Worlds 2024 pin, please come see us. We will give you a Worlds 2024 pin.
Welcome back to the Netrunner World 2024 Championship. We have just about wrapped up the day, and I'm joined by our finalist, D. How's it going? What a great game.
I think I might have the largest differential between losers finals, losers finals and grand finals.
What do you mean?
Like, my game against Saka lasted approximately 2 minutes.
Yeah.
My game against Arizon lasted
an hour plus, I think.
Hour plus. We'll find out, I guess.
Yeah, what a fun game. It started really slow. I think it was an hour, and then things continued to progress. We're 6-6, that last hybrid release. How was the hand? I think he was missing agendas in HQ, right?
Yep, 3 and 7. It was literally as close to a 50-50 as you could get.
Yes.
What a good way to end. I was considering being like real spike and showing and then having him pick, but I wanted the surprise in case someone saw the hybrid. And it was so good because he accessed the hybrid, though, he trashed the moon pool.
Yes.
And I thought about shuffling back moon pools with the spin doctor. And I decided I wanted to just put in 2 unknowns to make Arizon really question life choices. Because at any point could have run archives. There was never anything there. I kept it vegan.
Archives was totally empty.
Totally empty.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah. You wouldn't know that.
No, we have no idea.
Yes, Archives was totally empty. So I keep that empty. I was like, because I knew that was how I lose with 2 spin doctors on the table. So I never shuffle. But with the Spindo, I wanted to see if I could provoke Arizon to run R&D, which has a lower agenda density. So I put in 2 unseen to think, oh, maybe R&D is where they are. There is a world in which Arizon uses Quetzal, trashes Coalescence to get another Coalescence, is put on 5 credits, and can get through both Quetzal and get through both Tattoo Bola and Anansi with 0 credits remaining.
Yeah.
And maybe the appeal of a credit perfect win would have been too much for him.
Man, really, really fun. This is a deck. So we were talking before coming into Worlds, whether you want to play this P or something else. You ended up on this P, and this is something from the testing group on QTM. This is a known quantity, the Loud deck. What can you tell? Because people are obviously going to be trying this on JNet Casual for the next couple of months before Personal Evolution leaves. It's a weird deck to play. It's not the most easy thing to pick up. What could you advise to people who are seeing this?
So the way I put it, I think I've put it before, is I couldn't find a deck for Worlds that I liked, so I just picked a deck that everyone hates.
Yeah.
And like everyone before I played this, and probably before that finals, hated that deck because like it's doing. Firstly, everyone who hates PE hates the deck, but everyone who likes PE finds like some of the choices I made really peculiar.
They're interesting choices.
They're really interesting, and I kind of did them for the less than strategic reasons. There was something. So the original lists that Frogs published had fully operational in it, and I wasn't enjoying the fully operational, and I wanted to cut it for influence, and I wanted one of those influence to be a Chrysium. And what I then realized was I had 1 Chrysium, 1 Hollow Man, 1 Mavirus, and so if I put a Tranquility home grid in there, I'd get exactly 1 upgrade from every single faction. So
for the perfect synergy.
Yeah, so it made like a nice little rainbow. And it was amazing because every single one of those upgrades in that final game played a role.
Yes.
You had the Mavirus in the really early game put in Archives, was protecting the Hollow Man in Archives. You have the Chrysium in HQ, which was doing bluffing duty. And then at the end, I don't know if you caught this, when I install the Moon Pool, I draw a card. When I drew the card on the Tranquility, had I drawn any agenda there,
you could have scored out immediately.
I could have scored out a Sting.
Yes.
Because I had 2 agendas at the time. So like every card was playing a role. And like now I kind of just love those 4 cards together. So it was like for aesthetic more than strategic reasons, but like they all felt good, and I liked having more upgrades because I think Hollow Man needs bluffing potential in order to work. Like a good player is just going to be like, no Hollow Man. Like see me at, especially like if I was in the finals, if I don't have that Chrysium around, especially, I put the Hollow Man on the central, and there's like this open question. And Arizon,
we saw that it was the Archives Hollow Man in the early game.
Yes, and Arizon thought it was a Chrysium. I thought that was a really...
We did too.
Yeah, really. I thought that was a really obvious play because my sort of thought, if it's Chrysium, I really want it on HQ in order to prevent Fenris and Burner.
Burners, yeah.
There's still 1 burner when I put it down. And if I have it on archives, the idea was I was telling Arizon, you can get this. You have to run archives. When you purge, I'm going to start pushing behind the Vampire Nasa that exact turn. And I just sort of let it sit. And I thought that was the reads. I was like, okay with that being a known quantity then. And this is where the Chrysium was so helpful. But this deck is so complicated. I didn't enjoy any other. Well, I liked all my games, but this was the game where it came together, and that felt so nice, especially at the end, to put it off with this deck. And now it's part of Netrunner lore. I was joking to Arizon that we're gonna have to play this matchup on JNet.
Yes, this is going to be the classic snapshot at some point.
2024 meta.
Yeah. It's a very strange 2024 meta right now. This is wild. We got to see the player cams, right? The game started slow. I think you had the Fuji in archives just sitting very calmly there trying to play it cool until you score at the 4-point sweep, and then you see Arzon says, okay, wait, I have to put the gas on now.
Yeah, and I'm like,
Great
this
start.
is a game.
Yes,
I put,
suddenly a game.
If I don't get a Fuji, and I knew this from games I've tested with QTM, if you do not get a Fuji off early, if you don't have those 4 points, you can get, your opponent just plays so slow. Once you're there, you're like, okay, I just need 3 scores and then it's done. And then there was a game, and it was really interesting. I was able to dole out the multi-axis. I was able to keep DJ Steve at bay by turning him into DJ Quetzal.
Quetzal was sick too. Yeah, we saw that too, and I think you reacted oh, that's great. I like this. Yeah. That's awesome. We're going to get to another interview really shortly. Do you want to throw some words maybe to those at home? You had that really nice list on the table of all the folks who can't be here today that I think we'd all love to be able to be here today.
Yeah,
Is there anything you want to shout out?
I miss you all. You all are my backbone. You keep me grounded. And I really appreciate that. If you're playing decks, just play the cards that you think are fun. You'll figure out how to make it work as you go, especially in a 70-minute untimed game. You'll just sort of, you just work it out as you go along.
You have the time to figure it out. That's fantastic. Dee, once again, congratulations. That's such a fantastic game. And with that, we'll be back in just a bit with an interview with Arzon. Don't go anywhere.
Cheers.
Welcome back here to San Francisco, just wrapping up the World Championship. My name is Andre, and I'm joined by Alex, our 2024 World Champion. How's it going? How are you feeling?
Surreal, but
yeah,
good.
Right?
So fun fact to start off.
Yeah.
This is my first win at a standard event ever.
First tournament win?
First tournament win ever.
Wow.
Even at a small GNK.
Get out.
Vancouver is full of sharks.
I know. The West Coast is quite something else.
I've done second multiple times, but never. I've gone to grand finals, but never a win. This is the first win. It's pretty good.
Good first
pretty
win.
good first win.
Yes. Welcome. We saw some fantastic decks. So, when did you first play this? I saw this at NPC Boston. I've been on JNet constantly over the last couple of months. You've been grinding this specific runner deck, which is so interesting, so explosive, so cool. It is definitely very you, which is a cool thing to see here at the World Championship. Winning it with something that you built yourself. What can you tell those at home about this? This is something that's going to show up on JNet, 50 cards. You got to figure this out.
Yeah. The 50 cards, it kept growing over time, and the ratios kept changing. But I will say, it started from Jason Sid 7.
Okay.
Just kept destroying us with just regular Arsana and Phaserum and Muse and all the fun tricks.
The tricks.
All the tricks. And it just kept solidly doing well all the time. And at the time, I was playing some deep dive lat. And I'm like, what if we just put the two together? what if you deep dive but using the Phazerums and like using the tricks and things like that. So kind of started there. And I just started testing a little bit with like Jason on like one evening, right before Boston. And just like won like 9 out of 10 games. So like, there's maybe something here. Let's try it out. So
and it just kept going.
It just kept going.
I've seen different iterations of this. I think Mayfly maybe at some point. I'm not sure how different it was than NPC Boston, but you've been iterating on this.
Yeah, this has kind of been the core forever. It's been on like Gauss and Euler as the default
The core
breakers.
shell, yeah.
That's been there for a long time. Like the 3 trick shots, all that. It's been on the Spree and Pichashao from the start.
People are excited to see Spree. We didn't see it in this matchup, which like one left from damage, but obviously such a
I drew
cool
a card. I drew a card. At least it was a dead event, not
It's
a dead
free
event
card. Yeah.
But yeah, I think I was playing versus some random person on JNet, and they just demolished me with like a Spree and a Botulus. I'm like, I wonder if like
there's something here.
Because it's kind of the weird thing is like once we're like, okay, if we're going all in on the deep dive and we're going on like disposable breakers that aren't like long-term value because you just need 1 or 2 explosive turns.
Yeah.
Then you start thinking, okay, well now UAV doesn't make sense. You don't want to like put Cubons up and down.
Yeah.
And if you're cutting UAV, then it's like, well, what are you doing with all these Trojans?
Like, yeah.
And so you start playing a different set of Trojans. And the Trojans you don't play in Arsana, like Botulus, because it doesn't work with UAV, don't matter as much
Because of the
anymore.
virus clause.
Yeah, that was a really big deal. And I found that just like there was no really good answer for big barriers other than Botulus in like anything.
Right now
like,
in
if
standard.
If they somehow get a 14 strength logjam on you, like what else you could do?
No. Yeah. When it comes to this meta, because you said 14 strength logjam, and like that is not something that would be you'd see that, right? Like today we've seen things like that.
Yeah.
Going into this modern meta, going into this Worlds, this is obviously the thing you've been testing. Was this specifically well tuned for this Worlds? It seems like it was.
I tried to be a bit. So the difference between the Boston to this is it went up in deck size, which meant it gained a little bit more money, and it gained the Parisha.
Okay.
Like the Parisha was the last big change to the deck, was that I just kept running into like asset matchups and other asset matchups. I didn't have enough money. So I was like, okay, I'll put in a couple more daily casts. I'll put in that. And then once you're up to that bigger deck size to keep the ratio of like everything right, you put in the 1 SMC.
Nice foil SMC too.
And part of the, I will literally say part of the excuse was I got these brilliant foil SMCs from Andre in Montreal at NPC Montreal this year. And I just wanted an excuse to put one in the deck.
They're nice. I'm glad you're playing them.
Yeah.
They showed up well on stream.
Yeah. There was even like some weird, silly plays where now that you have Parisha down and you don't want to like put it on Muse, like, okay, trick shot, everything's so cheap. So I'll like Muse for the SMC to get the Parisha and just be like that way you can leave it on the table permanently.
It's convoluted, but it gets onto the
and
table.
if you have like an M testing going, it still pops that so fast.
Yes. That's quite nice.
Yeah.
I'm so excited to see this again. I've seen you grinding this for a while. DJ into Quetzal, was that something you were expecting going into this matchup?
Not for this matchup.
Yeah.
I did it in a fair bit of other matchups.
Sure.
Like I used it versus an Egg Infusion to help get through bronze with less clicks. So I could click through it, but not all the clicks.
Very cool.
So that if they boot me away, I could then go back. Maybe at that point I'm spending credits, but for the first run I don't, and just keep making them trash the ice. I used it like that in that matchup. One of the weird things is of like those bottom 4 cards was my propeller. So I have a propeller and a Gauss.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't really want to use a Poseidon chip unless I have to. And I got stuck in a situation where I couldn't use it for the Gauss. So I'm just like, I guess
this is the option that's
here. I guess this is a barrier breaker.
Yes. And D was very excited to see it. I think we were told after when you were running HQ there, you were missing like 1 and 3s and 1 and 2 and 5s.
Yeah.
Like the agendas had to be somewhere and you're just not finding it.
Yeah. So the thing is, D had gone quite a while without scoring a hybrid release.
Yeah.
And then scored one of the 2. So I knew that, okay, at least the hybrid releases aren't in hand. And that's the lose condition right now.
Exactly.
Or ending on low hand size for like moon pooling a blood and water or something like that.
Yeah, it can be a problem.
Yeah. So there's like kept being these cases where like I clicked like credits on like last click because it's like, well, on 4 cards, if that one unknown card is the moon pool or the blood and the water, that's a win. But 5 cards, even like nothing but nothing could be scored unless it was another 1-pointer. So yeah.
Which is getting scary there at the end. That
it was
for
so
those who are
bad.
watching, that was the last click possibility on HQ. Had to steal
Yeah.
the agenda there, otherwise hybrid hits the table.
Yeah. I think one thing that that could have made that a better, I think, for D at that last point, is when I ran that spin doctor, the click beforehand.
Yeah.
I only had 1 credit, so D didn't need to res or crack it.
Oh, right.
But once they did, then I'm like, okay, it's last, like, we're in sudden death.
Yes.
There's no too many cards were
in
just
hand.
drawn. They were
Yes.
drawn. So now you just have to go. I was thinking, do I run through and take the damage, or do I actually break with the Ika? But like, well, the weird chance where there's
If you hit the snare exactly, I think you
don't hit the
flatline.
snare. Well, yeah, I think I was actually more worried about ending on like 3 cards and then Moon like Blood in the Water, or like ending on 2 cards and Blood in the Water.
Yeah.
But
Super
yeah,
exciting.
that was
It started slow.
wild.
I think we're talking about D, right? It starts slow, and then suddenly 4 points comes out of nowhere. Are you playing Remember Genesis? That's always a
that
jump
happened
scare.
in Swiss the exact same way.
Did you 2 match up before? Or?
Yeah, we played in Swiss. We played that same matchup before. It went a little bit faster.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got to 6. But yeah, they regenesised out Fuji. I had already gotten like 3 points at that point. I got the Blood in the Water.
Nice.
And once the Blood in the Water was out of the game, there's only one of them, that really changed a lot of lines. Like this game felt so different because the Blood in the Water was in play. I was thinking about it constantly.
Yes. It's really scary. Again, open deck lists.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of open deck lists in Netrunner. And even the one of, obviously, the least likely card to see is the most impactful card. You have to play around the whole thing.
Yeah, because if you don't see it yet, it's not out of the game.
Speaking of open deck lists, did we see you playing Reality Plus at all on stream this weekend?
No, I played 2 games on stream, both with Arasana versus Jinteki.
I imagine at some point this list is going to end up somewhere. Can you explain the list really quickly for those following along at home?
I do want to say a big thank you to Tuno for the original version of this list. And then also someone who I've never met in person who went by Lifeline on JNet or on Netrunner DB.
If you're watching, well done.
They posted a list called R+ in this economy that played an EA Regionals, which I don't even know what that was.
Okay.
But it went undefeated. They only got 8th overall, but it went undefeated. And it was more or less this list with 3 changes I made from my own testing.
And this is the 49 version. This is the kill combo and
this is the
the
49 version,
Mindscaping.
So the big versions compared to the smaller Tuno one, people know that one, is this is on 3 Beals, which gives it way more of a score out plan.
I've seen you scoring out in more games than not.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Cool.
You need the original Tuno list just kills people who aren't safe. This list is a little bit more tuned to try to create like no-win forks where there actually isn't a right play unless you see it a turn ahead of time, and like you're trying to stay careful for everything they could do before they do it. So you have to be thinking about like, you know, when the credits are low, do the lines that open you up to the kill so that when the credits are high, you don't get opened up to those lines and things like that.
Reality Plus seemed to be like, I would say, a bit of a sleeper hit coming into this World Championship. It was the second most maybe represented identity, and that wasn't something we saw across the Continental season. NBN did quite well, obviously winning the World Championship. Is this, again, another meta-tuned deck, or is this just something that was working for you to date?
I think this was a bit more of a meta-tuned deck. I will say that the runner deck to beat felt like it was lat on all these stone ships.
That's what it looked like.
Which is even teched for this matchup. But I actually found in playing versus people in Vancouver who play that list very well, that list could defeat everything else I tried. This one could at least play high variance lines versus that list.
That can be just good enough.
Yeah, it was you go quick. It's knowing the lines with what you can do with false lead. Like there was one game in Swiss where I single advanced Toronto's headline on a maze. I had 2 false leads scored, and they thought that might be what it was, but they couldn't touch it.
Yeah.
Without dying until they got more points. The next turn, I double advanced it, got to 3, passed back to them, double false leaded.
Took the turn.
Then took a full turn to just mindscaping, end of the line.
False lead is just such a warping card, and get that score, the whole game changes if you never played around it. You have to be very careful on when you spend your clicks. That's wild. Again, I think I've seen you score out a fair bit across this top cut.
The other thing that made this easier to score out with is one of the 3 card changes I made was I put a Lady Liberty in the deck.
Oh, sick.
Which I think was actually a really good choice for this deck because you can use it to score a surprise false lead.
And then they have to deal with it immediately.
And then like if that could have been a false lead in a row, they didn't check, right? Yep. Same thing. You've paid 2 more credits, but now they're paying 4 to trash it, opening themselves up to an oppo after you have a false lead, or
if they leave it,
they run HQ a ton to get rid of the other agendas. You don't have agendas in hand; you have beholds in hand. They don't know.
Reality Plus, they don't know. Yeah. Oh, that's
There's even times where I've rezzed it when I have like a 2-pointer in hand, but it's like a Toronto's headline that I kind of want them to hit, and just beholds in hand, and be like, if you don't, I'll get it. But if you do come into HQ, like this is
no winning line.
This is a trap play. Yeah, exactly.
That's so wild. Again, I'm not sure if we saw some on stream. We've seen a lot of people play Reality Plus and NEH kill combos, and they've done really well today at Worlds this whole weekend. Absolutely fantastic. It's been such a long weekend. You had a fantastic. This is undefeated top cut. That is obviously something pretty incredible. Some phenomenal
Even
opponents.
like just today, I haven't taken a official loss. I did play a game out after I took an ID.
Oh right.
But like today started with I faced Will as my first match.
Soccer, for those who don't know.
Yeah, Saka, and I just had to play the high variance lines. Had a turn where I had like a burner and a deep dive in hand, and no breakers or anything, but just went and there was ice and R&D I couldn't deal with. But went burner HQ, saw a basalt in a clearinghouse. Clearinghouse got thrown away at the bottom. Basalt on top, and a cam draws me my answer to get into R&D.
Sick.
Muse, Fazarian through Whoredom, keep going, deep dive.
Yes.
Just 6 points out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Yep.
Big 3-pointers. That game connect really well.
Yeah, that was wild.
That's wild. What were you going into today in terms of making it to the top cut? Were you X and 3, X and 4?
I was X and 2 going into today.
Sick.
So once I
very
beat
good.
Saka Will in that first game,
Yeah.
I could ID for the other 2 games and just take it wild. I played a game out versus Jai, and the Jai's Asa was, I think, my worst matchup for the RE list in the top cut today, and so I'm lucky I did not hit him today.
Yeah, there was a lot of Asa decks that were just tech to
Yeah.
basically stuff deep dives. We saw both the SF crew folks and Jai's stuff too.
And they're like putting Chrysium in, like the number of people just running a one of Chrysium.
One of Chrysium is very popular.
In a PE, for instance.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And a hard thing to play around for sure if you try to run central servers. Do you have any shout outs again? I know your meta is absolutely incredible. There's a lot of traveling and organized play.
Yeah.
What do you want to say to the camera, to the folks watching?
So there's a few people I want to shout out. First, as I mentioned, like Tuno and Lifeline for the R Plus deck. I worked with them. I'd love to chat more if they ever want to chat about it, because I did enjoy that a lot. I did come out to a humongous number of NANPC events this year. I think I was the most total attendee this year.
Yeah.
I went to 5 of them.
Wow.
I didn't intend to, but after I did well in Boston, I'm like, oh, I'm in the top 8 leaderboard. I need to keep going.
Keep going, yeah.
Yeah, so I want to thank everyone who ran an NPC event in particular, like Eric running the ones in Vancouver and Seattle, yourself in Montreal, Steven down in LA, and I believe it was Not Again in Boston, and Jeff and all helped me out. I've done more pay-per-play Netrunner, I think, this year than before this year.
Organized play this year has been fantastic. Next
NPC
year
was amazing. Yeah.
No single games too. Whether NPC continues on, I'm more excited. But in paper play this year has had such a big resurgence. I'm glad you're as stoked as I think many people are.
Yeah. I also want to thank Sanjay in particular. As I said, I've never won a standard event before. I have won Ocarina before. That was my first win ever. That's what got me hooked on actually playing competitively. Yeah.
Which Ocarina was it? 1, 2, 3? What number are we on right now?
2 and 3, I won both of those, I believe.
Hey, well done.
I think Will won Ocarina 1.
Okay.
That's how we met Will in Vancouver. He wasn't in Vancouver yet. We got chatting about this rebranding team combo deck afterwards. And then he joined our Netrunner server in Vancouver to keep talking.
Oh, wild.
And then at one point he got a poll up. Should he come to law school in Vancouver or McGill?
No way.
And we talked him into...
Cannot even fight for my city. That's fine.
Yeah, but I want to thank some people from Vancouver. I think especially Jason, Sid7, and Ryan Hams. I think the 2 people I tested the most with for some of these events. And like especially Jason really helped me make that R plus right. And Ryan really helped me figure out Jason helped me with the Arasana right through R plus. In particular, how to beat Essa with that, which was very, very uphill battle until you learn some very bizarre lines like double advances agree mail. You can't install enough cards early, and I want threat 3.
Oh, super cool.
Yeah. Everyone else from Vancouver who came out. Joe, I will call it Joe Solomir, who's judging today.
Yeah.
But I believe he might be the only person who put me in his bet runner, so he's doing well for that.
Oh, how many points were you in Bet Runner?
I was off a field pick. I was a $1.
$1 pick. Pretty good
$1 pick. Alec, who's always done this amazing job of running so many like Sindarin events in Vancouver, he consistently just is like TO. He runs new player events, just kind of keeps going. Started to like run a second event every week in my in my little area of town as well. So it's just like so much easier to access it. Ian, who didn't make it out, a brick. Will and Brandon, of course, who both joined our Vancouver Discord and kind of got the competitive blood into us there. I already mentioned Eric. Also Dave, who came down from Victoria and kind of the unofficial, satellite Vancouver office player. But yeah, it's been good.
Well, thank you so much. Again, it's been a wild weekend. I'm gonna let you go celebrate because we still have a long evening ahead. But Alex, incredibly fitting World
Thanks
Championship.
so much.
It's such a great final. You can find the deck list and all this should be uploaded at some point. Maybe in the future. You can
it's
wait
wild.
a bit for us to wind down here.
but we'll be back in just a bit to do some final closing statements. But Alex, congratulations once again, and thanks for joining us. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to the World 2024 Championship. Just wrapping up for some final statements. My name is Andre. I'm joined by Eric. How's it going?
It's going great. This has been an amazing night.
And of course, this is Jeff. You might know you, Sangren, the organized play manager here at Nelson Signal Games. This weekend's wrapping up. How you feeling? It seems like a good weekend.
You know, I to be honest, I'm completely shot, but it's been an amazing weekend.
Yes, you are.
No, it's been like, man, this has just been a great time. I'm so happy with, like, everyone seems to have had, or just about everyone has had a fantastic time this weekend. The team, the volunteers, everyone has done an amazing job. Like, truly, like, everyone stepped up and gave everything they could, and, like, it shows, and everything went so, like, everything really did go so smoothly compared to, you know, how things could have gone if it was just me. And so
I don't know if we know this. At some point, the tournament software went down, and behind the scenes, Jeff and everyone are basically rebuilding a 204-person bracket on Jeff's own server where single side Swiss went up. The amount of work here. You've thanked volunteers off camera. I'm not sure if it was made up on the stream, but like there were so many people here in blue shirts and yellow shirts behind the scenes just making this thing happen. And these are all volunteers.
Yeah, there was over 30 volunteers this weekend, and that's not even counting the people that were working and couldn't on a bunch of things in the background, but couldn't actually make it to the physical space today. So, like, World is a huge team effort, and like, once again, my deepest thanks to everyone who came out and helped, including the two of you and the whole stream team right over there.
Hats off.
Genuinely, like, y'all killed it. And then I'm also so glad that, like, the estimate, we don't have an exact amount, but there's probably 250 total people between volunteers and guests and players. Like, this has been a fantastic weekend, and thank you to everyone who came out. It really does make it worth it and amazing to see so many people come out, be passionate, be friendly, and just be one of the best communities around. So thank you all.
Netrunner is alive and well. It is like the lifeblood is pumping, and you can feel it in this room. This is my first Worlds.
Yeah.
And I can't believe how fun this was. I brought my friends out, and originally, a little bit not sure if they wanted to spend all the effort to travel, and my buddy Nick out there was just going, this was so much fun. I am so glad I came. So if you're on the fence, if you're in the area for the next Worlds, I imagine it'll be across the seas. But this is, it felt like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's so cool. It was so much fun.
It's been fantastic. And it's been, a long weekend. All the folks who came out again, thank you. Thank you to all the volunteers, people who are watching at home again. Hopefully you've had a fun show. We want to just do a quick sign-off here. I'm super lucky to be asked to be part of these streams. It's been a couple years of World Championships, and everyone feels better than next. Again, I'm just absolutely overwhelmed. Do you have any shout-outs specifically? I know we shouted out a lot of people already.
I'm gonna shout out my wife again.
Yes.
She has been extremely accommodating for me disappearing and planning for weeks and weeks and weeks. So thank you, Aaron. Genuinely, you are an incredibly important part of Worlds going off in ways that are difficult to talk about in many ways. So, yeah, of course, thank you to the volunteers. Thank you to so many just friends coming around and bringing me food. Or honestly, also thank you to everyone coming by and saying, this event's going great. You rock. Again, I always want to stress it's the team, but it is always great to hear that people are having a great time. So really, thank you to everyone out who's, there's so many different people to thank. It's just hard to do at this point, I think. So.
Very, very quickly, before we sign off, I want to say thank you to NSG for including me in this process. This has been a dream come true for me, and also to thank my wife and my children, Allie, and my kids. I'll see you soon. Thank you for letting me come be part of this and play for several days.
And with that should be the wrap of the 2024 World Championship. Again, huge shout out to everyone here. There'll be another one next year. I think look out on the No Single Games website. Next year is super exciting when it comes to organized play. Next year has some very big changes. So if you want to come out on a casual level, come up on the most organized, most competitive level, something like Worlds like this, there's a lot of opportunities next year. And with that, I think we might be signing out. World 2024 Championship here in San Francisco comes to a close. Hopefully you had a great time. I know I did. Thanks so much for watching. See you all in a bit.
Thanks everyone for tuning in.
See you next year.